Skanda 10, chapter 29. The Rasa Lila, the gopis meeting the Lord. Sri Sukha said, noting the advent of the Sarat season, whose nights are fragrant with the Malika flowers in bloom, Krishna too, assuming his Yoga Maya, decided to enact his long promised play with the gopis. The moon rose, giving relief to people from heat and gently painting the face of the eastern horizon crimson with his rays, as the lover long separated from his beloved would sprinkle her face with kumkum dust. Seeing the crimson disk of the moon, full like the fresh kumkum dusted face of Rama herself, and the wood of the Vrindavana beautified by the pleasant rays of that moon, Krishna sounded his flute, ravishing the hearts of all women. Hearing those love-inspiring notes, the minds of the women of Vraja flew to Krishna. With their earrings dangling in their agitation, they hurried to the tryst with their lover. But no single one among them knew the movements of the others because of their total absorption in Krishna. Some engaged in milking put down the milking pail and ran. Some kept the milk on the hearth for warming, but forgot to take it down, and others did not remember to remove the pot of porridge on the stove. Those engaged in serving food, those feeding infants at their breast, those attending to the personal needs of their husbands, those taking their food, all gave up their chores and hurried to Krishna's presence. Some were anointing themselves, some bathing, some applying collyrium to the eyes, some dressing up and decorating themselves in the wrong order. All stopped their engagements on hand and hurried to Krishna's presence. Though obstructed by husbands, parents, brothers, and other relatives, they could not be stopped as their minds had been snatched away by Govinda and were completely absorbed in him. Those who were shut up in their homes and could not come out closed their eyes with their minds absorbed in Krishna through meditation. With all their sins burnt up by the unbearable heat of separation from the beloved, and with the mind pacified and purified by embracing the beloved in meditation, they attained to the Paramatman, though they looked upon him as a lover. Their karmas being exhausted, they gave up their physical bodies then and there. The Raja said, O Holy One, they knew Krishna only as a lover, not as a Brahman. Their outlook was therefore body-based, being born of the guna of the guna of rajas. How can such a frame of mind bring about the erasing of ignorance and the effacement of embodied existence? Sri Sukha said, I have answered this question of yours earlier when the attainment of liberation by Sisupala, the king of the Chedis, through the practice of confrontation with Krishna, was described. If an enemy of Krishna can be thus blessed by why not his lovers? The Supreme Being who is changeless, immeasurable, unseen, transcending matter, transcending matter, but regulating its course, adopts an individuality only to bestow salvation on jivas. All those who always fix their mind on Sri Hari through any sentiment, sex love, anger, fear, or affection, sense of unity, or devotion, they all attain to his nature. Do not think that this is impossible to the Bhagavan Krishna, the unoriginated and the supreme being and the master of all powers. For it is he that gives salvation to all beings. Seeing all those women of Vraja assembled near him, the Lord, the master of speech that he was, sought to puzzle them by clever and attractive words. The Bhagavan said, "Welcome to you, good ladies. What favor can I do for you? I hope everything is well in Vraja. What is it that brings you all together here? O fair ones, night is naturally awe-inspiring. It is a time when dangerous animals move about. So return to your homes in Vraja soon. It is not befitting that women linger in a place like this. Not finding you at home, your parents, sons, brothers, and husbands will be searching for you everywhere. It is not proper for you to give trouble to your relatives. You have now seen this forest, bright with the silvery rays of the moon and charming with the tree tops, tremulous in the breeze coming over the watery expanse of the Yamuna. So now, you please hurry back to Vraja. You are devoted wives having husbands at home to attend to. Besides, your babies and the calves may be crying out of hunger. They have to be fed. If, however, you have come here out of attraction inspired by love of me, it is not much to be wondered at, for all creatures seem to love me. You good ladies, don't you know that the highest duty of women consists in attending to their husbands or their parents and in looking after their children? Wives who seek the esteem of the world should not abandon their husbands, be they ill-mannered, hapless, old, dull-witted, incurably ill, or poverty-stricken. Only if they are absolutely depraved sinners are they justified in deserting them. O devoted wives, to have relation with a paramour is a bar to heaven and a stain to one's reputation. It is worthless, dangerous, and fearful. The devotional discipline of hearing about me, singing about me, etc., will generate genuine spiritual love in you better than by being by my side. So please go home. Hearing these words of Govinda, contrary to their desire, the gopis became sorrow-stricken and extremely despondent. In dead silence they stood heavy with sorrow, their faces bent down, their red berry-like lips dried by long hot breaths, their toes listlessly drawing lines on the ground, and their eyes shedding collyrium-tinged tears, which were washing away the saffron dust on their breasts. When these gopis, who had abandoned their all for the sake of Krishna, heard from their beloved words of indifference unsympathetic to their attitude of love, they, moved by passionate love of him, spoke in reply words choked with sobs generated by despair and anger, after rubbing off all the tears that welled up in their eyes. The gopis said, O Lord, it behoves thee not to speak so mercilessly. We have abandoned our all to serve thy feet. Accept us as the Supreme Being accepts all who go to him, seeking liberation. Abandon us not, O thou of mysterious ways, thou, O worshipful one, who art the source of all codes of right conduct, has reminded us that the natural duty of women consists in the service of their husbands, children, and relatives, may this advice of thine come true in regard to our relationship with thee, the Lord of all, who foremost who formest the topic of instruction of all teachers and scriptures. For art thou not the closest relative, the dearest object of love, for all jivas being the soul of their souls? The really wise man entertains loving attachment only to thee, the ever lovable soul of one's soul. Of what use, O Lord, is this love of husband and children, productive as it is in the end of misery only? Sever not the plant of our passion for thee, nurtured by us for long and deep rooted in thee by now. Thy blissful self has stolen away our minds that used to find delight in home life, and has put restraints on our hands and feet that occupied themselves with the household work. When our feet refuse to move even an inch from thee, where is the feasibility of our walking up to Phrygia? O dear one, by thy laughter, looks, and sweet music, thou hast lit the fire of passionate love in our hearts. Now quench it with the ambrosial current flowing from thy loving kiss. If this is not done, our bodies shall be consumed by the fire of separation, and we shall attain to thy feet through meditation. The moment from which thou, the beloved of us forest dwellers, permitted us to touch thy feet, the feet which even Rama could serve only occasionally, from that time it has become impossible for us to stand before any other man. Shri, the goddess of prosperity and good fortune, whose favor even Devas like Brahma long for, and who has been given by thee an exalted place on thy chest, nonetheless seeks along with the Tulasi the contact of the dust at thy feet. Even in that dust do we take refuge. O Redeemer of all from the life of sin, be gracious unto us who have come to thee, abandoning our hearth and home, and who are intent on thy service. We have been drawn to thee by passionate love, ignited and made red hot by charming smile and looks. Make us thy servitors, O ornament of mankind, seeing thy face surrounded by thy frontal locks, thy cheeks reflecting the brilliance of thy earrings, thy lips dripping honey, thy glances accompanied by sweet smile, thy powerful arms that give relief from fear to all suppliants, and thy chest that provides the sole support as the sole sporting ground for Shri, attracted by all these, have become by thy handmaids. Have we become thy handmaids? Seeing this form of that bewitches all the three worlds and creates horripilations even in birds, cows, and other animals, and hearing this enthralling melody of thy flute with its ascending and descending notes, who is the woman in all the three worlds, and would not be charmed and drawn away from the path of virtue? It is clear that thou hast taken birth in Vraja to give protection to its inhabitants from fear and sorrow, even as Vishnu protects the celestials. Therefore, O friend of the afflicted, stroke with thy cool lotus-like palm the burning breast and heads of these servitors of thine. Sri Sukha said, hearing these piteous wailings of the gopis, Krishna, the master yogi, smiled and out of pity for them proceeded to regale them with love sports, in spite of his being absorbed in the Atman consciousness all the while. Amidst this assembly of women, all with faces like flowers, full blown before the loving glances of the beloved, Krishna, with his charming movements and still more charming smile, revealing the beauty of his jasmine-like teeth, shone in a manner of the moon amidst the stars. He moved about in that woodland as the leader and protector of that concourse of more than 100 women, praised by them in songs, himself sounding the flute at a high pitch, wearing the Vaijayanti wreath made of wild flowers, and adding to the beauty and sublimity of the forest by his movements. With the gopis he went to the snow-like sands of the river and sported with them, enjoying the breeze, coming across the river carrying the cool water particles and the fragrance of water lilies. By loving sports, like pulling them near to him and embracing, handling the frontal locks, breasts, thighs, and wearing cloths, by impressing nail marks on their bodies, and by his looks and laughter, he inflamed the amorous sentiments of these beauties of Raja and delighted them thereby. When they found themselves entertained in this way by no less an individual than Krishna, a great personage and possessor of all divine powers, pride entered into the minds of these women, and they thought to themselves to be the most superior of their kind. Seeing their pride of beauty and a sense of self-importance were developing in them, Krishna, who was till then in their midst, suddenly disappeared, with a view to purify them through suffering and make them worthy of his grace. Skanda 10, chapter 30. Gopis in separation from Krishna. The gopis, Sri Sukha said, the gopis, on noticing that Krishna had suddenly vanished from their midst, became distressed as the cow elephants in a herd would be when their leading tusker is gone. These women, their minds being powerfully attracted and fully absorbed in the varied features and activities of the Lord, his gait, his love, his smile, his movements, his looks, his attractive conversations, and his various sportive activities, felt a sense of identification with him and assumed his ways and attitudes. Those beloved ladies of Krishna felt so attracted by his gait, laughter, looks, and conversations that they felt themselves to be one with him and imitated his sportive ways and declared themselves to be Krishna.
Singing loudly, they moved from forest to forest in a body in search of Krishna, like demented persons. They inquired of forest trees the whereabouts of that all-pervading being, who is within and without all entities, like the Akasha. O Ashwata, O Laksha, O Nyagroda, O Kurabaka, O Ashoka, O Naga, O Punnaga, O Champaka. Did you see the son of Nanda going this way, having stolen our hearts by his smiles and glances of love? Did Krishna, the brother of Rama, whose smile can steal away the self-possession of even the proudest of women, pass this way? O auspicious Tulasi, did you see Krishna, the one dearest to you, the one who carries you in his floral wreath, along with the honey beetles who settle on you by the attraction of your fragrance? O Malati, O Malika, O Jasmine, have you seen Madhava going by, enrapturing you with a causal stroke of his hand? O Chuta, O Prilyala, O Panasa, O Asana, O Kovidara, O Jambu, O Arka, O Bilva, O Pakula, O Amra, O Kadamba, O Nipa, O all ye other trees standing on the banks of the Yamuna for the good of others. Can you tell us about the whereabouts of Krishna to us who are half dead on account of him? O Mother Earth, what great austerity had you performed to deserve this great good fortune? For this horripilation all over your body, in the shape of a heavy growth of grass, must surely be due to the contact of his feet. Did this contact take place just now as he passed this way? Or is it because of the impress of his feet made in his incarnation as Vamana when he measured the whole universe with 3 strides? Or is it because of his embracing you in his incarnation as the cosmic ball when he lifted you up from the netherworlds? O my friend Doe, wife of the deer, did Krishna, in the company of his lady love, come here giving the blissful experience of the sight of his face to you? For here we get the sweet smell of the garland of kanda flowers that our Lord wears, mixed with the fragrance of the saffron powder from its contact with his lady's breasts. O tree, did Krishna pass this way with one of his hands resting on the shoulder of his lady love, and the other holding a lotus, followed by a host of honey beetles, maddened with the fragrance of his tulasi garland? Did he care to return your greetings by your low bending bows with a loving look at least? Or did he fail in this even, due to his engrossment with his lady? Though these creepers are embracing their husbands, the trees, they must certainly have been pressed by Krishna with his fingernails as he passed by them, for otherwise they would not have had this horripilation all over in the shape of this abundance of tender leaf sprouts. Ah, look at their good fortune. Let us ask them about the whereabouts of Krishna. Speaking thus in the fashion of demented persons and engaged in an exhausting search for Krishna, the gopis got so much identified in consciousness with him that they began to enact the various sportive performances of his infancy. One woman acted as Putana, while another, taking the role of Krishna, sucked at her breasts. Another, impersonating the crying infant Krishna, kicked at one who played the part of the cart. Identifying herself with the wind demon, one gopi carried away another standing for Krishna. Still another began to move about like baby Krishna on knees and hands, filling the place with the murmur of many bells on girdles and anklets. 2 of them impersonated Rama and Krishna, and some others, the cowherds, boys, and calves. Enacting the sports of Krishna, one got killed as Vatsasura and another as Bakasura. One impersonating Krishna called back from a distance another impersonating the cattle that had strayed away to a distance. One played on the flute and frolicked, while others watched the play and cried out in appreciation. In complete identification with Krishna, one put a hand on the shoulder of another and walked about saying, I am Krishna. See my charming gait. Do not have any fear of wind and rain. I give you protection from it. So saying, one woman lifted up her upper garment with great effort, as if she were holding aloft the Govardhana mountain. O king. Another, in identification with the Kaliya episode, got on the head of another and said, O evil one, go away from here. I'm born to punish the wicked. Another declared, O Gopas, see this terrible forest fire. Close your eyes. I shall give you relief immediately. One woman tied another to an imaginary mortar with a garland, while the latter, pretending fear, hid her face. As they wandered in this way, making inquiries regarding Krishna of the trees and creepers of Vrindavana, they came across the clear imprints of the feet of Krishna, the Supreme Being, at a place. These footprints are surely of that great one, the son of Nanda, for in the foot impressions can be seen the distinctive marks of flag, lotus, thunderbolt, hook, grain, etc., they said. As the gopis were tracing the track of Krishna step by step, they found them interspersed with those of a woman. Very much concerned at this, they began to say, who is the woman that, like a cow elephant, led by the leader of the herd, had the good fortune to be led by Krishna with his hands on her shoulder? Surely the Lord should have been worshipped very Surely the Lord should have been worshipped very devoutly by her, is the expression in the original. It is supposed to refer to Radha, who has no place in the text otherwise. For, deserting us all, Krishna, the most distinguished one of Gokula, has gone with her into solitude as a special mark of favor to her. Oh friends, the dust of Krishna's feet that you find here is very holy indeed. For Brahma, Shiva, and Rama apply it to their heads for the effacement of all sins. But these footprints of the woman cause great agitation in our minds, for she has stolen away what is the common property of all of us gopis, the nectar of Krishna's lips, and is enjoying it alone in solitude. But mark, here at this place, the woman's footprints are not to be seen. Surely the lover must at this place have lifted up the beloved on his shoulders. Cross. O gopis, look here at these deep impressions made by Krishna's feet. It is surely due to the weight of the woman carried on his shoulder by the love-stricken Krishna. Here Krishna, the Great One, must have lowered his handsome lady love from his shoulder in order to pluck flowers for her. In proof of it, you see how the mark of the toes and of the forepart of the feet have gone deep into the sand, while there is no mark of the heel. To reach the flower high on the branch, he must have reached up, standing on the toes. Surely the lover must have dressed the hair of the beloved here. This must be the place where he sat, decorating her locks with the flowers he had gathered. Sri Shuka said, ever established in the self, ever reveling in the bliss within himself, Krishna's poise in the spirit was not in the least broken in the course of this involvement with women. Then, why did he do it? It was perhaps to show the misery of enslavement that sexuality brings to lovers and the limits to which the perversity of women can descend in their love sports. While the gopis thus moved about, wailing like demented people, the particular woman, taking whom Krishna had deserted the others, also became subject to inordinate pride. She thought, I am the pick among women, for among all these women who have ascended Cupid's chariot, our dear one has selected me for his special favor. After walking a little distance in the forest with him, that woman, moved by self-conceit, said to Krishna, I cannot walk any longer. You may carry me to whichever place you want to go. Krishna then asked his beloved to climb his shoulder. Simultaneously, he disappeared, whereupon the woman became repentant. She began to cry aloud, O my Lord, O my dear one, O one with powerful arms, O the most beloved one, where have you gone? Reveal your whereabouts, O friend, to me your handmaid, disconsolate and heartbroken as I am. Now the other gopis, searching for Krishna nearby, came across this woman distracted by the disappearance of the beloved. Hearing all that had happened, how she was honored by Krishna, and how out of her perversity she behaved insultingly to him, they were all lost in astonishment. They extended their search to the limits up to which moonlight penetrated the woods. But finding it all dark beyond in that thickly wooded forest, they retreated from their quest, with mind merged in him, ever engaged in talks about him, often imitating his acts and movements, merging themselves in spirit with him, and always singing about his excellences. They forgot all about their home and its affairs. Afterwards, they all gathered on the banks of the Yamuna, where they had their meeting with Krishna earlier, and began to sing in chorus the excellences of Krishna, eagerly expecting his reappearance.
Ataika Trinsho Yayach. The Songs of the Gopis. The Gopis said, O dear one, by thy birth, all round prosperity reigns in Braja. For Lakshmi, the goddess of plenty and prosperity, dwells here always to be in attendance on thee. All the world is glad, only we, thy gopis, whose life is a fond unto thee, are in anguish, searching for thee everywhere. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O Lord of Cupid's realm, O boon giver, is it not slaughter on thy part to strike us, thy servitors unbought, by the shaft of thy looks, whose glory puts to shame the soft comeliness of autumn's lotus bloom. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O great leader, from death by Kalia's poison, from the grip of the python-shaped demon, from the destruction wrought by torrential rain, wind, and lightning, from dangerous demons like Aga and Yoma, from all such fears, thou didst protect us. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O friend, thou art not merely the Gopika's son, but the witness of the inner essence of all embodied beings. Prayed to you by Brahma, O comrade. Thou hast dawned like the sun in the clan of the Yadus for the protection of the worlds. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O the greatest of Yadu's clan, O charmer of our hearts, place that comely hand of thine on our head, the hand that offers protection from samsara to those that seek refuge at thy feet, which grants all boons to devotees, and which held in wedlock in the hands of Shri. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O destroyer of Raja's woes, O hero, thou art the beloved one, who by a mere smile of thine effaces the pride of thy own people. Accept us, thy handsmaids, without any hesitation, and reveal to us thy most handsome lotus face. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Thy feet verily destroy the sins of all who prostrate before them. The feet that pursue the footsteps grazing cows, the feet that provide her home for Shri, the feet that grace the head of Kalia. Why, O Lord, should not those blessed feet be deposited on our breasts, and our burning passion assuaged? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O lotus-eyed one, by thy sweet speech, couched in charming words, enjoyable even to the wise, we, thy serving maids, have been deprived of our senses. Rejuvenate us by the honey of thy lips. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. The nectar of thy excellences revives the scorched spirit of man. It purifies the sinner, while holy men live on it. To hear it is itself auspicious and peace generating. They are the real gift makers who spread thy name far and wide. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O dear one, O deceptive lover, thy sweet smiles, thy loving looks, thy meditation-worthy pastimes, and thy enchanting love prattle in privacy. All these are exciting our minds to the extreme. from Braja to tend cattle. Won't thy lotus feet be injured by stones and sharp thorns? Our minds are extremely worried over this. O sweet lover and master of our hearts, O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O thou our smart lover, at eventide, as we see thee return, thy lotus-like face, smeared with dust and surrounded by thy blue locks, excites repeated waves of hot passion in our minds. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O healer of woes, place on our breasts those lotus feet of thine, which are bounteous to worshippers, which the lotus-born goddess Padma adores, which are an ornament to the world, which form the one object to be meditated upon in times of danger, and which offer instant peace to those who contact them. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O hero of the realm of love, give the draught of thy honeyed lips, which enhances the delight of amorous indulgences, which effaces all sorrows, which is firmly kissed by the resounding flute, and which erases every other form of longing from the heart of men. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. When thou art moving about in the forests of Vrindavana during daytime, a moment seems to be like an age to us who do not see thee then. A fool indeed is the Creator who fitted these eyelids to our eyes that are anxiously looking for the sight of thy charming face, framed in curly locks. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Without caring for our husbands, sons, brothers, and other relatives, we have come to thee, O imperishable Lord, drawn by the music of thy flute, with which thou didst call us. Who else but thou, O rogue, would abandon such women as ourselves at this dead of night? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Waves and waves of hot passion surge in our mind, driving us to frenzy when we think of thy amorous conversations in privacy. Thy face, lit with a comely smile, thy glances scattering love, and thy broad chest, which is the abode of Shri. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O dear lover, thy assumption of a form is verily for the erasing of the miseries of all the inhabitants of this Gokula and of Vrindavana in particular, and generally to bring about the good of the world as a whole. How then art thou so miserly in administering that medicine, held in such abundance by thee, to cure the heart's ailments of us, who are thy own? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O dearest one, we shall hold thy tender feet only very gently and cautiously in our hard breasts. We who live only for thy sake are in extreme anguish to think that those feet, to be thus held and protected, are being painfully lacerated by walking over stones and thorns in the forest. Ata Tuatrincho Jaya, the Lord's reappearance. Sri Sukha continued, Thus, O king, did the gopis wail at the top of their voice, singing and raving in their intense longing to meet Krishna. And in their midst, Krishna now reappeared suddenly with a smiling face. He was dressed in a yellow while exhibiting a beauty of form that would have caused agitation in the mind of Cupid even. Just as a swooning man's body would revive in all its parts when the prana returns, so did all these women rise up in a body, with eyes dilated from the joy of seeing their dear one. One of them went up to Krishna and held his right palm with both her hands. Another lifted his left hand, soft and fragrant like sandalwood, and put it on her right shoulder. One received in her joined palms chewed betel rolls, from which mouth, while another held his feet and applied them to her bosom in order to get relief from the heat of separation. In a fit of anger, caused by a sense of unrequited love, one bit her lips and cast murderous glances, arching her brows. Another drank again and again, with her eyes the lotus face of the Lord, which she had looked at several times before with unwinking eyes, and yet had not attained the limit of satisfaction, even like devotees serving his feet. Someone sucked him into her heart through the orifice of her eyes, and embracing him there, entered into ecstasy like a yogi, a joy overflowing, as it were in the form of revelations all over.
The whole lot of them were recompensed by the riotous joy of having his vision, and the sorrow of separation from which they were suffering subsided, like the worries of men in deep sleep. Surrounded by them, with their sorrow dispelled, Krishna of supreme excellence and undecaying puissance shone like the Supreme Being himself, haloed by Shaktis, his powers cosmic and transcendental. Leading them all in a body, Krishna, the all-pervading being, now stepped onto the banks of the Kalindi and gleamed there where the air was charged with the fragrance of blooming jasmine and mandara flowers, and with the sound of buzzing honeybees attracted by that fragrance. Where the river deity Kalindi had, with her wavy arms, arranged delightful sand dunes with excellent sands for Krishna to sit on. where the clear moonlight of the spring season had ousted the dark forms of night, rendering the place safe to stay and attractive to see. The ache of their heart being cured by the joy of his vision, the gopis passed the bounds of thought, just like the illumined ones who go beyond the mind with the help of the Vedic revelation. To seat the one dearest to their heart, they now made a throne with a heap of their upper clothes, besmeared with the saffron powder from their breasts. Krishna, the worshipful Lord of all excellences, the Master of the worlds, who is usually supposed to have his seat in the heart of yogis, now sat on that seat made by the gopis, to be honored and worshipped by them with all offerings of love. There he sat, bearing a form that seemed to be the center of all the beauty that has been revealed anywhere in the three worlds. Fondling him, the inspirer of love, by gently stroking his hands and legs, reposing in their lap, and honoring him by words of praise and admiration, the gopis spoke to him in a tone with a touch of anger born of frustrated love, while looking archly with quivering brows. The gopis said, some love others according as they are loved in return. In contrast to this, some love even those who have no love for them. There are still others who have no love for any, neither for those who love them, nor for those who do not. Please say, who is the most virtuous among these three? Sri Bhagavan said, in the case of mutual love, that is, where love is something returned for something got, the motive on both sides is only self-interest. There is no real love or altruism. But, O pretty girls, those who love others even if they do not requite it are of two kinds. Men who are by nature kind and loving, and the men who are loving like parents. Those who do not love anyone, whether the others love them or not, are of three kinds. Atma Ramas, or those who are absorbed in the self, for whom everyone is included in the self. Aptakamas, or those who have no wants of any kind, and so need not have dealings with anyone, and the brute man, who has no gratitude or respect for elders. O friends, I, however, do not belong to any of these categories, even in regard to persons who love me. I seem to keep away without requiting their love, because it is only by so keeping away that their love will grow through constant meditation. It is like the case of a poor man who has lost all his earned wealth and therefore thinks only of what he has lost to the exclusion of all other thoughts. O gopis, it is only to strengthen the longing for me in you, who have left your name, prospects, and position in the world, left what the Vedas promise as reward in the year after for following their dictates, and left also your home and relatives for my sake, that I disappeared from your vision. It was only to serve you invisibly by hearing your prayer and seeing your actions. O dear ones, do not make it a ground of complaint against me, who am all love for you. Even by service for countless divine years, I cannot pay back to you anything equal to your glorious act of self-surrender, prompted by love, untarnished by any blemish of selfishness, and breaking the ever-powerful chain of attachment for home and worldly concerns. As I cannot pay back the debt, may your generous act be its own reward. Ata Treyas Trinshodhyaya. The Carnival of Rasa Dance. Sri Shuka said, O dear one, hearing these very pleasing words of the Lord, and having the satisfaction of the contact of his divine body, the gopis' pangs of separation were assuaged. Now Govinda, the embodiment of the teachings of the Upanishads, started the collective dance known as rasa, participated in by that large number of beautiful women who were fully resigned and joyous at heart, and who arrayed themselves with hands linked, in a manner that gave to each gopi the impression that he, Krishna, was by her side. The Lord, by his yogic power, stood between each pair of them, embracing them by their neck. Arraying all these bands of gopis in a circular formation, Krishna started the great carnival of rasa dance. Soon the sky was full of aerial cars of celestials, who, along with their wives, gathered with great eagerness to witness the rasa dance. Then kettle drums began to sound, and showers of flowers to fall from the heavens. The master musicians of the Gandharvas began to sing with their women folk songs dealing with the sanctifying excellences of Sri Krishna. The sound of clanging bangles, of anklets, and of many bells on the waist girdles of these women, in unison with the jingling of their dear ones' ornaments, filled the atmosphere of that field of rasa dance. Just like an emerald between two golden beads, Krishna shone between the gopis on both his sides. With appropriate straights of the feet and gestures of the hands, with gentle smiles and movements of their brows, with their middle regions so slender as if it would break, with their clothes over their breasts quivering, with earrings moving against the background of their perspiring cheeks, with their wearing apparels and locks dangling loose, these lady loves of Krishna, who sang loudly about his glories, looked like streaks of lightning amidst a body of dark clouds, dancing and singing loudly various tunes under the stimulation of Krishna's touch, and ever on the lookout to enhance their beloved's joy. These experts in musical tunes filled the air with their songs. Singing in chorus with Krishna, one of them produced the pure tones, unmixed, at an octave higher than his. Pleased with this, Krishna cried out words of approbation, whereupon she produced the same tune according to the time sequence known as the Dhruva Tala, drawing still more cheers from him. Another, exhausted by the dance, the bracelets on her arms, and the flower wreaths in her braids loosened, supported herself by clinging to the neck of Krishna. Another had horrid relations all over her body, as she smelt and kissed the hands of Krishna, sandal smeared and fragrant like lotus, resting on her shoulders. One of them, whose cheeks were reflecting the brilliance of her ear pendants, rocking by the movements of the dance, closely pressed a cheek of hers to Krishna's, and received from him a roll of betel crushed in his mouth. Another woman, who was vigorously dancing to the accompaniment of her own song, and the delightful sound produced by her anklets and the many bells in her girdle, now felt tired, and for relief pressed the lotus-like palms of nearby Krishna to her breasts. Having got as their husband him, the undecaying being, who is the object of Sri Devi's exclusive love, and being embraced by him by their neck, the gopis sported in great joy, singing songs on him. As the gopis danced with the Lord, their faces shone with the blue lilies in their ears, and their curls adorning the cheeks, and with the profuse perspiration born of exertion. As the flower wreaths in their braids kept falling, the buzzing honeybees thereon provided the music for the dance, while an instrumental accompaniment was provided by their own clanging bangles, anklets, and the many bells on their waistcoat. In this way, the Lord played with the gopis as a child would do with his own image in a mirror, embracing them, pressing them with hands, casting loving looks at them, kissing them, and smiling lovingly at them. O great leader of the Purus, thrilled by the bliss of contact with the Lord's body, the gopis were unaware that their flower garlands and ornaments had slipped away, and were incapable even to attend to their loosened locks and the slipping garments. Seeing these love sports of Krishna, the celestial women, observing from above, were overcome with passion, and the moon shining amidst the stars stood still in amazement. Though ever poised in the bliss of the Atman, the all-powerful Lord sported with the gopis, assuming as many replicas of his form as there were gopis. Krishna now showed his extreme consideration for them by wiping with his cooling hands the sweating faces of those women who were extremely tired by the exertion of the dance. The gopis, who were stimulated by the contact of his fingernails, and whose cheeks shone with their own luster mixed with those of their golden ear ornaments and their braided hair, honored their Lord by their glances, graced with their nectarine smiles, and by singing about his sanctifying deeds. Together with the gopis, the flower wreaths on whose bodies were all crushed by now, and whose bodies were tinged all over with the saffron powder spread from their breasts in the course of repeated embraces, the Lord, who had broken all bounds set by convention, now walked like an elephant amidst his cows towards the flowing stream to assuage the exhaustion of himself and the gopis through water sports.
Bathed in plentiful jets of water, pumped at him by those young women, casting loving looks at them and praised and worshipped with showers of flowers from above by celestials stationed in their aerial cars. He sported in the water like an elephant, while remaining unperturbed in his inherent blissful nature. Then, in the lightly wooded regions of the Yamuna banks, rendered fragrant by the pleasant breeze, conveying the scent of flowers across land and water, Krishna moved about with this bevy of gopis, pursued by swarms of honey beetles, like an elephant in rut amidst its cows. Thus, during the nights of the Sarat season, replete with all the enthralling beauties extolled in poems, Krishna, whose world is truth, sported in the assemblage of gopis. But so fully was he established in the Atman that his virility was restrained within himself. Raja said, prayed to by Brahma, the worshipful Lord, by a part of himself incarnated as Krishna in order to establish Dharma and eradicate its opposite. O Holy One, he is the maker of the moral codes, their protector as well as their teacher. How did he then commit this most atrocious sin of indulgence in sexual relationship with other people's wives? Krishna, the Lord of the Yadus, is a spiritual awakened person without any unfulfilled desire in him. How did he then indulge in this most heinous sin? O Holy One, please clear this doubt of mine. Sri Sukha said, Supermen have been found to transgress the moral code and indulge in aggressive actions. But just like fire, which can consume anything, be it dirt or poison, and yet can remain pure and unaffected, these powerful ones cannot be contaminated by any evil. But insignificant man should not imitate them in this respect, even mentally. If he behaves like that stupidly, it would be like one who is without the power of Rudra but drinks poison. Following Rudra's example, death is the sure consequence that would befall him. The teachings of great ones are true and fit to be followed by all. This is so in regard to some of their actions too. The intelligent man should follow only such of their actions as they consistent are with their teachings. For these supermen who are without the egoistic impulse, I do or I do not do, there is no self-interest. There is nothing to gain by right actions and nothing to suffer from the contrary. That being the case, even with such exalted men, it is needless to say that no good or evil can bind that egoless one. The Supreme Being, who is the ruler of all devas, man and brute creation. By the service of his lotus feet, devotees are established in joy and in freedom from bondage. So too are the knowing ones. When such spiritual personages are, through service of him, seen to go about free from attachment and bondage, how can these accrue to him who is the Supreme Lord, who has assumed a form of his own free will for the good of the world? The one spirit that pervades the soul of these gopis, their husbands, and all other beings, that universal witness has assumed the form of Krishna for the sake of sport. For the all-pervading being, where is the distinction between oneself and another? And how can any good or evil therefore accrue to him? For the blessings of all beings, he assumes a human body and sports in ways that are suitable to fulfill this purpose, as also to draw towards himself even persons who are not spiritually inclined through hearing accounts of these sportive activities. Owing to Krishna's mysterious power, the Gopas felt that their women were with them all the while and had no ground to feel any ill will to Krishna. Towards early morning, when the Brahma Muhurta had begun, the Gopis, persuaded by Krishna, their beloved, and congratulated by them, went back home unwillingly. Whoever hears or recites again and again the account of Krishna's amorous dalliances with the gopis with deep faith in the divinity of Krishna, the faith that he is Mahavishnu, the Supreme Being, attains to the highest devotion to the Lord. and in the course of the development of devotion, he quickly overcomes lust, the universal heart disease of mankind. Ata Chatur Shidra Sho Adhyaya. Salvation of Sudarshana and Skandachunda. Sri Sukha said, once during a festive season, the Gopas went in great excitement to a place of pilgrimage known as Ambika Vana, in their chariots drawn by oxen. O king, there, after bathing in the Saraswati, they offered devout worship to Sri Parameshwara and Parvati with ingredients like flour, sandal paste, and food offerings. They gave as presents to holy men cows, gold, cloth, and sweetened rice and honey, so that the Supreme Being might be gracious to them. Revered persons like Nanda and Sunanda spent that night on the banks of the Yamuna, observing sacred vows and fasting for the day, taking in nothing but water. While Nanda was sleeping there at night, a python under the grip of terrific hunger happened to come that way by chance and get hold of him. Nanda thereupon cried out loud, O Krishna, O Krishna, a huge serpent is swallowing me. O dear one, save me who has taken shelter in you. His cries roused the Gopas from the sleep, and they were shocked to see Nanda in the grip of the python. They began to scourge it with fire brands to get him released. In spite of being scorched that way, the serpent would not release Nanda. Now the Lord arrived at the spot and touched the serpent with his feet. Freed from his sins by the contact of the holy feet of the Lord, the serpent abandoned the reptile body and assumed the form of a Vidyadhara, which by its beauty drew the admiration and adoration of all celestials of that crew. The Vidyadhara, bedecked with golden necklaces and endowed with divine beauty, now stood before Krishna after making due prostrations. Krishna asked him, How are you possessed of such great beauty and brilliance? How was this detestable snake body imposed upon you? The erstwhile serpent said, I was a Vidyadhara named Sudarshana, noted for my wealth and beauty, and I could travel anywhere I pleased in my aerial car. Proud of my beauty, I once ridiculed the rishis known as Angiras, who had ungraceful forms. My evil nature called forth from those rishis a curse by which I was condemned to have this form of a snake. The curse of these merciful sages has proved a real blessing to me, for it was that which brought me the blessings of contact with thy feet, the teacher of the worlds, and which has erased my sins. Of thee, who affordest a protection from the fear of samsara to all those who seek refuge at thy feet, I now beseech leave to return to my heavenly abode. O Master Yogin, O Supreme Being, O Protector of devotees, I seek refuge in thee. Give thy permission for me to depart. O undecaying being, by seeing thee I have been freed from the curse of the holy man. By uttering thy name only, a man purifies himself and those who hear the utterance of it. What wonder is there in what wonder is there then in the contact with thy feet purifying me? Being permitted by Krishna and after circumambulating him, Sudarshana went to his heavenly abode, and Nanda was saved from a great peril. The inhabitants of Raja were all astonished to hear about Krishna's prowess. They, O king, now completed the observance of their vows at that pilgrim center and returned to Gokula, speaking again and again among themselves about the astonishing events of the day. Once Krishna, along with Rama, was sporting in the forest with gopis. In the early part of the night, surrounded by a host of singing gopis, well dressed, well decorated, and love stricken, and amidst surrounding characterized by the night of the rising moon and stars, by the host of honey beetles gathering under the intoxication of sweet smelling flowers, and by the cool breeze laden with the fragrance of lotus flowers. They both played on the flute in notes high and low, generating a blissful experience to the ears of all. Absorbed in that music, the gopis forgot their bodies and were not aware that their clothes were loosening and the flower wreaths in their braids were falling. When they were thus singing and sporting with the intoxication of joy, a prominent officer of Kubera, known as Sankachuda, happened to go that way. In the very presence of Rama and Krishna, these women, who had them as their protector, were carried away by Sankachuda in a northerly direction, the women wailing all the while, hearing their dear ones wailing like a cow in the grasp of a tiger. Both Rama and Krishna ran after Sankachuda, the two mighty brothers responding to the wailing women through shouts, offering protection, and armed with sala trees, soon reached the proximity of fast-running Kuyaka. Thereupon the stupid Sankachuda, seeing them both approaching like the all-consuming spirit of time and death, abandoned the women and fled for his own life. Wherever he ran, Krishna followed him intent on taking off his crest jewel, while Balarama stood at the spot to protect the women. Though all-pervading by nature, Krishna manifestly approached him and removed with his hand the evil Sankachuda's head, along with the crest jewel on it. After destroying Sankachuda in this way, he presented the crest jewel to his own brother Rama in the presence of all the gopis. Atha Panchavi Panchatrishod Adhyaya. Sri Sukha said, whenever Krishna went to the forest during the day to tend cattle, the gopis spent their time in great sorrow, singing about his sportive activities. The gopis said, O gopis, when Krishna sounds his flute, applying his lips to it, with his left cheek resting on his left shoulder, with his comely fingers moving along its 7 sound-regulating holes, and with his eyebrows throbbing, then do the wives of the Siddhas, who hear the music while going with their husbands in aerial cars, feel astounded, and though bashful, become so overwhelmed with amorous sentiments as to forget that their wearing clothes are slipping down.
O girls, hear this wonderful news. When Krishna, the son of Nanda, and the eraser of the miseries of the afflicted, stands sounding his flute, with his smile illumining the necklaces on his chest, where Sri Devi dwells like a streak of lightning. There these cows, bulls, and other animals of Gokula gather in crowds, attracted by the sounds of his flute, and stand absolutely still with ears uplifted and mouths holding half-chewed grass, as if they are dead bodies or paintings on a piece of canvas. O friend, when Krishna, along with Rama, puts on a restless garb consisting of peacock plumes, mineral paints, and the wreaths of tender leaves, and stands amidst the gopas and calls aloud the cows with the note of his flute. Then the river, as if desiring the contact of the dust of his feet blown about by the breeze, slackens her speed, incapable of going away even, like us unfortunate folk, till she finally comes to an absolute standstill after a short period of movements with her wavy arms. When Krishna, surrounded by followers singing panegyrics in praise of him and revealing his undecaying splendor like that of the Supreme Being, moves in the forest, calling through the sound of his flute the cows that are wandering in the valleys. Then the forest trees and creepers are seen bending their heads as if in salutation, with a full load of flowers and fruits, and seem to recognize the divinity of Krishna by the horripilations of tender leaves on them and the showering of sweet flower nectar. When Krishna, adorned by the attractive tilaka, begins to respond with his flute to the loud music of humming and inebriated honeybees that are drawn in large numbers by the fragrance of the tulasi leaves, of which flower wreath, then to the water birds like sarasa, hamsa, and the like gather, attracted by the music of the flute, and stand by his side like self-controlled sages, silent, with eyes closed, as if contemplating on the Lord. O women of Braja, when Krishna and Balarama, wearing floral decorations around their ears and presenting the very picture of delight, station themselves in mountain valleys and begin to enthrall the world by the music of the flute, then the clouds, afraid of overstepping the great ones, stop in their courses and convert their thunder into murmuring reverberations and shower drops of rain like flowers on their dear friend Krishna. Friend because both alike are bluish in complexion, and because both assuage the affliction of others, and by their shadow hold an umbrella over them. O Mother Yashoda, when your son Krishna, master of various physical feats common among the Gopas, and a self-taught expert at flute, applies his lips to the flute, produces the various musical swaras, then, hearing that music with variations like mandra, madhyama, and tara, even leading celestials like Indra, Parameshwara, and Brahma, bend their heads in humility and in astonishment at the exquisiteness of that music. When he moves about in Braja, removing the distress of his grounds arising from the impact of the hooves of cows, by himself treading over it like a lordly elephant, with his feet bearing the auspicious marks of the flag, thunderbolt, lotus, and hook, then we, watching him with expectant eyes and hearts moved by powerful, amorous sentiments, stand still like trees, unconscious of our loosening braids and clothes. When Krishna, bedecked with his favorite wreath of fragrant tulasi leaves, sounds his flute while counting the cattle with beads, resting one of his hands on the shoulder of a Gopa boy. Then the doves, the wives of the black deer, deceived by the music of the flute, approach him, the center of abounding virtues, like the Gopikas themselves, forgetting their homes and all its affairs. O holy Lady Yashoda, when your son Krishna, decorated beautifully with garlands of kunda flowers and surrounded by cows and Gopa boys, spots on the banks of the Yamuna, giving great joy to his devotees. Then the cool breeze, hearing the perfume of sandal blows, gently serving the Lord. The Vidyaharas, playing the part of his Penicharas, adore him with music, then flowers, and other offerings. Here comes at eventide the Devaki-born moon of a Krishna, having collected all the cattle of Vraja, to whom he is dear because of his protecting them from rain by holding up the mountain, wearing garlands covered with the dust of the hooves of cattle. He looks a little tired, but nonetheless he delights the eyes of the onlookers and comes to fulfill the prayers of his devotees. With a bright look, sporting a floral wreath and gladdening his friends, here comes Krishna, the leader of the Yadu clan. Like a moon assuaging the day-long heat of separation of the inhabitants of Braja, his eyes rolling in a slight intoxication of bliss, his face flushed like a patara fruit, his cheeks shining with the luster of the golden earrings, and his gait resembling that of a lordly elephant. Sri Sukha said, O king, in this way, even in the daytime, the navel-souled gopis rejoice to themselves, singing of Krishna's glorious sports, with their minds absorbed in him and in the bliss produced thereby. Atha Shatrinshodhyaya. Kamsa's final resolution to destroy Krishna. Skanda 10, chapter 36. Sri Sukha said, now there came into Gokula an ox demon called Arista, with a huge hump and a very big body, causing tremors on the earth riven by the furrows formed by his hooves. Wildly bellowing, scouring the earth with his legs, lifting his tail, removing chunks of earth from mountain sides with his horns. The demon Arista arrived in Gokula, excreting urine and dung a little here and a little there, and gazing with fixed eyes, he arrived at Gokula, frightened by his fierce bellowings. Pregnant cows and women had abortions and premature deliveries. Clouds rested on his humps, mistaking it for a mountain. Seeing his fierce and sharp horns, the Gopas and the Gopis trembled in fear, while the cattle scared and fled away from the cow pens. Calling aloud Krishna, the master of Gokula, they all took shelter in him, and the Lord, seeing the whole of Gokula running helter-skelter out of fear, called out to them to be at peace. He challenged the ox demon for a fight and said, O fool, O sinful one, of what avail is your frightening the Gopas and the cows? Here am I to put down the pride and power of evil ones like you. Saying so, Hari provoked the demon with a club of arms and stood there with one hand resting on the shoulder of a friend. Roused to anger thereby, Arishta rushed at Krishna, tearing the earth with his hooves and stirring the clouds by his uplifted tail. Like Indra's Raja weapon, the Sura charged, lifting forward his hooves and casting a downward look at the Lord with his unmoving and bloodshot eyes. Like an elephant confronting another elephant, the Lord caught hold of the ox demon by his horns, and with one push sent him 18 feet back. The demon, thus pushed back by the Lord, soon got up and made a fierce and high-speed charge, aspiring and exhaling long breaths. The Lord caught the charging demon by the horns, and throwing him on the ground, squeezed him with his feet like a wet cloth. Then he pulled out his horns and killed him with a few strokes with them. Vomiting blood, evacuating, kicking his legs, and gazing with unsteady eyes, the demon departed to death's abode in great agony. At this, the Devas showered flowers and sang the praise of Hari, the destroyer of the troubles and tribulations of the devotees. Destroying the ox demon thus, the Lord entered the settlement of the cowherds along with Bala, praised by the Gopas, and providing a feast to the eyes of the Gopis.
After the destruction of Arishta by Krishna of astounding deeds, then the Devarshi Narada one day said as follows to Kamsa: Know that the girl popularly known as the eighth child of Devaki is really the daughter of Yashoda, and that Krishna, who passes for Yashoda's son, is really Devaki's son. And Rama, generally taken as Nanda's son, is really the son of Rohini by Vasudeva. They have only been entrusted to Nanda for fear of you. It is they who have killed so many of your men. Hearing this, Kamsa became furious with rage. He took up his sword to kill Vasudeva, but was restrained by Narada, knowing that the son of Vasudeva would be the cause of his death. Kamsa, After the departure of the Devarshi, had Vasudeva and his wife chained with iron fetters. Then he called Kesi and commissioned him to go and kill Krishna and Rama. After that, he called together his advisers like Mushtika, Nura, Sala, Toshala, and others as also the masters of his elephant stable and said, Now, O valiant wrestlers, Chanura, Mushtika, and others, hear this news. I understand that in the cowherd settlement of Nanda, the two sons of Vasudeva, named Rama and Krishna, are dwelling, and that I shall be meeting my death at their hands. We shall get this Rama and Krishna here and kill them in a wrestling match with you in the amphitheater for wrestling matches. Order galleries to be set up. Let all the inhabitants of the city and the villages have the benefit of enjoying the wrestling match. Oh, my dear chief of the elephant stables, you station the elephant Kuvala at the gate of the theatre and induce the elephant to destroy my enemies. Let a bow worship be ceremonially inaugurated on the 14th lunar day, sacred to Shiva, and let offerable animals be sacrificed in honor of Pushapati, the ready bestower of boons. Kamsha, who knew only the science of diplomacy, next called Akrura, a leader of the Yadu clan, and clasping his hands said to him as follows, O Akrura, dear, you have to do for me something which only a close friend can do. I do not find among the Bhojas and Brishnis anyone to match you in true humility and generosity. O gentle one, just as Indra, the Lord of the worlds, achieved his ends by depending on Vishnu, so I depend on you for a great achievement. Please go to the cowshed settlement of Nanda, where Rama and Krishna, the sons of Vasudeva, are staying. You have to bring them here in this chariot without delay. With the support of Mahavishnu, the Devas have devised a plan for my death through the agency of Rama and Krishna. You are to bring these two here along with Nanda and the Gopas, carrying their tributes to me. When they arrive here, I shall have them killed by my elephant Kuvalapyapida, the very picture of death. If they escape from the elephant, I shall arrange wrestlers resembling lightning in power and rapidity of movement to kill them. After they are killed, it is easy to destroy their afflicted friends and relatives. All the important Yadavas and Rishnis, like Vasudeva and the rest. I shall then easily kill Ugrasena, my father, who though old still hankers after the kingdom, as also his brother Devaka and others who are opposed to me. My friend, if this is done, this land will be rid of enemies. If, and even if there remain any, they will not bother me, as I have the support of my father-in-law, Charasanda, and friend Vivida. Besides, Sambara, Naraka, Bana, and several others are my dear friends. With their help, I can destroy all the kings who are on the side of the Devas and enjoy this earth. You now understand the situation. You have therefore to go soon and fetch the boys, Rama and Krishna, to participate in the Dhanur Yajna, to be held soon and to see the great sights of the city of Mathura. O King, Your resolution to save yourself from death is certainly in order, but you have to be even-minded in success and failure. For it is the unseen divine agency that awards the fruits of all actions. Men often plan without taking the divine well into consideration. When the results are favorable, they rejoice, and they are sorrow-stricken when they are unfavorable. Yet I shall carry out your command. Having ordered Akrura and his other advisers thus, Kamsa left for his palace. Akrura too went home. Ata Sapta Trimsho Dhyaya. Sri Sukha said, then came Kasi, an envoy of Kamsa, in the form of a huge and very fast horse, following the earth with his hoofs, shattering the clouds by his mane, and terrifying everyone by his fierce neighing. With his eyes wide open, mouth resembling a capacious cave, neck massive, complexion blue like a rain-bearing cloud, and mind full of evil, the Asura, intent on pleasing Kamsa, approached, sending into shivers the cowherd settlement of Nanda. The Asura, who was thus frightening all in the Gokula with his roar, driving away the clouds by the waving of his tail, and searching everywhere for his enemy, was now confronted by the Lord who appeared before him and beckoned him. The Asura retorted with a wild challenging neigh. Seeing the Lord in front, he charged at Krishna with his huge mouth so wide open that it looked as if he was going to swallow the skies. Angry and formidable, he powerfully kicked the Lord with his two hind legs. Evading his kick, the Lord, roused to anger, caught hold of him by his raised leg and whirling him round and round, threw him contemptuously 100 yards away, as Garuda does with a serpent, and waited. Regaining consciousness, the Asura charged at Krishna again with his mouth wide open. With a smiling face, the Lord thereupon thrust his left arm into his mouth fearlessly as a snake thrusts itself into its hole. Kesi's teeth, with which he tried to bite the Lord's arm, fell out as on contact with red-hot iron. The arm of the Lord that was thrust into him now grew in size like a neglected disease. Kesi was choked to death by that swelling arm of Krishna. Suffocated thus, he writhed, striking the ground with his leg, and fell down, perspiring, evacuating, and shooting out his eyes. Drawing out his arm from the dead Asura's mouth, split like a karkatika fruit, Krishna stood there without the least pride in having killed the demon with such ease. The astonished celestials rained flowers upon him from above. O king, there came now Devarshi Narada, who met in private the Lord of effortless achievements and said to him as follows: O Krishna, Krishna, O thou the Supreme Lord, immeasurable in nature and inconceivable in might, manifest as the leader of the Sattvatas, director of all and indweller in everything. Thou art the one spirit within all, like the one fire indwelling all fuel. Thou art the unseen, the indweller in the heart as the witness. Thou art the great being and the Lord of all. Thou, whose world ever comes true, projectest, sustainest, and withdrawest this Prakriti with his three gunas by thy Maya. thy mysterious power. In all this, thou art absolutely free from dependence on anyone or anything else. Thou hast now incarnated thyself to erase the menace of asuras and demoniac beings' human form and to protect the bounds of moral law. It is a fortunate circumstance that thou hast, as in play, killed this horse demon, whose neighing used to terrify even the celestials in their heavenly abode. I shall be witnessing by the day after tomorrow, Chanura, Mushtika, and the other wrestlers, as well as Kamsha and the elephant Kuvalayapida, meeting with their death at thy hands. Sometime after that, I shall be witnessing also the death of the Panchajana, Yavana, Mura, Narakasura, and others. I shall also be seeing thy securing the Parijata by force after defeating Indra. O Lord of all, I shall see thy marriage with the daughters of several heroic persons, after paying the bridal money of valorous deeds, and also the salvation of Nriga, who would be under a curse in the form of a chameleon in Dwarka. I shall be witnessing thy acceptance of Jambavati as wife along with the jewel Swayamantaka, and thy bringing of the Brahmanas' dead children from Vaikunta. After that, I shall witness the destruction of Paundraka, the burning of the city of Kasi, and the killing of the Dantavaktra, and the destruction of Sisupala in the great sacrificial festival of the Pandavas. Whatever great deeds of a song-worthy nature thou wilt be performing during thy stay in Dwarka, those also I shall be witnessing. Afterwards, I shall see thee, the spirit of time, in the form of Arjuna's charioteer, who, desirous of reducing the burden of the earth, wilt indirectly bring about the destruction of huge armies of men on the sides of Kauravas and the Pandavas. I seek shelter in thee, who art the concentrated essence of pure consciousness, who, being established in thy own all-inclusive self, has nothing external to gain, and who by his spiritual glory ever transcendent involvement in Maya's process of becoming. My salutations to thee, the Lord of all, the self-sufficient, one who has now embodied himself in a human form as the leader of the Yadava clans for the fulfillment of his divine sport. Sri Sukha said, having praised the Lord in this way, the supreme devotee Narada made prostrations to him, and permitted by him departed highly elated at having seen him. The Lord continued to tend the cattle along with the Gopas, who were highly jubilant over the destruction of Kesi in a fight.
Once, Krishna with the Gopa boys, while tending cattle on the mountain slope, organized a hide-and-seek game in which some acted as cow keepers and others as cattle lifters. O king, some impersonated as keepers, some as animals, and still others as thieves. An asura named Vyoma, the son of Maya, who had great magical powers, came there assuming the form of a Gopa and stole away many Gopa boys who were playing the part of goats and other animals. The asura took them one by one and shut them up in mountain caves. Only 5 or 6 Gopas were left outside. Coming to know of his misdeed, Krishna the shelter of the pious, caught hold of the Asura in the act of taking away the gopas, as a lion would do a jackal. The powerful Asura now resumed his real form as huge as a mountain, and tried his best to get out of the clutches of Krishna, but could not. Krishna threw him on the ground and, witnessed by the Devas, killed him by suffocating, as animals are done to death in a yajna. He then released the gopas by breaking open the seal of the cave, and, amidst the praise of the Devas and the gopas, returned to his home in Gokula. Skanda 10, chapter 38, Akrura's trip to Gokula. Sri Sukha said, commissioned by Kamsa, Akrura spent that night at Mathura in great expectation and started for Nanda's Gokula in the early morning. The high-souled Akrura, while on the way to Gokula, had a great upsurge of devotion to the Supreme Lotus-eyed Lord, and thought thus, what pious works must I have performed? What tapas must I have done? What great charity to deserving persons must I have made that I shall be having the good fortune of seeing Kesava today? Just as a man of low culture is not fit to utter the Veda, so to me, a worldly-minded man, the sight of the Lord is impossible. But no, no, even a degenerate fellow like me is going to have a view of him today. Among the large number of people flowing down the stream of time, some fortunate ones may be able to go across the current to the other shore through some unexpected help. Like that, the grace of the Lord makes even the impossible possible. Today, all my sins have been dispelled, and my birth in this world has attained its fulfillment. For I shall soon be prostrating actually at the lotus feet of the Lord, on which great yogis can only meditate upon. Today, even Kamsa, unknown to generosity, has done me a very great good, for it is commissioned by him that I shall be getting an opportunity to prostrate at the feet of Sri Hari incarnate, by the light of whose toenails great men in the past have transcended the darkness of ignorance in their hearts. Those holy feet have been worshipped by divinities like Brahma and Maheshwara, as also by the divine Sri Devi, the great sages and all devotees. With those very feet marked with the saffron from the breast of the gopis, he is now treading the forest of the Vrindavana, along with the companions in the evocation of tending cattle. Soon I shall see today the face of Krishna framed by frontal locks and possessed of handsome cheeks, nose, smiling looks, and eyes resembling red lotuses. For there are deer circumambulating me, a sure sign of the good that shall befall me. Indeed, my eyes shall not fail to attain their fulfillment even now, if they will be able to see that human form of Vishnu, the center of abounding beauty, adopted at his own will for the mitigation of the burdens that the earth has been bearing. He who, being without any egoistic sense, is but the uninvolved witness of this universe of cause and effect, and who by his own light of knowledge has dispelled the darkness of ignorance and its attendant experience of duality. Even he has by his will brought into existence in his being an embodied form that looks human and is seen at the foot of the trees and in the houses of the Gopikas of Vrindavana. Words and works devoted to the description of his sanctifying and auspicious excellences and sportive activities in his incarnations enlighten, purify, and energize the whole world. All literature devoid of them are like decorations on a corpse. He is now born in the clan of the Sattvatas for furthering the cause of the Devas, whom he has appointed to administer the laws he has laid down for the good of the world. He stays now in the cowherd settlement with the Gopas, performing deeds that enhance his glory, and the Devas are even now singing about that glory of his. The fact that I am nowadays seeing auspicious sights at dawn indicates that I shall today see him who is the one joy giver and enlightener of the universe, the one worthy of seeing, for all endowed with eyes, the one center of all the aspirations of Sri Devi, and the one person who is the refuge and teacher of all holy men. Immediately at the sight of Rama and Krishna, I shall jump down from the chariot and prostrate in truth and in reality at their feet, which yogis can only meditate upon in their mind. I shall also bow down before their pastoral comrades. Would not the Infinite One place on my hand, lying prostrate at his feet, those blessed hands that give refuge to all those who run to him out of fear of the speed with which the serpent of time is approaching them? By placing some little offering in those hands, Indra and also Mahabali attain to the lordship of all the three worlds, and the gopis of Vrindavana felt free from weariness and attain to the highest bliss by those blessed hands, fragrant like the Salgandika flower, being placed on their bodies at the time of the Rasa dance. Though I am a messenger sent by Kamsa, the Lord who is all-seeing will not certainly consider me with an inimical eye. For he, who is the indweller in all, sees everything within or without by his penetrative insight. I shall certainly attain to supreme bliss if he but casts his smiling looks at me, showering a rain of ambrosia on me, lying flat at his feet. All my sins being thus dispelled, I shall be free from all doubts and be established in a state of perpetual joy. My body will become a center of holiness, and my bondage of karma will be destroyed when his powerful arms bind me in embrace, his dearest friend, kinsman, and wholehearted devotee. My birth as a human being would become worthwhile and significant on his addressing me, saying, "O Akrura," when I stand before him, humbly bowing down and saluting after he has thus embraced me. To none is he particularly dear and friendly, nor is anyone the object of his enmity or cold indifference. But still, he blesses devotees appropriate to the manner in which they worship him, just as the heavenly kalpaka tree yields all their wants to those who rest under it. Balarama too would smilingly embrace me, and taking my hands held in salutation, he would lead me into the house and entertain me, and ask what Kamsa was planning and plotting against his clansmen. Sri Sukha said, lost in such reveries about Krishna, Akrura, the son of Swahalka, travelled mechanically and found himself at Gokula when the sun was about to set. He now began to see here and there in the precincts of that cowherd settlement the footprints of the holy feet of Krishna, the feet that received the obeisance of the crowned heads of all divinities and are distinguished by the holy marks of lotus, grain, and hook. Highly excited at the sight of these footprints, all the hair on his body stood on end, and tears flowed in torrents from his eyes as an outburst of devotional feeling. He jumped out of his chariot, exclaiming, here is the foot dust of my Lord, here is the foot dust of my Lord, and began to roll in that holy dust. What happened thus to Akrura? In the course of his conveying the message of Kamsa, namely, the attainment of that divine state of devotional inebriation at the very sight of the Lord's holy emblems, or the hearing of his divine names to the utter effacement of all insincerity, fear, and sorrow. That, indeed, is the highest attainment of any human being. He saw Rama and Krishna standing at the milking yard, wearing the blue and yellow clothes and having eyes that were as attractive as the petals of the lotus in the Sarat season. Akrura saw Krishna and Rama still boyish in age, blue and fair in complexion, the abode of Shri, possessing powerful arms, endowed with pleasant faces, and prepossessing beauty, and charged with the combative spirit of young elephants. He saw Rama and Krishna, whose footprints, with the marks of flag, thunderbolt, hook, lotus, and the like, added to the splendor of Raja, who were magnanimous in spirit, and whose looks and smiles scattered love and sympathy all round. Decorated with pearls, necklaces, and floral wreaths, and dressed in fresh clothes and besmeared with fragrant sandal paste after their evening bath, he found them sublime and attractive in their playful movements. He saw Rama and Krishna as the incarnate Lord, the embodiment of Pradhana and Purusha, the original being, the cause and the master of all, come for the good of the world. He saw them, O king, as two mountains of emerald and silver lined with gold, illumining the quarters with their divine luster.
On seeing them, Akrura jumped down from his chariot, owing to the upsurge of devotion, and threw himself like a log at the feet of Rama and Krishna, with eyes flooded by profuse tears and body covered with horripilations. Out of excitement, he could not even announce his own name. The Lord, the lover of his devotees, who understood the cause of Akrura's visit, drew him towards him and embraced him with his arms that bore the marks made by his discus Sudarshana. Balarama also embraced the prostrating Akrura and holding him by hand, led him along with his brother into their house. Extending him a warm welcome, they seated him on an elevated seat, washed his feet, and offered him madhu parka made of honey, clarified butter, and curds. A cow was presented to the guest, whose weary limbs were massaged by the Lord. Next, he was served with food consisting of many savory items. After he was refreshed, Rama, who was an expert in rules of conduct and hospitality, pleased him immensely by offering him betel leaves, sandal paste, and wreaths of sweet smelling flowers. After every hospitality was done to him, Nanda addressed him thus: O distinguished member of the Yadu clan, as long as cruel Kamsa is there, how do you Yadavas get on? Your life must necessarily be like that of sheep under the protection of a butcher. What inquiry shall I make of the welfare of the subjects of a cruel king like Kamsa, whose pleasure consists in killing others, who mercilessly slaughtered the infants of his own weeping sister? Being welcomed with such pleasing words by Nanda, Akrura felt much relieved from the fatigue of the journey. Atai Kona Chatwa Rinsho Tyaya. Depart. Sri Suka said, when he was thus welcomed by Rama and Krishna and seated comfortably on a sofa, Akrura felt that all his reveries on the way had now come true. What is there unattainable to one whom the Lord, the abode of Shri, is gracious? But, O king, devotees crave for no benefits. After supper, the Lord conversed with Akrura on the condition of his clansmen, the Yadavas, under Kamsa, and about the matters concerning his mission. The Lord said, O dear friend, I hope your journey was pleasant. Are all our kinsmen doing well? When our reputed uncle Kamsa, the canker of our family, is there, what point is there in asking about the welfare of persons who are his subjects and relatives? Alas, because of us, our respected parents have had to stand a great many trials. They had to witness the death of their children and also suffer imprisonment. O dear one, it is indeed fortunate that my long cherished desire of meeting you, my kinsman, has been fulfilled. I would now like to hear what exactly it is that brings you here now. Sri Suka said, thus questioned by the Lord, Akrura, a scion of Madhu's family, narrated all about Kamsa's antagonism towards the Yadus and of his attempt to kill Vasudeva. He informed Krishna all about the object with which Kamsa had sent him on this mission, as also of Narada's informing Kamsa that he was really the son of Vasudeva and not of Nanda. Hearing Akrura's words, Rama and Krishna, the dauntless destroyers of all foemen, laughed and informed their father of the order of the king, and they should all attend the Bow festival at his palace. And Nanda at once ordered the Gopas to collect milk and milk products and other objects of presentation to the king, and to harness their carts for the journey. He said, we shall start tomorrow to the city of Mathura. We shall present to the king all our milk products. We shall see the great sacrificial festival of bow worship. It seems it will be attended by the whole country. Nanda caused this information to be announced all over his cowherd settlement by the village watchmen, by beat of drums. The gopis, to whom Krishna was the very life breath, were overwhelmed with with grief to hear that Akrura had come to take Rama and Krishna to Mathura. Pale with grief, some of them sighed, while some others knew not that their braids, clothes, and bracelets were falling. Others fell into such deep meditation on him that all the movements of their senses and mind became still, and they forgot their very bodies, like sages intuiting the Atman in Samadhi. Others fainted, thinking of the heart-stimulating speech of Hari in choice figurative words uttered with intense love and accompanied by his sweet smile. The Gopikas, whose minds were absorbed in Krishna, became frightened and sorrow-stricken from the thought of impending separation from him, on whose charming gait, loving smile, captivating looks, consoling humor, and noble deeds they ruminated over and over again. They gathered together and, with tears in their eyes, began to speak as follows. The gopis said, "Alas, O Creator, hast thou not got even an atom of mercy that thou forgest bonds of friendship and love between living beings, and then separatest them before they have enjoyed the fruits of that friendship and love? Thy actions look like infantile play without any purpose. Having shown us the face of Krishna, encircled by curly locks, endowed with handsome cheeks and a high nose, and beautified by a sorrow-effacing smile, bringing joy and courage to all, it is indeed high-handed on thy part to withdraw it from our vision by separating him from us. Thou, an extremely cruel one, hast come in the guise of a man named Akrura, literally not cruel, and art, alas, depriving us of the eye that thou thyself hast given us, pretending not to know anything about this atrocity. For we have seen with these eyes, even in a few of the features of Krishna, the entirety of beauty that thy creative skill is capable of. When he is away, of what use is this eyesight to us? It is as good as gone. It is a thousand pities that Krishna, the son of Nanda, does not see how afflicted we are by this, his act of neglect. We, who have abandoned our homes, relatives, sons, and husbands to become his handmaids, in truth and in reality. Surely his affections are short-lived, and he must be after novelty in love. The wishes of the woman of the city of Mathura are going to be fulfilled, and this night shall be the herald of a really good morning for them. For tomorrow the Lord of Gokula will be entering their city, when they shall be able to imbibe through their eyes a heavy draught from the cup of his face filled with the wine of his smile, enhanced in its potency by his sidelong glances. Krishna may be a person of great nobility of mind, and may have great affection for his parents, but these in themselves will not be able to bring him back to Gokula, much less to us, mere country-bred girls. For Krishna's mind will be stolen away and held captive by the sweet, honey-dripping conversations of the city-bred women of Mathura, as also by their bashful looks and amorous movements. Surely, tomorrow shall witness a great festival for the eyes of the different clans of the Yadavas of Mathura, as also for the passers-by, who shall be seeing the face of Krishna, the son of Devaki, and the consort of Shri. How is it that such a name as Akrura is given to this man who has no trace of kindness in him, for he has no hesitation to do so heinous an act as taking away Krishna, the one dearer to us than life, to a distant place without even a word of consolation or hope to us who are drowned in grief and despair. Now Krishna, the hard-hearted, has got into the chariot. Following him, all these haughty fellows of Gopas, too, are hastening to start in their carts. The elders of the clan are watching unconcerned. This is a bad time for us, and even God seems to have turned against us. We shall go and obstruct Krishna's departure by force. What more steps can the elders of our families take against us, who are already thrown to the depths of sorrow and suffering by the threat of fate to deprive us of the company of Krishna, which it is difficult for us even for a minute to abandon? How are we to overcome the endless and excruciating sorrow of separation from him that we are now in for? We who lost the sense of time to such an extent as to experience as 1 second the many nights we spend in Krishna's company in the rasa mead, thrilled as we were by his loving looks, sweet smile, attractive speech, playful glances, and warm embraces. He verily steals our minds by his glances accompanied by smiles when he enters Vraja at sunset, surrounded by his brother and Gopa companions, and having his frontal locks all bathed in dust, raised by the hooves of cattle, and sounding his flute. How can we live without him? Sri Suka said. Thus the women of Vraja, suffering from excruciating pangs of the prospective separation from Krishna, and having their minds absorbed in him, lost all hesitation arising from modesty, and began to cry aloud, saying, "Oh, our Govinda! Oh, our Damodara! Oh, our Madhava!" and so on. The night passed with the woman of Raja crying like this. When it was daybreak, Akrura, after his morning prayers, started his chariot with Krishna and Rama seated within. He was followed by Nanda and his Gopas in carts laden with potfuls of curds and other objects for presentation. The gopis, who followed their dear Krishna, felt a little consoled and encouraged when Krishna turned to look at them and smiled. They stopped the chariot and waited for a message from him. Seeing the gopis disconsolate at his departure, Krishna comforted them, telling them very lovingly that he would return soon. They remained where they were, motionless like pictures drawn on canvas, viewing the departing Krishna and mentally absorbing in pursuing his chariot until the flag of his chariot disappeared from sight and the dust raised by it was no longer visible. Now, giving up all hopes of Krishna's immediate return, they went back home, singing about the sportive actions of their dear Krishna. They spent days and nights, their sorrow assuaged a little by absorption in his thought.
O king, the Lord with Rama and Akrura, travelling in that very fast chariot, soon reached the banks of the sacred Kalindi, the destroyer of the sins of those who bathe in it. There, washing hands and feet, they quenched their thirst, drinking the pure crystalline waters of the river. Then Rama and Krishna came back and seated themselves in the chariot, which was parked in a shady grove. Akrura, after escorting Rama and Krishna to the chariot, went with their permission to have a ceremonial bath at the sacred bathing
Ghat on the Yamuna. As Akrura submerged himself in the water and began repeating the Gayatri mantra, he saw Rama and Krishna within the water. How could these sons of Vasudeva, who are seated in the chariot, appear in the water of Kalindi? Have they then left their chariots? Thinking thus, he surfaced from the water and looked at the chariot for corroboration. But he found them seated in the chariot as before. Now thinking that his throw in the water was illusory, submerged himself in it once again. There he saw again the divine vision of the Lord. He saw the great serpent, Adishesha, being saluted and prayed to by hosts of various celestials and divinities. He saw the divine serpent having 1,000 heads and 1,000 diademed hoods, wearing a blue cloth, white like the filament within the lotus stalk, and resembling a white mountain with many peaks. He saw seated on the serpent bed the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu, deep blue in complexion, wearing a yellow silk garment and having 4 arms and eyes, crimson like a lotus flower, the very picture of serenity. He saw him with a face calm and bewitchingly attractive by its sweet smile and looks, by its expressive brows and high nose, and by its comely ears, cheeks, and lips. He had arms long and stout, shoulders high, chest illumined by Shri, neck deeply like a conch, navel wide and deep, and abdomen marked by 3 folds and thin like a leaf. His waist and hips were massive, his thighs were thick and tapering like an elephant's trunk, and his knees and ankles were well formed and handsome. His lotus feet, with their petals of shapely toes, were illumined by the sheen of their red tinned nails and raised anklets. His ornaments consisted of a diadem, armlets, and bracelets, all studded with sparkling precious gems, besides the sacred thread and the shining necklace, anklets, and earrings. In one of his hands he held the plain lotus, while in the other he sported the conch, discus, and mace. His chest was illumined by the auspicious mark Shrivasta, a brilliant neck jewel Kaustubha, and a floral wreath. He was being praised through separate hymns with divergent meanings by different classes of devotees, by his attendants like Sunanda and Nanda, by Sanaka and other sages, by divinities like Brahma and Rudra, and by the 9 Brahmanas sages, and by great Bhagavatottamas like Prahlada, Narada, Vasu, and others. He was being adored by deities like Shri, Pushti, Saraswati, Santi, Kirti, Tushti, Wu, Urja, and by his Maya Shakti, consisting of Vidya and Avidya, which cause liberation and bondage. Seeing the Lord in the setting, Akrura was filled with the highest delight and devotion, and his hair stood on end, his eyes shed copious tears, and he stretched himself down in prostration. Recovering a little from the overpowering effect of devotion, he, with a concentrated mind and with joined palms held in salutation, praised Krishna in a trembling voice charged with excessive devotion.
Atha Chatwarinsho Dhyaya.
Akrura said, I prostrate before thee, the ultimate cause of all, beyond the cause and effect relationship. I prostrate before Narayana, the primordial and undecaying person, from whose navel came the cosmic lotus, in which was seated Brahma, who created all the worlds, all categories of evolution like the earth, water, fire, air, sky, that cause Mahatattva, Prakriti, and Purusha. Its cause, the mind, senses, objects of the senses, devas, all these, though considered as causes, are but parts of thy being. Prakriti and all the above mentioned categories being material and grasped only as objects of consciousness. They and their combinations are not able to know thee who art pure spirit, and therefore the pure subject. Even Brahma cannot grasp thee, the transcendent spirit, as he is bound by the modes of material Prakriti. Persons who have developed the higher spiritual insight worship thee in thyself, through intuition as the one Lord and universal being. Other devotees who require the use of symbols worship thee as dwelling in the body, or as dwelling in nature, or as dwelling in the devas. Persons devoted to the ritualistic type of karma yoga worship thee according to the Vedic karma kanda, through various yajnas, invoking thee under the many forms and names of deities known to the sacrificial cult. There are some who, on attaining knowledge, abandon all karmas and adore thee, the embodiment of knowledge through the performance of knowledge sacrifice. There are others who follow the path of devotion described by thee in Pancharatra and other devotional texts and attain to spiritual perfection by meditating on thee as the manifold form of the four yuhas and as Mahanarayana, the one universal being. O Lord, owing to the prevalence of different spiritual traditions based on the teachings of a variety of teachers, there are still others who, following the cult of Saivism, worship thee as Shiva. Even those who worship deities other than thee and follow a different faith worship only thee, whose embodiment by divinities are. O Lord, just as all rivers originating from different mountains and fed by rain finally enter the ocean, so also all paths of worship lead ultimately to thee. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the three aspects constituting thy Prakriti. All beings, from Brahma down to inert substances, have come out of these gunas of Prakriti and are sustained by them even as the beads of a necklace are by its thread. Salutations to thee, who art all this, but yet art not attached to anything and art only their witness. This cosmic manifestation is the work of thy Maya Shakti. It affects beings of various types like devas, men, and animals involved in it, but not thee who art its master. The fire is thy face, the earth, thy feet, the sun, the eyesight, the sky, thy navel, the quarters, thy hearing, the celestials, thy arms, the ocean, thy abdomen, the air, the vital energy, the trees and plants, thy hair, the clouds, thy locks, the mountains, thy bones and nails, the night and day, the winking, Prajapati, thy reproductive organ, and the rain, thy semen. Such is the conception given for meditation on thee, O indestructible one. In thee who art spirit with innumerable dimensions, for all these different spheres manifested with numerous types of beings and the protecting deities. Floating in their numerous dimensions like aquatic creatures of minute sizes and microbites in the thick fruit, They do not mutually contact or apprehend one another in any way. Whatever forms thou hast assumed for thy sportive activities, about them, persons who have been rid of their sins and sorrows, singing glorification with great delight. Salutations to thee, the causal fish, traversing the waters of deluge. Salutations to thee, the horse-legged one, who destroyed Madhu and Ketava. Salutations to thee, the great tortoise, who supported the Mandra mountains by the churning of the oceans. Salutations to thee, who incarnated as the cosmic ball, to lift up the earth as in play and establish it in proper place. Salutations to thee, who didst assume the form of the wondrous man lion, in order to protect the devotees from fears and dangers. Salutations to thee, who as Ramana measured the whole universe with 3 strides. Salutations to thee, Rama with the axe, the leader of the Bhrigu, who decimated the tribe of the proud and insolent Kshatriyas. Salutations to thee, Rama, the leader of the Raghu's, who destroyed Ravana and his followers. Salutations to thee, manifested for the protection of devotees as the 4 Vyuhas, Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Anirudra. Salutations to thee, the Buddha, the pure one, who would bring confusion among the Detas and the Danvas. Salutations to thee, as Kalki, who would bring the destruction of kings and other ruling authorities that have degenerated into the stage of barbarism. O worshipful Lord, the world of living creatures, overpowered by thy Maya, goes round and round the wheel of samsara, infatuated by the false sense of I and mine. O all-pervading one, I too am subject to the infatuation of holding as permanent such fleeting and dream-like objects as body, children, houses, wife, sense objects, relatives, and other things. I am debarred from knowing thee, the one source of disinterested love and bliss, because of my misplaced and contrary way of understanding what is the permanent as distinguished from the impermanent, what is the spirit as distinguished from the body, and what leads to joy as distinguished from what leads to suffering. Because of the oscillation of the mind between such extreme, it is merged the ignorance. Just as a stupid man in search of water leaves a tank because its water is covered over by growths from within, like water weeds, and goes after a mirage which contains no water, so am I, unmindful to thee under Maya's cover, seeking happiness in bodily concerns. Pitiably weak-willed as I am, I find it impossible to control my mind, plagued by desires and the works they prompt one to undertake, and drawn hither and thither by the exciting senses.
I, who am thus under the bondage of the senses, nonetheless am now resigning myself at thy feet, which people with impure and uncontrolled minds cannot usually do. O Lord, it is only by thy grace that I am enabled to do this, in spite of my unworthiness. The contact with holy men is what is generally supposed to turn men's minds towards thee. But, O lotus-labeled one, it is only when, by thy grace, the time to be free from samsara has come, that one gets holy company, and through that the mental inclination to practice devotion. Salutations to thee, who art pure consciousness, who art the source of consciousness everywhere, who art the infinite power of Brahman, controlling the three factors of time, karma, and nature that determine the destiny of jivas. Salutations to thee, Vasudeva, the soul of all souls, to thee, Sankarshana, the support of Ahankara, to thee, Pradyumna and Aniruddha, the controllers of the mind and senses. Protect me, who am resigned to thee. Athaika Chatwarinsho Dhyaya. Sri Sukha said, thus did Lord Krishna show to Akrura, submerged in water, his divine form, which he soon withdrew, just as the dancer does his pose. Akrura, noticing that Krishna had disappeared, emerged from the water, performed his noonday rites in haste, and went back to the chariot in utter astonishment. Krishna now asked him, you seem to have come across something very wonderful either in the water or on the land or in the sky. Signs indicate it. What could it be? Akrura said, whatever wonderful phenomena there are on the land, in the water, or in the air, they all subsist only in thee, the all-inclusive existence. When I see thee, that existence before me, what wonderful phenomena can be excluded from my sight? It is therefore impossible for me to distinguish and say what I have seen and what I have not. When thou art present before me, thou in whom subsists all that is wonderful on earth, in water and in sky, what other wonder can I probably see on earth, water, and air? Saying so, Akrura drove the chariot and arrived at Mathura with Rama and Krishna by evening. O king, on the way people gathered here and there in small crowds to have a look at the sons of Vasudeva, seeing whom they could not withdraw their eyes for very joy. Meanwhile, the party of Gopas headed by Nanda had arrived in advance in a suburban garden and were awaiting the arrival of Rama and Krishna. Going towards them, Krishna said to Akrura, holding his hands and smiling, you please go in advance with the chariot to your house in the city. We shall take a little rest here and then go round the city sightseeing. Akrura said, O Lord, I shall not enter the city without you both. It does not behove thee, the lover of devotees, to abandon me, thy votary. Let us go to my house. Be pleased to sanctify my home by visiting it with thy brother, the Gopas and other friends. Let the home of a householder like me be purified by the dust of thy feet, by the offering of the water with which thy feet has been washed. The Pitris, Agnis, and Devas attain satisfaction. By washing thy feet, Mahabali attained to great fame for holiness and to the states of a great man, immense wealth and salvation, which only men with wholehearted devotion attain, were the rewards he got. The Ganga, which constitutes the water washing thy feet, sanctifies all the three worlds. Lord Shiva found it holy enough to bear on his head, and the sons of Sagara attained to heaven by being sanctified with it. O thou, the Supreme Lord, salutations. O thou, the Master of the worlds, salutations. O thou, whose grace is showered on those who sing or listen to thy excellences, salutations. O thou, the ornament of the Yadu clan, salutations. O thou, the one famous for holiness, salutations. O thou, Narayana, salutations. The Lord said, I shall come to your house with my brother after destroying Kamsa, the oppressor and suppressor of the clans of the Yadus. I shall then please all friends. Sri Suka said. Akrura was a little sad to hear these words of the Lord. He, however, went alone to the city, informed Kamsa of the fulfillment of his mission, and returned to his own house. Next day, the Lord, accompanied by Rama and surrounded by the Gopas, entered the city of Mathura for sightseeing. The city of Mathura, he saw, had huge frontal structures and gates shining like crystals and fitted with shutters lined with gold and embellishments of ornamental arches, granaries made of copper and brass, circumambient moats difficult to cross, and delightful gardens and parks. It had glittering crossroads, flanked by mansions with gardens, rest houses, assembly halls for conferences of tradesmen, and houses of other types, wooden sheds, platforms, and balconies, all lavishly inlaid with gold and set with precious gems, and occupied by peacocks and singing birds, and well swept and well watered high roads, streets, shopping centres, and courtyards strewn with flowers, tender shoots, puffed with grain and unbroken rice. The houses had at their entrances decorations of plantain trees with fruits and areca palms with nuts, besides ceremonial waterful jars, sprinkled over with curds and sandal solution, a rose of light, and strings of flowers, of tender shoots, and of silk scarfs, festoons, and bands. O king, when the sons of Vasudeva, along with their companions, entered the city by the high road, the city women, in their excitement and haste to see them, ascended the terraces and balconies of the buildings to get a full view of them. In their agitation, some wore their clothes and ornaments in the wrong way. Some put on bracelets only on one arm, forgetting the other. Some wore the ear ornaments and anklets only on one side, and some came with collyrium applied only in one eye. Those who were eating or bathing came out in the middle. Awakened by the noise, the sleeping ones hastened, while those who were feeding the infants left them aside and joined the crowd. The lotus-eyed Lord, whose gait was stately like that of an elephant in rut, and who is the abiding joy of Sri Devi's heart, robbed the minds of all by his dignified and sportive actions, by his bewitching smile, and by his gracious glances. O valiant king, having frequently heard about his excellences, their minds were already absorbed in him. Now, on seeing him before their eyes, and being favored by his looks and smile, they embraced his blissful form as it appeared in their hearts, let in through the gateway of the eyes, and with horripilations on their bodies, assuaged the long-standing pang of separation from him. Standing on the terraces of their homes with faces blooming with joy, they rained flowers on Rama and Krishna. Here and there, on the way, Brahmanas joyously offered them Purna Kumbha, as also curds, cereals, reeds, sandal paste, and various other presents. What great austerities must the gopis of Vrindavana have undergone to have had the privilege of always seeing these two, whose sight provides a feast of delight to all the faculties of man. So spoke the citizens of Mathura, witnessing the scene. The Lord asked for some clean and superior clothes of a washerman come dyer who was passing that way. The Lord said, Dear man, give us some of those superior clothes. We are in every way fit to wear them. It will bring you much good, undoubtedly. Though the Lord, who had no wants unfulfilled, thus begged of him in all humility, the washerman, proud as he was of being an employee of the king, only got annoyed and said insultingly, O mannerless fools, do you fellows wander on hills and in forests generally wear this kind of dress? These are fit only for royalty. How dare you ask for them? O brainless fellows, be gone. If you want to save your lives, do not think of asking for these garments. The servants of the king will put you in fetters, strip you of all your possessions, and even kill you if you show yourself to be so insolent and haughty. Angered by these abusive speech of the washerman, Krishna nipped his head off his body. Sorry. Angered by his abusive speech of the washerman, Krishna nipped his head off his body with his fingers. The royal washerman's assistants threw down all the bundles of clothes they were carrying and scooted in all directions. Krishna took possession of all those clothes. Krishna and Rama selected the types of dress they fancied and gave the rest to the Gopas. Some were left behind on the spot. A friendly weaver now made for them some decorative outfits with cloths having different colors and designs. Rama and Krishna, now dressed in splendid attire and decorated charmingly, shone like two young elephants of white and blue complexion arrayed for a great festival. Being very much pleased with that weaver, the Lord gave him Sarupya Mukti, and during the rest of his life in the world, he was blessed with great wealth, strength, good fortune, intelligence, and professional skill. Next, they went to the house of Sudama, the garland maker. Seeing them, he got up from his seat and made prostration before them. He seated them on pedestals, washed their feet, and honored them and their followers with wreaths, beet leaves, unguents, and other ingredients of worship. He said, O Lord, by your visit, the object of our human birth has been fulfilled. Our line of ancestry has been sanctified, and the Pitris, Devas, and Rishis have become propitious. You are the ultimate cause of the universe. For the good of the world and for its security, that divinity has been born by a part of his, and as you too. To you, who are the all inclusive being and the friend of all, to whom all are alike, no partiality can be attributed, even if you favor those who worship you. Command me, your humble servant. What can I do for you? It will indeed be a blessing to any man to do whatever you command. Saying so, Sudama presented the Lord with garlands made of select flowers noted for their fragrance and beauty.
Rama and Krishna, together with their followers, now decorated themselves with their garlands. They then gave as boons all his requirements to Sudama, who had prostrated himself at their feet. He chose as boons firm and unflinching devotion to that all-inclusive being, friendship towards all the Lord's devotees, and kindness to all creatures. They granted him those boons, besides others, like progressive prosperity to his family, strength, longevity, fame, and handsomeness.
Ata Dvi Chatwarinsho Dhyaya.
As Krishna proceeded along the high road, he came across a woman holding a vessel full of sandal paste. The woman, though hunchbacked, was young and very beautiful. Krishna said to her, "Pretty damsel, who are you? To whom are you taking this unguents? Tell us the truth about these matters, and please be good enough to give us some quantity of these fragrant unguents. Good shall befall you before long." The maid said, "O handsome one, I am a courtesan named Tribakra, patronized by Kamsa for my skill in making this fragrant paste for applying on the body. The king likes my preparations immensely. To you I shall certainly give some of it, for who is more eligible than you to use such precious sandal paste?" Swept away by the excitement caused by the bewitching appearances, sweetness of disposition, smiles, speech, and glances, she gave them lavish quantities of that thick sandal paste. With the upper part of the body anointed with sandal paste, of a color distinct from their complexion, Rama and Krishna shone exceedingly. In order to show the world how immediate blessings can follow a vision of him, Krishna, who was very much pleased with her, decided to straighten that woman who was handsome but for her hunchback and the three bends of her body. Pressing her feet with his and holding her chin up by two fingers, he gave her face a lift. By Mukunda's touch, she was made whole. Her bends were straightened, all parts of her body became well developed, and she was transformed into a matchless beauty queen. Now endowed with beauty, liberality, and other good qualities, she spoke, pulling up her upper cloth a little and smiling in an exuberance of amorous sentiment. She said, "Come, O heroic one, come to my house. It is impossible for me to go without you. Be gracious to me, whose mind has been stirred by you to its depths." When the girls solicited him thus in the presence of Rama, the Lord looked at the faces of all of the Gopas and said laughingly, "O handsome one, after I have accomplished the task on which I have come here, I shall think of going to your house, which is the resort of men for rest and freedom from worries. For homeless travelers, you are indeed a retreat." Dispatching her with such sweet words, Krishna, along with his brother, went forward along the high road, worshipped by communities of merchants and tradesmen, with presentations of various things like garlands, scents, and beet leaves. Women who met him on the way were so overpowered by love that they stood completely self-forgetful, like pictures drawn on canvas, without any awareness of the loosening of the wearing clothes, braids, and bracelets. By inquiry, Krishna learned from the citizens the location on the hall where the bow was kept and worshipped. He then entered the hall and saw there the bow, which was as wonderful as Indra's bow. Krishna approached that highly embellished bow, which was protected by many guards and exhibited for worship, and in spite of being obstructed by the attendants, took it up by force. In the presence of the crowd, he took it up with his left hand as in play, and in the twinkling of an eye strung it, and with one elephant in rut breaks a sugar cane. The terrific sound of the breaking bough filled the quarters, the sky, and the intermediate regions. Hearing it, Kamsa trembled in fear. The guards with their helpers were roused to anger at this, and they took up arms and surrounded Krishna, crying, "Catch hold of him, tie him up," and so on. Thereupon Rama and Krishna, finding them advancing in a threatening mood, took up the broken pieces of the bow in great anger and beat them to death. They also killed the fresh reinforcements sent by Kamsa, and then emerging from the hall again went about, seeing the marvels of the city. On seeing them in their midst, the citizens of Mathura, who had witnessed their prowess, brilliance, fearless self-confidence, and beauty, took them to be great divinities. As they were thus moving about, the sun set. Rama and Krishna, along with the Gopa boys, went back to the park where the carts were stationed. The sorrowing gopis of Vrindavana had, at the time of their separation from Krishna, expressed the expectation that before long the inhabitants of Mathura might be the enjoyers of the rare beauty of the Supreme Person, seeing which Sri Devi abandoned all other divinities and took her exclusive residence in him. All those prognostications did come true that day. After washing their feet, they took a hearty meal of rice cooked in milk. Though they had come to know from the citizens about Kamsa's intentions to hold a wrestling contest, they slept well all night, totally unconcerned. Kamsa heard how for Rama and Krishna it was only just a play to break the bow and to kill its guards and the men sent to reinforce it. All this unnerved him, and he had very little sleep that night. In waking and in dream, he saw many portents that came to him like messengers of death. Even though his head was on his neck, he could not find it in his reflection in a mirror. He saw the sun, moon, and other luminaries as doubles, even though there was only one each actually present. Seeing holes in his own reflection, not hearing the humming sound of the working of the prana, when the orifices of the ears were closed, seeing all trees as yellow, finding no footmarks on sand or mud. These were some of the bad omens he saw in the waking state. In dream he experienced the following: being embraced by the spirits of the dead, riding on a donkey, eating poisonous food, going about alone with the red hibiscus scarlet, or with oil applied on the body, or stark naked. Seeing many such omens in waking and in dream he was filled with fear of death and found it impossible to sleep. O great king, when the night was over and the sun had risen from the ocean steps, Kamsa gave orders for the commencement of the wrestling match. Servants swept the arena, the galleries were adorned with wreaths, flags, and bundles. Trumpets and drums were sounded. People from the city and the countryside, preceded Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, occupied the galleries in order, with royalties, while royalties took their special seats. With a trembling heart, Kamsa sat on a royal throne, surrounded by his ministries and subsidiary chieftains. Amidst the sound of trumpets, mingled with that of the restless, characteristic clapping of arms, the proud contestants, well decorated and led by their coaches, entered the arena. Then came the wrestling champions, Chanura, Mushtika, Puta, Salaka, and Tosal, all stirred and excited by the warlike sound of drums and trumpets. Nanda and his Gopa followers, who had been invited by Kamsa, made presentations to the king and occupied one section in the gallery.
अथ त्रिचत्वारिंशोऽध्यायः
Sri Sukha said, Now, O king, Rama and Krishna, after the band of the wrestlers, to see the wrestling match. When they reached the entrance of the arena, Krishna stationed there the elephant Kubalapida, who was being prompted by its keeper in charge at him, tightening his waving flock and tying up his scaly locks. Krishna ordered the elephant keeper as follows, in a voice resembling the rumble of thunder. O you elephant keeper, give way to both of us without delay. If you fail, be warned that you, with your elephant, would immediately be dispatched to Yama's realm. Stung to the quick by these abusive words, an irate elephant keeper directed a charge by the infuriated elephant, which was fierce like an emissary of death, the spirit of time. Rushing at him, the huge pachyderm caught Krishna with its trunk, but the Lord slipped out of its hold, gave it a mighty blow on its forehead, and ensconced himself between its legs. Provoked to terrific anger at not being able to see Krishna, the animal somehow smelt him out and again caught him by its trunk, but Krishna slipped out of its hold once again. Next, Krishna caught hold of the elephant's tail and playfully pulled him back by 25 feet, just as Garuda grips and drags a serpent. As the animal turned right or left to catch him, Krishna pulled it by the tail in the opposite direction, making it go round and round, just as a boy plays, pulling the tail of a car. Next, he faced the elephant and gave it a mighty blow and ran forward in such a way that the elephant felt at every step that it could catch him, but he eluded it and moved forward until he succeeded in making the elephant fall. While running, he made a show of topping down, but got up immediately and stood aside before the elephant came down and charged with its tusks into the ground, thinking that he was still on the ground. When all its maneuvers failed, the elephant grew wild and, prompted by its keeper, again rushed at Krishna. Krishna, who was none but Lord Mahasudana, now pulled the attacking elephant by its trunk and felled it onto the ground. Holding down the fallen elephant by his own leg, Hari pulled out its tusks like a lion, as if it were a play to him. And with those tusks, he beat the elephant and its keeper to death. Armed with the elephant's tusks resting on his shoulder, spotted with drops of the elephant's blood, and equal and beautified by particles of sweat on his lotus face, the Lord now looked resplendent as he left the side of the dead elephant. O King, with the excellent weapon of an elephant tusk in hand and surrounded by many gopas, Rama and Krishna now entered the arena, a thunderbolt to the restless, a hero to the common folk, an embodied Cupid to women, a kinsman to the gopas, a terror to the evil tyrannical rulers, an infant to the parents, the lord of death to Kamsa, and being like themselves to ignorant folks, the supreme to the yogis, the chosen deity to the Yadavas, revealing himself in all their multi-facetted roles suggested of the 9 rasas. Krishna entered the arena with his bride.
O king, finding that Kuvalayapida was dead and that Rama and Krishna were invincible, Kamsa, though a brave man, trembled with it. Endowed with well-developed arms, bedecked attractively with ornaments and wreaths of flowers and garments, and attracting all onlookers by their splendor, they entered the arena, and shone like two reputed actors. The large number of people in the galleries who had come from the city as well as the countryside were all alike thrilled to see these noble ones, and with eyes and faces blooming in excitement, drank, as it were, their attractive forms with cups of their eyes. Why, however much they drank, they never got satiated. It looked as if they were drinking them up with the eyes, licking them up with the tongue, smelling them with the nose, and embracing them with their arms. They began to speak among themselves about what they had heard or seen about the extraordinary excellences of those two, about the beauty of their form, about their courage and similar qualities, about the sweetness of their nature, and about their masterliness in everything. They said, they are verily parts of Lord Narayana himself, born in the house of Vasudeva. This Krishna is really the son of Vasudeva, transferred to the house of Nanda Gopa, where he has been staying incognito till now. Many asuras have met with their end at his hand. Putana, Trina Varta, Sankachuda, Kesi, Denuka, Agha, all these are among them. He also uprooted the Arjuna trees. He saved the cows and the keepers from the forest fire. Kalia was punished by him. Indra too was humbled by him. For 7 days he held the great Govardhana mountain in one hand and saved the whole of Gokula from destruction through rain, storm, and lightning. The gopis overcame all the woes without any difficulty by daily seeing his ever gracious and smiling face. Great men say that under his protection, the clan of the Yadavas would come into importance, attaining great wealth, fame, and power. This lotus-eyed one is Krishna's elder brother Rama, by whom were destroyed asuras like Pralamba, Vatsaka, Baka, and others. As the people were talking thus among themselves, and as the trumpets were sounding for the commencement of the match, the wrestling champion Chanura advanced towards Rama and Krishna and addressed them as follows: O son of Nanda, O Rama, you are both famous everywhere as heroic young men and experts in wrestling. Hearing this and desirous of seeing you, the king has called you to his court. The subjects who by thought, word, and deed please the king prosper. Those who do the contrary reap unpleasant results. It is well known that while tending cows in forests, the Gopas also practice wrestling as a pastime with great enthusiasm. So you and we should do what is pleasing to the king. All beings will then be pleased with us, for the king embodies in himself all beings. Krishna, who heard the wrestler's speech, was very pleased at the proposal for a wrestling bout, but spoke as follows to suit the time and place. We who are nomadic forest dwellers are also the subjects of the king of the Bhojas. We shall always do what is pleasing to him. We consider it a blessing, but we are only boys. We can engage ourselves only in wrestling contests of a playful nature with boys of our age and strength. The wrestling contest should be arranged on proper lines, or else sin would befall even those who witness it. Chanura said, neither you, who killed as in play the elephant Kubalaya Pida, having the strength of 1,000 elephants, nor Balarama, who is famous for his strength, can be can be called mere boys or adolescents. So you are undoubtedly qualified to wrestle with strong opponents. There will be no impropriety in it, O sign of the Vrishni clan. You show your prowess against me, and let Balarama compete with Mushtika. Atha Chatushchatva Rinsho Dhyaya. Sri Sukha said, resolving to take up the challenge, Krishna and Rama approached Chanura and Mushtika respectively, entwining hand to hand and leg to leg. They pulled at each other, eager for victory. Fist against fist, elbow against elbow, head against head, and chest against chest, they clashed. Whirling round with the arm, throwing away with a pull of the hand, trying to strangle by embracing, throwing down on the ground, pushing forward and backward. By all such means, each tried to overpower the other. By throwing up, by lifting, by whirling, by pressing down, and such other tactics, they tried to hurt each other and win. O king, much distressed to see this unequal contest, the women, who had assembled there in large numbers, began to speak amongst themselves. Great is the unrighteousness of these assembled spectators when they tolerate, in the very presence of the king, such a contest between the strong and the weak to take place. It is their duty to protest against it. Where are the man mountains of these wrestlers with bodies as hard as stone? And where these adolescent boys of tender limbs? This assembly will surely be charged with breach of the rules of Dharma. For the law is that one should not remain where adharma is being perpetrated. A different group of people said, a wise man should not attend assemblies indiscriminately in view of the evils that can arise from it. Whether you acquiesce in its happenings and deliberations, or whether you dissent, or whether you profess ignorance, you have your share in the evils caused by it. Look at the face of Krishna, like a lotus with drops of water on it. His face shines with particles of sweat as he goes round his adversary. Don't you see the face of Rama, stirred to a wrathful mood in confrontation with Mustika, and brightened by an angry smile and reddened eyes? That land of Vraja is indeed sacred, for hidden in a human form and adorned with many a garland of wild flowers, this Krishna, who is the object of worship even of Parameshwara, moved about there with his brother Rama, tending cattle and playing on his flute. The gopis of Vrindavana must surely have performed the austerities, for they had the privilege of drinking, as it were, every day with a cup of their eyes, the form of Krishna, in which is included the essence of all beauty, graciousness, lordliness, and praiseworthiness, which is the one seat of unexcelled, incomparable, natural, and never fading loveliness. The really blessed people in all the worlds are these gopikas who, being ever absorbed in love for Krishna, always sing about him with their minds fixed on him, whether they be milking, husking, churning, cleaning the floor, attending to children, or working in the garden. These gopikas are indeed the most fortunate among the fortunate, as every day, drawn to the roadside by the sound of the flute, they see the gracious and smiling face of Krishna when he goes out and when he returns to Vraja with the kettle sounding the flute. While the women were talking like this, Hari, the master of yoga, decided to destroy his opponent. Hearing the apprehensive words of the woman, those among them who were parents of boys of the same age felt overwhelmed by a sense of sympathetic sorrow, for they knew nothing about the extraordinary power of these two boys. Both Krishna and Chanura fought with each other in accordance with the rules of such duels. So did Balarama and Mushtika. Chanura was soon exhausted and his joints crushed by the thunderbolt punches delivered by the Lord with his fist. Now, with the speed of a falcon, Chanura furiously hit at the chest of the Lord with both his fists. It made no impact on the Lord, as the blow with a wreath were not on an elephant. Catching hold of Chanura by the hand, the Lord whirled him round and round until the wrestler was dead, then struck the earth with his body. He, with all his turban, makeup, and wreaths scattered, fell on the ground like an effigy pulled down. Even earlier, Mustika, who had attempted a few punches at Balarama, was struck by the powerful fists of the latter. He trembled, vomited blood, and fell down on the earth like a tree uprooted by the wind. After that, the wrestler named Kuta came challenging Balarama, who in no time dispatched him playfully with his left hand with utmost contempt. Immediately after, Sala and Tosala died at Krishna's hand, the first by being beheaded with a stroke of the leg, and the other by being split into two. When Chanura, Mushtika, Kuta, Sala, and Tosala met with their end, all the other wrestlers ran away helter-skelter in mortal fear. Rama and Krishna now fetched into the arena their fellow Gopa youths, and with the blowing of their trumpets and the jingling of their anklets, began to dance about in the arena. All except Kamsa were delighted to see that dance of Rama and Krishna. Leading Brahmanas and all pious men were very glad at the outcome and pronounced their blessings. When the chief wrestlers were dead and others fled, Kamsa ordered the blare of trumpets to stop and gave the following command: expel these two wicked sons of Vasudeva, confiscate all the wealth of the Gopas, bind the evil-minded Nanda, that crooked Vasudeva, the worst of men, and that treacherous father of mine, Ugrasena, must be killed immediately. Though the latter is my father, he has joined my enemy's side. While Kamsa was giving such irrelevant and senseless orders, the Lord, who was now in a terrible mood of anger, made his body very light, and with one leap reached the very high dais on which Kamsa was seated. Seeing the form of death as Krishna speeding towards him, Kamsa, who was bold in his own way, got up quickly from his seat and took his sword and shield to resist. Him who, with sword in hand, was whirling about in the sky, executing leaps to the left and the right with a falcon speed, Krishna, whose energy and prowess none could face, grasped by force as Garuda would a snake. Catching hold of the tuft on his head, from which the diadem had slipped, Krishna threw him into the arena from that very high dais. And he, who is the support of the worlds and the one free spirit, dropped himself on him from above. Kamsa was now dead. Krishna dragged his body up and down in the arena as a lion would do with the body of an elephant it had killed. All the spectators cried, "Oh, alas! Oh, alas!" Because in utter fear, Kamsa was always seeing before him the form of Lord Krishna with the discus in hand. Whether he be drinking, speaking, walking, sleeping, or breathing, did he, at death enter into that very form, which is very difficult for others to attain. The 8 brothers of Kamsa, headed by Kanka and Nyagrodha, now came forward in great anger to avenge the elder brother's death. With the elephant tusk for his club, Balarama beat to death these determined and well-equipped men, as a lion would deal with other animals. Kettle drums were sounded in the heaven. Brahma and other deities rained flowers in joy and praised the Lord, and the celestial damsels danced. The women of the dead, struck with sorrow at the demise of their beloved ones, now approached, beating their heads and shedding tears. Embracing the dead bodies of their husbands lying in the battlefield, the sorrowing ladies shed profuse tears and wailed aloud as follows: O husband, O loving, have been destroyed. Without you, its Lord, this city too is widowed like ourselves, and shall no longer shine with celebrations and festive decorations. O respected one, you inflicted great sufferings on innocent men, and so you have come to this state. For how can a person who persecutes innocent ones thrive? This Krishna is a supreme Lord, the cause of the origin and dissolution of all creatures, as also their protector. How can one who spurns him attain to happiness? Sri Suka said, after consoling the royal ladies, the Lord, who is the protector of all the worlds, had the funeral obsequies of the dead performed. Next, Rama and Krishna released their parents, Vasudeva and Devaki, from their prison cell and saluted them, touching their feet with their heads. Devaki and Vasudeva, recognizing them to be one with the Lord of the universe, did not embrace their saluting sons, being struck by their august status. Atha Panchachatva Rinsho Dhyaya.
Sri Sukha said, Krishna, the Supreme Person, manifested as man, on coming to know from this conduct of his parents that they had attained to enlightenment, desired that it should remain otherwise for the time being, and applied his ignorance producing Maya on him. Along with his brother, he approached the parents again, and prostrating before them, addressed them as father and mother, in order to give them joy. They said, O Father, you have been subject to the constant anxiety during all these years on account of us, but you never had the benefit of those delights which parents have when they witness the infancy, childhood, and boyhood of their children. Unfortunate boys that we are, we too did not get an opportunity to stay with you in that early part of life, and so we could not enjoy these delights of parental caressing like children staying with their parents. A man is not able to redeem even in 100 years the lifetime the debt he owes to the parents who gave birth to and nourished his body, which is the basis for achievement of all objects in life. A son who, in spite of having the required capacity, fails to support his parents with the requirements of life will be forced to eat his own flesh in the life hereafter. A man who, in spite of having the required resources, fails to support his mother and old father, faithful wife, son of tender age, teacher, a dependent, holy man, is a breathing corpse. Vain were the days of our past life, as we failed to be of service to you at a time when you were living in great fear of Kamsa and were quite helpless. O Father, O Mother, it behoves you to pardon us for this omission in not serving you at a time when you needed it most, when you were being imprisoned and oppressed by the evil-hearted Kamsa. Sri Sukha said, these words of Hari, the all-inclusive being, who had taken a human form by his mysterious power, completely transformed the mood of Devaki and Vasudeva by effacing the knowledge that Krishna was the supreme being. Taking them to be their sons, they seated them on their laps and enjoyed the bliss of embracing them. O King, bound by the cords of affection and dazed with the intensity of feeling, their voice failed them, but their eyes shed tears in profusion. Having comforted his parents thus, the Lord proclaimed Ugrasena, his grandfather, as the king of Yadavas. And he said to Ugrasena, command us, your subjects, as you please. As a consequence of Yayati's curse, the Yadavas have no right to sit on the royal throne. Still, when I am your servant, even Devas will offer you tribute with their heads bent before you. The Lord, who was none but the Supreme, Andhakas, Madhus, Dasharas, the Kurkuras, as also other friendly and related people who had all run away different lands for fear of Kamsa and were being put to great difficulties there. He welcomed, comforted, and resettled them all in their homes, presenting them with the needed wealth. All their trials and tribulations being thus ended by Rama and Krishna, they now lived happily with their needs fulfilled under the protective care of these two, and rejoicing the joyous, charming, kindly, and smiling face of Krishna every day. Thus, drinking the immortal nectar of Krishna's face, men advance in years seem to become young, as it were, with an excess of strength and energy. O great King, next the Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, along with Balarama, called Nanda to their side, and after embracing him, said as follows, O Father, we were nourished, fondled, and taken care of by you with extreme affection. It is well known that their children are dearer to parents than their own bodies. She is the real mother, and he the real father, who takes up and cares for as one's own such infants as are deserved by the kith and kin because of their inability to look after them. You have indeed done so towards us. O Father, please return to Vraja now, after doing what is necessary for the welfare of these friends here. I shall soon visit Gokula to meet you and other friends and relatives who might be sorrowing for me. Lord consoled Nanda and others from Brija in this way, and with great cordiality presented them with clothes, ornaments, and utensils. Being thus addressed, Nanda, overcome with affection, embraced them, and with his eyes full of tears, departed to Vraja along with the other Gopas. O King, now Vasudeva arranged with his acharya and other brahmanas for the proper investiture of his sons with the sacred thread, that all members of the twice born caste should undergo. After duly honoring the invitees with decorations and worships, he gave them monetary presents as also gifts of milch, cows, with calves adorned with cloth, wreaths and neck chains of gold. At the time of the birth of Rama and Krishna, he had resolved in his mind to give certain cows as gifts to Brahmanas. But as Kamsa had taken them all away by force, he now recovered them all and performed that gift which he had once done meant. After their investiture with the sacred thread and attainment of the status of Dvijas, thereby Garga, the Acharya of the Yadavas, administered to them the vow of Gayatri, the disciplines to be followed for 3 nights after initiation into the Gayatri mantra. Though Rama and Krishna were all knowing and the source of all knowledge, being the very divine himself, they had hidden that inherent knowledge of theirs under the vestment of humanity. So they had to follow the human way of acquiring knowledge. For this purpose, they became desirous of becoming students residing with the teacher. They approached Sandipani, who was a native of Kasi but lived at Avanti. They approached the Guru in the proper way in all humility and observed the vow of celibacy and other disciplines appropriate for one staying at the Guru's house. In order to demonstrate to the world the glory of the institution of staying in the preceptor's house, they devoted themselves to the service of the teacher, attending on him as servitors and bestowing on him the honor due to a divinity. Being pleased with their sincere and flawless conduct, the learned Sandipani imparted to them all the Veda along with its subsidiaries and the Upanishads. He taught them the science of arms along with the mantras connected with all the divine missiles, as also the ethical codes, law codes, the science of logic, and the administrative codes with its 6 branches. O King, being the originators of all branches of learning, these unique princes grasped all sciences on being instructed but once. Endowed as they were with great powers of concentration, they mastered the 64 subjects of study in 64 days. Having thus completed their education, requested the teacher to accept from them some token as Garudakshina.
The teacher Sandipani, seeing their wonderful powers and intelligence transcending human limits, sought of them, in consultation with his wife, the recovery of their son who had been drowned in the ocean at Prabhasa. These 2 great cow warriors of wonderful prowess got into the chariot and went to Prabhasa. As they waited on the seashore for a few minutes, the sea deity, coming to know of their arrival, came forward and did them proper hospitality. The Lord said to him, in the form of a wave, you have recently taken away a boy. He is a son of our teacher. He should be returned. The ocean deity replied, O Lord, it is not I that took away the boy. In the ocean there lives an asura named Panchajana, having the form of a conch. The boy has been taken away by him. Hearing this, the Lord entered the ocean and killed the asuras, but he could not find the boy in his abdomen. He then took the conch which formed a part of the body. Then he went to the Rama, the favorite abode of Yama, named Samyamini, and reaching there, blew the conch. Yama, the disciplinarian, hearing the sound of the conch, came to them and worshipped them with great devotion. After prostrating before Krishna, the dweller in the heart of all beings, Yama said to him with salutations, O Vishnu, who has assumed a human form for sport, for sport. What can I do for you? The Lord said, the son of my Guru has been brought here. What you have done is proper, because the lifespan allowed by his karma is over. But, O King of Death, release him at my command. Accordingly, Yama released the boy, whom Krishna brought and presented to his teacher, requesting him again and again to take him. The teacher said, O dear ones, you have given the Guru Dakshina in a fitting manner. A Guru of personages like you will have none of his wants unfulfilled. O heroes, you may now return home. May your sanctifying fame spread everywhere. May the knowledge of the Vedas you have acquired remain fresh in your memory year and year after. Being thus permitted by their Guru, they hurried to Mathura in the chariot, wind-like in speed and thunder-like in sound, produced by its movement. On the return of Rama and Krishna, the people of Mathura, who had missed the sight for many days past, felt as glad as men who get back their lost fortune. Athashashta Chatvarshin Shodhyaya Uddhava at Braja. Sri Shuka said, Uddhava, a close friend of Krishna and a disciple of Rishi Brihaspati, was a leading nobleman among the Vrishnis, noted for his intelligence. Once Krishna was none but Lord Hari, the destroyer of the woes of devotees, took that great devotee by the hand and said to him, O Uddhava, O dear one, you must go to Gokula. You have to cheer our parents Nanda and Yashoda. You also have got to assuage the grief of the gopis arising from separation from me by delivering them a message. The mind is always with me. I am their very life breath. They have abandoned all thought of the body and its needs for my sake. I always protect those who abandon all the worldly interests and supports for my sake. These women of Gokula are swooning on account of the grief of separation from me, thinking always of me, the dearest of all dear ones to them, who have now been removed to a distant place from there. They, whose soul resides in me, are somehow keeping themselves alive, believing my words that I would soon be returning to them. Sri Sukha said, O king, Uddhava, being thus honored by the Lord with this commission, started for Gokula with the Lord's message to the people of Gokula. He arrived at Vraja towards sunset when the cloud of dust raised by the hooves of the cows hid everything there, including his chariot. The Gokula was then filled with the bellows of the bulls that were fighting among themselves over the cows in heat, and by the lowing of milch cows which were rushing towards the calves, bearing the weight of the heavy udders. White calves frisked about hither and thither, adding charm to the place. A buzzing sound produced by the milking of a large number of cows mingled with the music of the flutes. Everywhere there were gopas and gopis, well bedecked and singing about the glorious deeds of Rama and Krishna. The attractiveness of this abode of the gopas was enhanced by the plentiful use of incense, light and floral wreaths, as well as by the sanctity derived from the inhabitants' worship of the divine through the sacred fire, sun, guests, cows, holy men, pitris, and celestials. The forest trees were all flowering and were full of birds and swarms of honeybees. Everywhere there were ponds full of lotuses and abounding in water birds like swans, waterfowls, etc. On the arrival of this dear attendants of Krishna, Nanda received him in great joy by embracing and honoring him as Krishna himself, fed with excellent food, rested on soft beds, and legs stroked with hand. Uddhava was soon relieved of the exhaustion of the journey. After this, Nanda began to talk to him thus: "O dear and reverend one, is my friend Vasudeva now free, living happily united with his relatives, friends, and children? Fortunately, Kansa, who was persecuting the gentle and virtuous Yadus, has been destroyed, along with all his accomplices, by the weight of their own enormous sin. Does Krishna still remember the men and things of this Gokula, who has him as its Lord? Does he remember his mother, myself, his friends, cows, his dales and hills of Vrindavana? Will Krishna come this side even once to look after his friends and relatives, so that we may have occasion to see his attractive and smiling face for a while? We have been saved many a time by the high souled Krishna from the threat of imminent death posed by forest fire, wind, rain, and evil beings like Vrishna Pahasura, and the serpent Kaliya. O worshipful one, all our interest in work has got slackened because of our absorption in the constant memory of Krishna and his ways, his sportive actions, and his loving side glances and speech. The mind gets absorbed in Krishna when one sees the places associated with him there, the lakes, mounts, forests, and places of his sport, which are decorated with his footprints. Based on Garga's words, I believe that Rama and Krishna are divinities come here for the achievement of certain great objectives of the Devas. As a lion kills the other animals with the utmost ease, they destroyed Kansa, having the strength of 1,000 elephants, the great wrestlers, and the elephant Kuvala Pida. He broke the bow of the size of 3 palmyras with utmost ease, as a lordly elephant would break a dry stick, and with one hand he held up the mountain for 1 week. With utmost ease he killed asuras like Pralamba, Denuka, Aristha, Trinavarta, and Baka. Sri Sukha said, reminiscing like this again and again, Nanda became filled with love of Krishna to such an overpowering degree that he could no longer speak because of the anguish of separation from him. Sri Sukha said, Mother Yasoda, who was hearing these descriptions of her son's deeds, the surge of love stimulated a flow of milk from the breast and a torrent of tears from the eyes. Finding in Nanda and Yashoda this very high manifestation of divine love, Uddhava said as follows to Nanda in great joy. Uddhava said, O great ones, endowed with universal friendship, you too are the most praiseworthy among mankind, because your mind has been so firmly fixed on Krishna, the Supreme Lord. Krishna and Rama are the seed and the womb from which the universe arises. They are the eternal Purusha and Prakriti. It is also they who, pervading the centers of consciousness, distinct from them, rule them as the master. By remembering them for a while, in the time of death, even with an impure mind, the jiva destroys the store of karmas and attains to spiritual illumination, which constitutes the highest destiny of the jiva. O great one, you have attained the highest form of devotion to that being, the supreme Narayana, who is the soul of all, the cause of all, who has assumed a human form for the fulfillment of certain purposes. What other end is there left for you to achieve? Without long delay, the Lord, the protector of devotees and the possessor of all spiritual excellences, will come back to Gokula and do what is pleasing to you, his parents. Krishna would surely fulfill what he said to you to this effect in the arena after he killed Kansa, the enemy of all devotees. O noble ones, do not grieve. You will surely have Krishna beside you. Even now, he is the nearest of the near to you. as it dwells in the hearts of all, as fire resides in all firewood. To him there is none specially dear, nor one specially inimical. He who is alike to all, has no distinctions of highly placed and lowly placed. Everyone has equal spiritual worth in his eyes. He has no father and no mother. He has no wife and no son. There is none related to him and none a stranger. He has no birth and no body. He has no karmas, good or bad, binding him to take birth. Yet out of his own world he manifests in this world as incarnations in the bodies of devas, men and lower creatures, out of mere sport of spirit and for bestowing illumination on pious spiritual aspirants. Though he transcends the gunas of Prakriti, he the unborn, assumes these gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, assumes them for the sake of sport and, without any involvement, creates, preserves, and destroys the universe. It is just like a giddy man feeling the earth as whirling, or just as a spirit identifying itself with the mind through reflection in it, feels himself as acting and enjoying, which he is not really doing. When the individual spirit is thus free from the bondage of action in reality, it becomes understandable when it is said that the Supreme Spirit is not involved in the cosmic activities, though they have their basis in Him. Krishna, who is none but the Supreme Being, the Bhagavan Hari, is not the son of you two alone. He is a child of all. He is a father of all. He is a mother of all. He is a soul of all. He is a supreme master of all. There is no entity that can be interpreted as existing separately and independently of Achyuta, the eternal being, whether they fall within the categories of the heard or seen, the past or present, the fixed or moving, the big or small. O King, while Nanda and Uddhava, the messenger of Krishna, were engaged in this kind of conversation about Krishna and his excellences, the night gradually waned. Getting up early in the morning, the gopis greeted the daybreak with lighted lamps, cleaned and decorated their house fronts, and set for churning the curds, with the bangles making a jingling sound, with their hips, breasts, and necklaces and earrings swaying with the churning, with their cheeks gleaming in the brilliance of their ear ornaments, and with their faces powdered with pink saffron. The gopis and the gem-studded ornaments shone lustrously in the brilliance of the lighted lamp. The sound of churning mingled with the loud voices of the gopis singing about the deeds and excellences of Krishna spread throughout the air, reaching up to the heavens, thus warding off all that is inauspicious from the four quarters. It was only when the sun had risen that the gopis noticed the gold inlaid chariot standing near Nanda's house. They then began to speak about its ownership amongst themselves. Had Akrura, the accomplice of Kansa, come again? It was by him that the lotus-eyed Krishna was escorted away to Mathura. Does he want to do the funeral rites of his dear master, Kansa, with the flesh of our bodies? While the women were thus talking, Uddhava reached there after performing his morning rites.
Atha Saptachatvangsho Adhyaya. Sri Shuka said, Uddhava and the gopis of Raja. Sri Shuka said, the women of Raja saw Uddhava, the follower of Krishna, having long and powerful arms, charming eyes like lotus petals, a face with the splendor of a lotus, yellow cloths, a wreath of lotus flowers, and ear ornaments studded with shining gems. They said, who is this handsome man dressed and decorated like Achyuta? Why and wherefore has he come? Whose emissary is he? Highly curious and smiling, they gathered around Uddhava, the great devotee of Krishna. On knowing that he was a messenger from the Lord of Rama, they welcomed him with humility and modesty, with smiles, endearing looks, and polite words. After he was seated on a proper seat, excuse me, where there was some privacy, they said to him as follows: We excuse me. We understand that you are a messenger from the Lord of the Yadava clan. Perhaps you have been sent by your master to please and comfort his parents. We do not find anything else in this Gokula about which he is likely to think or remember. The bond of love for close relations is something which even sages cannot break. But what is called friendship with others is motivated. It is only a pretension kept up till the attainment of the object in view, just like that of sexually oriented women, men with women, or bees with flowers. A courtesan abandons an impoverished client. The subjects desert a king who is too weak to protect them. A student leaves his teacher when he has finished his education. The sacrificial priests give up the master of sacrifice when they have received their parting gifts. The birds leave a tree when it has exhausted its fruits. A guest quits a house when he has finished his meal. Animals get away from a forest when it is on fire, and a parama deserts a lovelorn woman when he has finished enjoying her. Thus did the gopis speak to Krishna's emissary Uddhava on his arrival at Vraja, having the power of speech, body and mind, absorbed in Govinda, sweeping without any bashfulness over the memories of his childhood's deeds, and singing about the various achievements of their beloved Lord. One gopi, seeing there a honey bee and treating it in imagination as a messenger from a beloved, began to speak to it, her mind absorbed in Krishna. The gopi said, O honeysucker, thou friend of the unfaithful Krishna, do not touch our feet with your tentacles, reddened by the saffron acquired from the garland on Krishna's neck. For the saffron smeared thereon is from the breasts of some women of Mathura, our rivals in love. Let Krishna, the leader of the Yadus, whose messengers you are, continue to have the grace of these women, as also the ridicule of men in the assembly of the Yadus. Having made us drink of the inebriating nectar of his lips once, he has abandoned us, just as honeysuckers do when you have taken the honey from a flower. We do not understand how Sri Devi, his divine consort, sticks onto his service, seeing that he is so fickle in his love. Perhaps she has been deceived by the artful speech of this paragon of virtue. O honeybee, you six-footed one, why sing so much to us, now without even a home to lie in, about that one who was once Vrajapati, the lord of Vraja, but has now become Yadupati, the lord of the Yadus, the one to whose virtues we are no strangers for long lost. Go and sing your songs of panegyrics before those women of Mathura, who are his present companions. They must now be in raptures, having had the heat of their breasts assuaged by his embraces. They are therefore likely to give you all that you want. Of what concern are we to him, when there is not a single woman in the celestial regions, in the world of men, or in the netherworlds, whom he cannot win over by his beguiling and enchanting smiles, and by his looks graced by the curvature of his brows. Not only that, how insignificant are we to him, the dust of whose feet is cherished even by Sri Devi. as something very precious. But yet the name Uttamashloka, the one famed for his excellences, will prove meaningful only if the suffering and the afflicted like us are objects of his care and concern. Take off your head that touches my feet, O honeybee. I know fully your trick of conciliating through the play of words, the cunning art of a diplomat that you must have learned from Mukunda, making you as untrustworthy as himself. Like a heartless man, he has abandoned us who have, for his sake, given up this very life, everything that is ours, sons and husbands in the world, and our prospects of heaven in the hereafter. What reconciliation can there be with person of such atrocious conduct? Like a cruel hunter, he killed Vali, the king of monkeys, hiding himself from view. Out of his attachment for Sita, he mutilated Surpanaka, who was his sense of gratitude after receiving his worship and gifts, just as crows surround and peck at a person who feeds them. Enough of friendship with one as black within as without. But lo, we cannot still abandon the treasure of his deeds and excellences. See how dangerous a man he is, imbibing but a drop of the nectar of his deeds and excellences once. See how even these birds, also Paramahamsas, freed from all worldly attachments, abandon their sorrow-stricken families and fly about caring only for their daily food like wandering ascetics. The doves, misled by the sounds produced by the hunter, become the targets for his arrow and consequent suffering. We too, in our ignorance, were drawn by Krishna's false professions, have been subjected to these tortures of love by the contact of his fingernails. O messenger, you therefore stop your speech about him. If you have anything else to talk about, please do so. Assuming that the honey beetle has gone away for some time and then come back, O friend of our beloved, how is it that you have come again? Have you been again commissioned by our beloved to come here? What is it that you seek? Please tell me. I owe deep respect to you. How will it be possible for you to take us to him who has our rival always by his side? For Sri Devi, his consort, is ever with him, her residence being his chest. She says in a mood of consolation, we hope the noble one is still in Mathura. Does he still remember his father's house here, as also the communities of the Gopas? Does the memory of us, his eternal handmaids, ever occur to him? Alas, what shall we again have? When shall we again have the privilege of his land, of his hand, smelling sweet as sandal, being placed on our head? Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of the gopis, mad with eagerness to meet Krishna, Uddhava consoled them by conveying the message of their beloved Krishna. Uddhava said, listen, you indeed have attained to the highest fulfillment of life, and the whole world must adore you. For you have succeeded in surrendering your mind completely to Vasudeva, the Lord of all. Devotion to Krishna is attained by the practice of several pious disciplines like gifts, vows, austerity, sacrifices, repetition of divine names, study of scriptures, and control of the senses. But lo, even without any of these, I find in you an extraordinary and unparalleled manifestation of this love of the Most Holy One, Sri Krishna, which is rare even among the sages. It is a most fortunate circumstance that you have chosen Krishna, the Supreme Being, as your own, abandoning children, husbands, your own bodies, relatives, and homes. You have attained to the state of complete and wholehearted dedication to Krishna, body, mind, and soul. This experience of love in separation that I have witnessed in you has been a great blessing to me. O holy ones, hear from me the message sent by your beloved one, which will be most heartening to you. I, who conduct all his most private and personal affairs, have come herewith with this message for you. The Lord has said, you can never be separated from me, who am manifest as the whole universe. Just as the five elements, sky, air, fire, water, and earth, permeate all objects that have come out of them, so I, the Supreme Cause, permeate this whole world of effects, including the mind, vital energy, elements, senses, gunas, etc. I create, sustain, and dissolve everything within myself and out of myself by my inherent power. All these effects in the form of elements, sense powers, and gunas being such manifestations of mind in the creative process. The Atman is the nature of pure consciousness. He is distinct from body and mind, and is thus distinct from and unconnected with the gunas of Prakriti. He only seems to be linked with the three dispositions of Maya, consisting of the states of waking, dream, and sleep. Just as an awakened man experiences the sublation of objects seen in the dream, so also at the dawn of spiritual illumination, all the waking objects are sublated. Knowing this, one should with great vigilance control and gain mastery over that waking mind which broods over objects of the senses and enjoys them. The purpose of the whole Veda is the conquest of the senses. Yoga, Sankhya, Sannyasa, Tapas, self-control, observance of truth, and all such disciplines have this conquest of the senses and the mind as their end, as rivers have the ocean as their goal. I am now staying far away from you in order that you may practice the discipline of meditation on me, your dear one, by which you can commune with me. In the case of a woman who is in love with a person, her mind does not dwell on him so continuously when he is nearby, as it does when separated from him. Devoid of all other thoughts, allow your minds to enter into me in its completeness. Then you will attain me without delay. The proof of this, O pious girls, is the fact that those of the gopis who were not able, because of the obstructions, to leave Braja and join me in those nights of the rasa dance, were able to reach me instantly, giving up the physical body through intense meditation on my excellences.
Sri Sukha said, hearing this message of the beloved one, the gopis were very much pleased. Their memories of olden days were revived, and they said to Uddhava, the gopis said, it is a very fortunate circumstance that Kansa, the born enemy of the persecutor, the born enemy and persecutor of the Yadavas, has been destroyed along with all his followers. It is equally fortunate that Achyuta, having achieved his main objective, is living happily with his relatives, and clansmen. Respected Sir, receiving the adoration of the soft, bashful, and smiling looks of the city women of Mathura, Krishna, the younger brother of Rama, must be bestowing on them the love which is our due. Is it not so? Surely it cannot be otherwise. The expert connoisseur of the art of love that he is, he must already be a darling of these aristocratic women of the city, drawn by their artful speech and charming manners. Honoured Sir, in the midst of his recreation, amidst the assemblage of city women, does he, the erstwhile leader of Gokula, ever bestow a thought on us, mere village folk? Does he ever remember those nights he spent in woodlands of Vrindavana, enchantingly beautiful in the moonlight and amid surroundings filled with the sweet smell of flowers like night lilies and jasmines, engaged in the rasa dance with us, his dear ones, who wore anklets that produced sweet jingling sounds, and who all along sang songs of praise on his wonderful sportive actions? Will Krishna, now the Lord of the Yadus, ever come to decide and revive us, drooping and drying up due to anguished thoughts about him, by placing his divine hands on us, just as Indra revives the forest by spreading his blue rain clouds? Why should you expect him to come here now? All his enemies are now destroyed, and the kingdom has fallen into his hands. Marrying several princesses, he will be living happily amidst his numerous relatives. When he had no place of his own, he was here. Why should he come here now? It is not correct to think so. To the Great One who is the Lord of Sri Devi, who is without any desires and is immersed in his inherent bliss, of what significance, of what use are either the forest-dwelling women like us or the princesses of royal houses? That being so, it is better that we give up our longing for Krishna. Even Pingala, though a courtesan, has said that the way to peace is to have no desire. We know this to be the fact, but alas, we are not able to abandon the desire of our heart for Krishna. Who can abandon the memories of him, the one of undimmed fame, from whose body Sri Devi never moves away, even though he has no particular attachment for her? O noble one, this river Kalindi, this mountain Govardhana, these forests, these cows, this sound of the flute, all these are associated in our minds with Krishna moving about in the company of Rama. Of the son of Nanda, the tiny marks of his feet, the residence of Sri imprinted in these regions will never allow us to forget him. We whose minds have been completely taken over and held by him through his handsome gait and charming and playful looks, together with his noble smiles and sweet words, how can we possibly forget him? O Lord of Rama, O Lord of Raja, O dispeller of sorrows, O master of Gokula, lift up this settlement of ours that is fast sinking into the sea of sorrow. Sri Sukha said, next the gopis welcomed and honored Uddhava. After their pain of separation was somewhat assuaged by Krishna's message, and they had some knowledge of the identity of Krishna as the Supreme Spirit shining in the hearts of all. To comfort the gopis, Uddhava stayed in Vraja for some months, during which he thrilled the whole of Gokula with recitals of songs and poems on the deeds and excellences of Krishna. The days that Uddhava stayed in Nanda's cowherd settlement were felt by its inhabitants as but a few moments, because their minds were completely engrossed in talks on Krishna. Uddhava, the servant of Hari, rejoiced himself there, seeing the rivers, lakes, forests, mountains, caves, and flowering trees at Vrindavana, all associated with Krishna's boyhood days. He rejoiced questioning about them and reviving thereby the thrilling memories of those times in the minds of the inhabitants of Vraja. Seeing in this way the intensity of grief that the gopis experienced on account of the engrossment of their mind in Krishna, Uddhava was delighted beyond all limits, and by way of honoring them, sang as follows. These gopis are indeed the only people who have attained the real purpose of a human birth in this world. For in them is present that deep-rooted anguish of love, Mahabhava, for Govinda, the soul of all that exists. The attainment is the aspiration of us all, the liberation seekers, afraid of samsara, the sages of spiritual attainment, and we devotees. We only aspire for it, but never attain it. Of what consequences is birth in high social ranks? It is only the intense feeling for the infinite being that matters. Where are these women, mere nomads of the forest belonging to a promiscuous society? And where is this anguish of love, Mahabhava, for Krishna, the Supreme Spirit? It seems to be true that he bestows the supreme good on one who resorts to him, wholly in truth and in spirit, although he is without any understanding of him based on learning. Like a medicine taken knowingly or unknowingly, love of God does produce its result irrespective of one's learning or social status. Neither the lotus perfumed beauties of heaven, nor even Sri Devi, who is always engrossed in his love and service, ever got the degree of his grace, which was the lot of these beauties of Vraja, who had the great blessing of being clasped by the neck by him in the rasa dance, and being conferred with the highest fulfillment of their life. May I be born even as a bower or creeper or blade of grass in blessed Vrindavana, where I shall be covered with the dust of the feet of these gopis who abandoned the unbreakable bondage of love of their own near and dear ones, and of adherence to the paths of virtue approved by society, and prefer to follow the way of divine service which remains only as an aspiration and a quest even for the Vedas and its followers. Those feet of Bhagavan Krishna, which are worshipped in their hearts by Sri Devi and by Brahma and great yogis who have no desire yet to be fulfilled, those very feet of the Bhagavan were in the rasa meat applied to their breast and embarrassed by these gopis who were thereby all their sufferings assuaged. I salute again and again even the dust of the feet of the women of Nanda's cowherd settlement, whose loud praise of Hari's glories in songs in purifying all the three worlds. Sri Sukha said, next, permitted by the gopis, Yashoda and Nanda, and bidding farewell to the Gopas, Uddhava got into his chariot on his return journey to Mathura. With various gifts, articles in hand, Nanda and others approached him in great affection when he was thus about to start. They said, may all the movements of our minds be centered on Krishna. May our speech be devoted to the repetition of His names. May our bodies and their actions be ever dedicated to Him. In whatever condition we are born according to our karma and by the Lord's will, may we, by virtue of all our pious deeds and charitable gifts, have always unflinching devotion to Krishna. After being thus honored by the Gopas, by their expression of devotion to Krishna, Uddhava returned to Mathura, which was now under Krishna's protection. Prostrating before Krishna, he spoke to him about the exuberant devotion of the inhabitants of Raja to Rama, the son of Vasudeva, and to Ugrasena, the king. He made presentations of the gifts he had brought.
Atha Shashta Vinsho Jaya. Skanda 10, chapter 48. Krishna visiting Bakra and Krura. Sri Sukha said, the Lord Krishna, the soul of all, the seer of everything within and without, remembering the invitation of the lovelorn Sarandri, resolves to fulfill the longing and went to her house. That house was equipped with all kinds of household facilities, with various scenes and devices to stimulate erotic sentiments, with fragrant unguents and incense, and with furniture and arrangements for resting, like cots, beds, seats, and canopies. It was further decorated with chains of pearls, flags and wreaths of flowers and lights. On his arrival in the house, Trivakra rose up from her seat in great excitement at his very sight. Accompanied by some companions, she approached Achyuta and received him with honor, offering him a throne to sit on and other honors, bespeaking a respectful welcome. She honored Uddhava too, offering him a seat. But Uddhava merely touched the seat in token of acceptance and sat on the floor, as it was not proper manners for him to sit level with Krishna. Then the Lord, without further delay, moved on to the luxurious couch, as expected of him, making her person attractive by bath, application of sandal paste, dress, jewelry, flower garlands, and perfumes, and by chewing betel and drinking sweet wine. She followed Madhava into the bedchamber with an air of coyness combined with playful smiles and excited glances full of amorous sentiment. Calling by his side that beauty, who was showing some hesitation due to the novelty of the contact she was having, he held her hands adorned with bracelets, seated her by his side, and carried on amorous dalliances with her in return, as it were, for the little merits she had acquired earlier by the gifts of unguent to him. By applying the feet of the Supreme Being, Krishna, to her breast, her chest, and her eyes, she assuaged the distress produced by Cupid. She enjoyed his feet by smelling them, and then placing her lover, who was none but the embodiment of supreme bliss, between her breasts. She held him in tight embrace with her arms, and thus got relief from the heat of love that was distressing her for long. But having thus attained him, who is the master of man's spiritual destiny, and who is the Lord of all, for the merit of having offered him fragrant unguents, alas, he said, O dearest one, you must stay with me for some days and entertain me with the delights of love. O lotus-eyed one, I find it impossible to live without you. The Lord, who honors all with appropriate boons, fulfilled her desires, and then, honoring her with presents, returned with Uddhava to his highly admired abode. It is very difficult to worship and propitiate Mahavishnu, the all-pervading being, but having somehow adorned and pleased him, if one prays to him for the boons of sexual satisfaction, that person must indeed be one of extremely low intelligence to ask for such a silly, trifling, and illusory reward as boon. Soon after, Lord Krishna, along with Rama and Uddhava, one day visited the house of Akrura, partly to please him by fulfilling the promise of a visit, and partly for the achievement of a purpose through him. Seeing from a distance the approach of his relatives, Akrura very eagerly went to them and welcomed them with embraces. He prostrated himself before Rama and Krishna, and they in turn greeted him. He then honored them with the offer of seeds and worship. O king, he sprinkled on his head and on other parts of the body the water with which their feet were washed. Then he worshipped them with some sandal paste, flowers, and other decorations, as well as with presentation of rare and valuable clothes. Next, after prostrating himself before them, he sat down, took their feet on his lap, and began to stroke them. With proper salutations and due humility, he said to them as follows. Fortunately, the sinful Kamsa and his followers have been killed by thee. By this, thy clan of Rishnis has been salvaged from endless misery. They are now prospering too. Thou and Rama constitute Purusha and Prakriti, the cause of the world as well as the world and its manifestation. Apart from thee, there is nothing as cause and nothing as effect too. This world is a self-projection of thyself through thy Shakti, without the help of any other second factor. Thou dost interpenetrate the world so projected and present thyself as this multiplicity perceived by the senses like sight and hearing. Just as elements like earth subsist in their unperfected and pristine condition and yet manifest themselves as this multiplicity of beings having their source in them. Even so thou, Supreme Lord, shinest with thy nature as spirit, pure, free, and unsullied in this universe of multiplicity, having its source in thee. With the gunas of rajas, sattva, and tamas, which are aspects of thy Shakti, thou dost create, preserve, and destroy. But all these transformations do not affect thee, as they are of thy power and not thyself. What can bind thee, who art pure consciousness, is the reality status of adjuncts, like the body cannot be established. Even the jiva, in its real nature, is neither birth nor difference. That being the case, for thee, divine incarnate, there can be no question of birth or freedom. For thou art ever the pure spirit, and all conceptions to the contrary are due to our learned ignorance. Whenever the ancient path of enlightenment revealed by thee is in danger at the hands of evil-minded atheists, then thou dost manifest in a body of sattva as the divine incarnation. O Lord, thy present divine descent has taken place, along with thy counterpart Balarama, in this family of Vasudeva, in order to relieve the earth of its burden by destroying the vast armies of asuras born as kings, and to augment the fame of the clan of Yadavas. Today, my house has been rendered more holy than hermitages of ascetics. For today it has the good fortune to have as its guest the Supreme Parent and Teacher of the world, who is the embodiment of all divinities, pitris, rulers, and other created beings, and the Vedas, and whose foot-washing form, the sacred Ganga, sanctifying the whole world. What wise man will seek shelter in anyone other than thee, the lover of his devotees, the truth-natured, the universal well-wisher, the ever-grateful? For he, the Lord, is so loving to the devotees that to those who adore him, he not only grants all their desires, but even his very self, attaining which there is no further rise or fall. O Janardana, it is indeed the height of our good fortune that thou, who art not attainable even by great yogis and divinities, has condescended to come of thy own accord to our house. Deign to cut asunder in me the cord of attachment, thy Maya's creation, for son, wife, wealth, elders, house, and body. Sri Sukha said, when Akrura had thus worshipped, praised him, Krishna, who was none but Lord Hari, spoke smilingly to Akrura in words calculated to win him over completely. The Lord said, you are always our respected elder, our uncle, our venerable relative, and we are your wards, children, to be protected and loved. Such revered and worshipful personages like you should come alone, be approached, and served by those who care for their own real good. For even the Devas are selfish, but not such noble and holy personages. It is not that holy waters are not purified. It is not also that divine images made of stone or mud are not sacred. The purification they effect is, however, attainable only in the course of a very long time. But holy men effect it as sight. Among my friends and well-wishers, you occupy the very first place. We want all information about the condition of the sons of Pandu in order that we may promote their cause. So please be so good as to go to Hastinapura, the capital of the Pandavas. We have heard that when King Pandu died, his sorrow-stricken children, along with their mother, were brought to his capital by King Dhritarashtra, and that they had been staying there since then. It is sure that a person like King Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, who is of a weak mind, blind and dominated by evil sons, will not treat his brother's sons on a par with his own sons. Please go to Hastinapura and ascertain whether his treatment of his nephews is proper or not. After knowing that, we shall do what is good to our kinsmen, the sons of Pandu. After giving these directions to Akrura, the Lord Hari, the possessor of all divine powers and majesties, the ruler of all, returned to his abode with Balarama and Uddhava. Athan ko na pancha shashtamo jaya. Skanda 10, chapter 49. Akrura's mission to Hastinapura. Sri Sukha said, Akrura accordingly went to Hastinapura, which was declared the glory of the kings of Puru's line, and there met some of the elders like Bhishma, Dhritarashtra, Vidura, Kunti Devi, and others.
He met also Bhavika, his son Somadatta, Drona, Ashwatthama, Kripa, Karna, Duryodhana, sons of Pandu, and other friends. Akrura mixed freely with all the friends there. He entered into conversation with them, and after they had made inquiries about his own welfare, He asked them about the conditions of his various friends at that place. Akrura stayed there for a few months in order to have a detailed idea of the doings of King Dhritarashtra, who was dull-witted, influenced by a set of evil-minded sons, and prone to follow the advice of villainous persons like Karna. He learned from Pritha and Vidura how Dhritarashtra's sons, being extremely jealous of the sons of Pandu and Pritha for their impressive personality, energy, strength, courage, humility, and other admirable qualities, as well as for their popularity amongst the subjects, persecuted them in the most heinous ways, like poisoning, and how they had various similar plans for the future. Pritha, the mother of the Pandavas, approached Akrura, who was a brother of hers, with a nostalgia for her birthplace and old associates, and said with tears in her eyes, "O dear one, to my parents, brothers, sisters, nephews, royal ladies, and my friends, do they remember us? Krishna, the possessor of divine excellences, the fit refuge for all, the lover of devotees, the lotus-eyed, the son of my brother, does he, as also Rama, remember the children of their father's sister? Would he come here and by his speech console us, me, who am grief-stricken in the midst of these inimical people like a doe amidst wolves, and my sons, who have been put to extreme difficulty by the death of their father? O Krishna, thou the seat of all powers, thou the soul of the world, thou the supreme creator, thou the quest of all the scriptures, protect me who, together with my children, am in extreme distress. I do not find any other support than the salvation-giving lotus feet of thine, the Supreme Lord, that can sustain people who are faced with great death, with the threat of death, which is samsara. Salutations to thee, Krishna, the boundless, the redeemer of jivas, the master of all yogic powers, and one who is the nature of pure consciousness. I have taken shelter in thee. Sri Sukha said, O king, your great-grandmother Kunti Devi thus wept and wailed in great grief, remembering her kinsfolk and Sri Krishna, the Lord of the universe. Akrura and the noted devotee Vidura, both of whom were no less overwhelmed by sorrow than Kunti Devi herself, consoled her by reminding her of the divine origin of her children. When he was about to return, Akrura approached King Dhritarashtra, who, because of his extreme affection for his own children, was showing discrimination against his brother's sons, and spoke to him, amidst other relatives, regarding the mission of which Rama and Krishna had sent him. Akrura said, O son of Vichitravirya, you who have enhanced the fame of the Kuru clan, after your brother Pandu's death, the royal throne is occupied by you. If you govern the land according to Dharma, if you please your subjects by your excellent character and love, and treat your sons and the sons of Pandu alike, then you will attain the fame and what is good. If you do not follow this rule, if you will only have ill fame in this world and hell in the next. Therefore, look alike on your sons and the sons of Pandu. It is impossible for anyone in this world to be in the company of another for all time. One has to part with even from one's own dear body. No need then to speak about the temporality of one's relation with wife and children. A creature is born alone and dies alone. One enjoys one's merit by oneself, and one suffers for one's demerits also by oneself. The wealth that men of little understanding make in all sorts of improper ways is consumed or taken away by others, his own relatives, like wife and children, under the guise of being claimants to his protection, just as among the fish their own swarming offspring use up the water, the support of their life. While one protects and nourishes one's body, wealth, and children in all kinds of unrighteous ways under the notion that they are one's own, such objects of solicitude of that greedy and senseless man abandon him by death or desertion. Abandoned by those for whose sake he followed dubious ways, the unrighteous man, without any clear notion of life's purpose and without attaining to anything permanent in it, passes away with sin as his wages and hell as his goal. Therefore, O King, realizing this life in the world to be on a par with a dream, a magical show, or a reverie, control your mind by discrimination and cultivate the habit of being unruffled and impartial in all situations. Dhritarashtra said, O Akrura, noted for your generosity, the sound words of advice given by you never satiate me, just as a man who has got life-giving nectar never feels enough and no more in enjoying it. But, O noble one, in my fickle mind that is always unbalanced by affection for my children, they do not make any permanent impression like a streak of lightning on a mountainside. Who can alter the will of the Supreme Lord who is now incarnated in the Yadava clan for the eradication of the pressures of evil forces in the world? He who by his incomprehensible and mysterious power brought this world into existence, entered into it, and regulates its functioning through the law of karma. I salute him, whose inscrutable play constitutes this transmigratory cycle of having him as its final end. Sri Sukha said, Akrura, after thus knowing the views of Dhritarashtra and permitted by his relatives, returned to the city of the Yadavas. He informed Rama and Krishna of the attitude and dealings of Dhritarashtra in relation to the sons of Pandu, for which he was commissioned to go to Mathura. Skanda 10, chapter 50. Confrontation with Jarasandha. Sri Sukha said, O noble son of Bharata's line, Kamsa had two wives named Asti and Prapti. On their husband's death, they returned to their father's house in sorrow. These sorrow-stricken ladies informed their father Jarasandha, who had led to their widowhood, Extremely sorry and angry at these tragic developments, he made every effort to wipe off the Yadava race from the face of the earth. Jarasandha gathered an army of 23 Akshovinis and besieged Mathura, the capital of the Yadavas, on all sides. Krishna was none but Hari, the Lord of infinite powers, in the guise of a man for the achievement of certain purposes, saw this huge army surrounding his capital and the people in the city fear-stricken. He cogitated as follows about the ways and means of achieving the purpose of his advent at the proper time and place. I shall now destroy this huge army mobilized by Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, a heavy burden on earth, consisting as it does of several Akshovinis, of men, horses, chariots, and elephants of his own, and the fighting forces of all his allied kings. But I shall not destroy Jarasandha himself now, but let him mobilize more forces to be destroyed afterwards. Among the purposes of this descent of mine, one is giving relief to the earth from the burden of evil men, which involves the destruction of the wicked, so that the good may get proper protection. I have assumed other embodiments as well, whenever necessity arose, for the destruction of evil and the protection of Dharma. As the Lord reflected like this, there came from heaven 2 chariots of solar brilliance, driven by a charioteer and provided with all military equipment. Seeing the chariots full of weapons, time-tested and divine, Krishna, the conqueror of the senses, said to Balarama, O worshipful one, you are the protector of the Yadavas. See the danger threatening them. Here has come a chariot with all the weapons that you are accustomed to use. Sitting in this chariot, may you be pleased to destroy these armies and thereby protect our people from danger. Have you not come into the world for this purpose, the protection of the good and the destruction of the wicked? May you be pleased to relieve this earth of the burden of these 23 Akshovinis of evil men. Saying so, Rama and Krishna put on protective armor, got into the chariots with their own excellent weapons, and accompanied by a small army, came out of the city. Then Krishna, who was none but Hari, sitting in his chariot, driven by Daruka, blew his conch. Jarasandha challenges and joins the battle. At this, the men in the enemy camp trembled in fear. Seeing Rama and Krishna together, Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, said, addressing Krishna, You scoundrel among men, you killer of my relations, you, Krishna, out of shame, I do not want to fight with you, who are only a boy in years and who is alone. Fool, I cannot fight with a coward who has been brought up in secrecy. Get away. O Rama, O Rama, if you desire to fight and are brave enough to do so, come forward for a contest. Be ready to have your body severed into pieces by my arrows, and your soul dispatched to heaven, or you kill me in battle.
The worshipful Lord said, Brave men do not boast. By action they demonstrate their manliness. I take your words only as a pitiable outpourings of a dying man. Sri Shuka said, A powerful Jarasandha, With his huge army of infantry, cavalry, and chariots, opposed Rama and Krishna, and the forces in battle arrayed and surrounded them, both as a storm covers the sun with clouds and the fire with dust. Great was the grief of the women of the city who were watching from the top of buildings and towers when they could no longer see the flags of Rama and Krishna bearing the insignia of palm trees and kite. Krishna, the Lord Hari, saw his army harassed very much by the torrential rain of arrows from the enemy lines. He thereupon took up and twanged his bow Sarnya, god of all devas and asuras. Taking sharp arrows from his quiver, Krishna began his attack on the opposing army consisting of regiments of chariots, elephants, cavalry, and infantry. As the firebrand briskly whirled, makes an unbroken circle, Krishna was seen striking the enemy army everywhere simultaneously. In large numbers, the enemy forces fell before Krishna's arrows. The elephants with their heads shattered, the horses with their necks cut, the chariots with their warriors, charioteers and horses slain, and the foot soldiers with their limbs and necks severed. Many a rivulet of blood originating from the severed limbs of man, elephants and horses began to flow. These rivulets had the severed hands of men for snakes, the heads of men for tortoises, the slaughtered elephants for islets, the bodies of horses for crocodiles, the severed palms for fish, the hair of man for water hyacinth, the bows for the billows, the other weapons for water weeds, special weapons like the discus for the turbulent whirlpools, and the precious stones set in the scattered ornaments for pebbles. It was fear-inspiring for crowds and exciting for brave men. That army of haughty and perverse leaders was destroyed by Balarama of incomparable prowess with his plough weapon. The huge army, led by Jarasandha, which was like an ocean, awesome, shoreless, unfathomed, and difficult to negotiate, was completely destroyed in play by the sons of Vasudeva, who were none but the Supreme Being incarnate. In respect of the Lord, for whom creation, preservation, and dissolution of the whole universe form only a sport, the destruction of an enemy's army is not in the least surprising. Still, as it looks wonderful to people when performed in its assumed human form, poets make much of it by describing them. As a lion catches hold of another lion, powerful Balarama, by virtue of his prowess, caught hold of the equally powerful Jarasandha, who had by this time been deprived of his army and left with his own life as his sole support. Balarama had bound him by ropes and was about to kill him when Krishna stopped it, as there were many things to be achieved through him. Thus, released by these divine personages, the master of the universe, Charasanda, was reckoned a hero, felt so humiliated that he resolved to become an ascetic and started for the forest when he was stopped on the way by a batch of ruling kings. By words of lofty significance, but based on purely worldly considerations, they persuaded him to abandon that cause, making him convinced that it was only the momentum of his karma and not any inherent worthlessness in him that had led to his defeat. Thus, with his life spared by the divine pair, but his army annihilated, Jarasandha returned to his capital in a very sullen mood. With his own army intact and that of the enemy vanquished, Krishna was now greeted with a shower of flowers by the celestials. Free from fear and rejoicing, the inhabitants of Mathura now went to honor him, accompanied by heralds, bards, and panegyrists, who recited verses and songs exalting his victory. The Lord's entry into the city was greeted by the sounding of many instruments, conches, kettle drums, big drums, and trumpets, as well as musical instruments like the veena, flute, and mridanga. The roads in the city were all swept clean and sprinkled with water. Flags, arches, festoons, and other kinds of decorations were seen everywhere. The streets were full of holiday crowds, and the sound of Vedic chants filled the air. As he entered the city, women sprinkled on him flowers, curds, unbroken rice, and sprouts, while everyone looked on with eyes wide open on account of love and joy. Whatever booty was captured in war, and whatever jewelry and decorations of the dead warriors were collected, were all placed as presents before Ugrasena, the king of the Yadus. In this fashion, Jarasandha led 17 expeditions, each time with 23 Akshahinis of troops against the Yadus under the protection of Krishna. Every time the Vrishnis destroyed his forces without any remnant, thanks to Krishna's prowess, Jarasandha, however, was spared every time and allowed to go away. Just before Jarasandha was about to start on his 18th expedition against Mathura, Sage Narada prompted Kalayavana also to join the attack. He was still now under the impression that in this world of men there was none equal to him, but now he came to know that in the Yadavas he had a set of worthy opponents. So he marched to the capital of Mathura with his 3.5 crores of foreign troops and laid siege to the city. Seeing the Yavana and his mighty army, Sri Krishna and Balarama were much concerned about the predicament of the Vrishnis, threatened simultaneously with attack by two sets of foes. They thought thus, excuse me, this Yavana with a very big army is facing us today. Tomorrow or day after, the king of Magadha also will come attacking. If Jarasandha were to appear when we are fighting with this Yavana, Jarasandha, the powerful warrior that he is sure to kill all our people or take them captive. The way out is this: we should build a fortress that is impregnable and shelter our people there. We must have the Yavana destroyed by someone else. Resolving thus, the Lord made a wonderfully attractive city in the middle of 12 yojanas of fortified area in the sea. In the city, there were properly planned highways crossed by subsidiary roads from which proceeded streets, on both sides of which stood houses built according to the rules of town planning and displaying fully the skill of the heavenly architect Vishwakarma. There were flowers, gardens with celestial plants and creepers, and parks with various kinds of trees. There were houses and buildings with sky-kissing domes and roofs of gold and crystal. There were halls made of silver and brass, capped with golden domes, and houses of gold with tops studded with diamond and surrounded by courtyards paved with emeralds. There were temples here and there, and wooden balconies on tops of the houses for moon bath. There were quarters for all the four Varnas to stay, as well as special houses for the elite of the Yadava clan. Indra provided this abode of Krishna for the celestial tree Parijata and the assembly hall called Sudharma, which had the power of keeping its occupants free from hunger and thirst. Varuna sent as presents very fast horses, all white, but for one of the ears which was dark in color. Kubera presented 8 treasures. The Lokapalas and all the guardian deities of the world placed their resources at the Lord's disposal. Whatever power and position the Lord had given to them, these celestials surrendered to him when he manifested himself as man in the world. Krishna was none but Hari, now transferred all the people from Mathura to his new capital Dwaraka. When, after consulting Rama, who was in charge of the administration, Krishna, without any weapon, wearing only a garland of lotus flowers, went away from Dwaraka to meet Kala Yavana. Athai Athaika Pancha Shattamo Jaya. Bestowal of grace on Muchukunda. Sri Shuka said, Kalayavana saw Krishna coming out of the city, handsome like the rising moon, blue in complexion, wearing a yellow silk, having the Sri Vatsa mark on the chest, wearing the shining Kastuba jewel on the neck, possessing four powerful and well-formed arms, having eyes with a reddish tinge, like fresh lotus petals, and endowed with a face that was ever cheerful, smiling, and handsome with shining cheeks and brilliant fish-marked earrings. He had a Sri Vatsa mark. He had four arms. He had lotus eyes locks. He wears floral wreaths and is extremely handsome. All these tallied with what the sage Narada had given as a distinguishing mark of Vasudeva. So this can be none but he. He is without any weapon and he is walking on foot. So I too shall fight him weaponless. Kalayavana reflected like this in his mind, seeing that Krishna, whom even yogis cannot capture in their minds, was apparently running away, averting his face. The Yavana pursued him at every step, allowing the Yavana to feel that he was about to catch him. Krishna, the Lord of all, kept running and finally led the Yavana to a distant mountain cave. This kind of a flight, when challenged, is not fit for you, born in the line of Yadu. Rating in this way, that Yavana, whose sins were not yet exhausted, pursued Krishna, but was unable to catch him. Though insulted like this, the Lord now hid himself in a mountain cave. The Yavana also entered it and saw there was a person lying asleep. He could not, however, see the Lord. Ah, this fellow, after throwing me away this long distance, is now lying here pretending to be asleep. So thought the foolish Yavana and gave a kick to the sleeper. That long sleeping individual thereupon woke up, opened his eyes, and saw the Yavana standing close by. O scion of Bharata's line, the moment his angry glance fell on the Yavana, a flame of fire emanated from his body and burnt the Yavana to ashes. The Raja said, O holy sir, who was that man who destroyed the Yavana? To what line did he belong? Whose son was he? What was the source of his power? Why did he enter the cave and sleep there? Sukha said, that person was born in the kingly line of the Ikshvakus. He was the son of Mandata and was famed as Mushukunda, devote, devoted to holy man and truth. The Devas, aided by Indra, being terror-struck by the doings of Asuras, requested Muchukunda to give them protection. He did protect them as requested for a long time. When the Devas got Guha as the commander-in-chief, they permitted Muchukunda to withdraw from this one rouse task of protecting them. Onerous task of protecting them. You abandon worldly enjoyments and your own secure kingdom free from enemies in order to engage yourself in our protection.
Your sons, queens, relatives, ministers, subjects. In fact, none of your contemporaries are now alive. Time has swallowed them up. Time is the most powerful among the powerful, an aspect of Mahavishnu, sovereign, eternal. Time plays by shifting all creatures from place to place, as a cowkeeper does with his cattle. May good befall you. You choose from us whatever boon you want, except moksha, which is exclusively under the control of Mahavishnu, who alone can grant it. Being told so, the famous king chose sleep as the boon, and entering the cave fell asleep under the spell of celestial boon. If any foolish man wakes you up from your sleep in the middle, he will be reduced to ashes on the gaze falling on him. So so ran the boon giver by the Devas. On the Yavana being reduced to ashes, the worshipful Krishna, the master of all devotees, revealed himself to Muchukunda. Muchukunda saw before him the divine form of Mahavishnu, blue in complexion like a rain cloud, wearing a silk of yellow color, having the Srivatsa mark on the chest, shining with the bright jewel Kastuba on his neck, possessing 4 arms, adorned with a garland called Vaijayanti, having a face handsome, joyous, and shining, with fish-marked pendants, presenting a wondrous form for men to see, possessing a look and a smile radiating love, endowed with the fresh beauty of blooming youth, and having a gait as majestic as that of a lion. Overpowered by the splendor of that divine form, the intelligent king, with considerable hesitation, arising from that awe-inspiring majesty, said slowly as follows. Muchukunda said, "Who is it that I am seeing before me? In these mountain caves full of thorns, how dost thou walk with unslippered feet as tender as lotus flowers? Art thou the embodiment of the splendor in all beings, or any of the divinities, the sun, Soma, Indra, or any of the protector of the world? I consider thee to be Mahavishnu, the Lord of the Trimurti, who is above all divinities. The brilliance of thy form is dispelling all darkness from this cave like a glowing light. O Great One, if you have no objection, please tell me, who am very anxious to know all particulars about yourself, about the family of your birth, your ancestry, your achievements, and the like. As for myself, O heroic one, I am a Kshatriya belonging to the line of Ikshvaku, named Muchukunda, the son of Mandatta, and the grandson of Yavanasva. Extremely tired through long vigils, I was having sound sleep in the solitary cave, with all my senses completely dissolved in oblivion. Now someone has come and woken me up. He has got burnt into ashes as the wages of his sin. After that, thou, with a heroic and majestic personality, hast appeared before me. O Great One, by thy splendor, the power of my senses has been overwhelmed. I am not able even to look at thee for long. O Great One, thou dost deserve the respect of the whole world. To him who said so, Lord Krishna, the protector of all, began to reply smilingly in a voice deep and sonorous like thunder. The Bhagavan said, Honored one, My births, deeds, and names are so numerous that even I cannot recount them all. It may be possible to count the particles of dust on this planet in the course of many births, but not the number of my births, attributes, and names. O King, great Rishi, who tried to compute the number of my births in the past, present, and future, have not succeeded even to this day in completing their calculation. Still, O noble one, know from me about my present advent. Brahma represented to me that for the proper maintenance of dharma, the earth has to be rid of the weight of the vast number of asuras born on it as men. Accordingly, I am incarnated in the line of the Yadus as the son of Vasudeva and am known as Vasudeva. Kalameni, born as Kamsa, uh, Kalanemi, born as Kamsa, Pralamba, and several other wicked ones have been slain. O king, thus Yavana too has been burned by your fiery eyes. Because you had in the past adorned me with sincere prayers, I, who am attached to my devotees, have for your blessing presented myself in this cave. O royal sage, choose whatever boon you want, and I shall grant them all accordingly. No devotee of mine shall suffer. Shri Shuka said, Muchukunda was delighted to hear these words. From what the sage Garga had told him, he knew that the visitor to the cave was none but the Lord Narayana. Making prostrations to Krishna, Muchukunda began to speak in great joy. Muchukunda said, O Lord, men and women in this world, being infatuated by thy Maya, fail to understand the true nature of things. They fail to worship thee. They deceive themselves by seeking happiness in the household life, which is the source of all sufferings. Even getting with ease, by the grace of God, a birth as men with perfect health, and attainment difficult to obtain ordinarily. People of impure minds do not worship thee, but fall like animals into the camouflage well of household life. O unconquerable one, my life till now has been wasted, caught up as I was in castles in the air, centering on the feeling that the body is the self, in the kingly pride and infatuation for territory and treasures, and in anxious thoughts about wife, children, and wealth. Having the deep-seated conviction, the pride that I am a king on account of identification with this body, which is comparable to a pot or a well, I moved about everywhere surrounded by chariots, horsemen, elephants, soldiers, and commanders, completely ignoring thee in the exuberance of blinding pride. Completely oblivious of spiritual values due to absorption in worldly interests, prompted by greed and absorbed in sensuous enjoyments, man becomes an easy victim to thee, as death the vigilant, just like a rat to a hungry snake protruding its tongue. Thy power called time whom none can resist or overcome, reduces to mere fur, worm and ashes, the erstwhile kingly body that moved about on elephants in rut, decorated with golden ornaments. A mighty conqueror subdues all the surrounding countries, having none more to fight with. He withdraws from warfare and sits on his throne, receiving the homage of vassal kings. But what awaits him after that, O Lord, is only slavery to womenfolk in his domestic life, becoming their play animal in his quest for carnal satisfaction. Or, abandoning worldly enjoyments, he may perform rituals, observing austerity with the desire, I shall become Indra or an emperor in a future birth, and makes many charitable gifts for the purpose. But alas, a man with such swelling greed is not able to have happiness even in this world due to his ritualistic preoccupations. Jivas who are involved in the transmigratory cycle will get associated with holy men when their involvement in that cycle is coming to a close. For when they obtain such association, they begin to be drawn to thee, who art the goal of all holy men, and who art the director of the universe of cause and effect. It is indeed a great blessing of thine that I was able to detach myself from my bondage to kingly duties so early in life and with such ease. For even great emperors of a reflective nature who want to take to ascetic life pray for it intensely for long before they get it. O all-pervading one, I do not look for any other boon than what thy devotees without any other possessions but thee seek the service of thy feet, who after adoring thee, the bestower of liberation, would ask for boons which are only causes of bondage. O Lord, therefore, abandoning all desires which are based on the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas, I seek shelter in thee, the sinless, the transcendent, beyond the gunas, the one without a second, the condensed essence of consciousness. O Spirit Supreme, O Granter of refuge, reduced to wretchedness by sin, distressed by threefold sufferings, and attacked by the six enemies in the shape of the six passions, I, a devotee without even an iota of peace, have sought refuge in thee, the true and the blissful. Protect me, O Lord, from the dangers surrounding me. Shri Bhagavan said, O great King, the Lord of all earth, your mind has attained to purity and firmness, for though tempted by many boons, you were not attracted by such worldly satisfactions. Know that I did not tempt you with many boons, with any idea of testing your vigilance over the senses. It was more to show how a devotee with unwavering devotion to me can never be attracted and perverted by worldly fulfillments.
In the case of those who practice concentration through pranayama and such other yogic disciplines, but have no devotion to the Lord, the subtle sensuous tendencies in the mind are not destroyed, and the mind is again found to turn to objects of the senses. Go about anywhere in the world with your mind absorbed in me. I bless you to have unshakable and unwavering devotion to me always and in all conditions. While you were discharging your duties as a Kshatriya, you happened to kill many creatures in hunts and other recreations that have no connections with your Swadharma. Destroy the sins accruing to you from such undertakings by practice of austerities with senses under control and in entire submission to me. In another birth, you will be born as a holy man with universal love and attain to my transcendental state, which surpasses Prakriti and all its effects. Atha Dvipancha Satamo Adhyaya. The rest of Jarasanda's story and Rukmani's marriage. Sri Sukha said, O king, Muchukanda, the son of Ikshvaku, being thus blessed by Krishna, made full prostrations to the Lord and then left the cave. Seeing men, animals, trees and plants all dwarfed in size, he concluded that the age of Kali was at hand. He proceeded in the northerly direction, austere, full of faith, having the senses under control and the mind concentrated on Krishna. He went to Gandhamadana mountain. There he stayed at Bhadraya Ashrama, the center of Narayana, and adored Hari through austerity, remaining calm and unperturbed in all situations, and facing alike the pairs of opposites like heat and cold. The Lord then went back to his city of Mathura, besieged by the Yavanas, and after destroying the Yavana army, went away to his new capital of Dwarka, with all the booty gathered from the foe. While the booty was being dispatched on the back of oxen, there appeared Jarasandha once again for attack with 23 Ashwaninis of troops. Seeing the enemy army approaching, Rama and Krishna, who had adopted the behavior of men, took to their heels, abandoning much of the booty there itself. They were seen to run all the distances to their capital on their tender feet like the most cowardly among the cowards. The powerful Jarasandha, who did not understand the extraordinary divine prowess of his opponents, laughed on seeing them running away and pursued them with his chariot. Extremely tired after running a long distance, Rama and Krishna climbed a huge mountain called Pravashana, called so because Indra sent their showers of rain constantly. Jarasandha thought the two were hiding somewhere in the mountains, but he could not find any trace of their footprints. So heaping firewood around the mountain, he set fire to the place. When the lower levels of the mountains were aflame, Rama and Krishna jumped down from the top of the mountains 11 yojanas in height. The pursuing enemies having thus lost track of them, Rama and Krishna went to their new city of Dwarka with the ocean as the moat surrounding it. Under the false idea that those boys, Rama and Krishna, must have been burned in the forest fire, Jarasandha withdrew to his capital Magadha with that huge army. It has been said already that in the instance of Brahma, Raivata, the king of the land of Anartas, offered his daughter to Revati to Balarama in marriage. O scion of the Kuru family, Govinda, the Lord of all divine majesty, wedded Rukmani, an embodiment of Sri Devi, born as the daughter of the king of Vidarbha named Rishmaka, in a marriage ceremony by choice. In the presence of a large number of people, He took her away by force, as Garuda did the pot of Amrita, defeating Salvas and other partisans of Sishupula, the king of Chedi, in a lightning military action. The Raja said, I have heard that the Lord married Rukmani, the handsome daughter of Bhishmaka, following the Raksha Shah form of marriage. O worshipful one, I desire to hear how Krishna, of unlimited powers, overcame kings like those of Magadha and Salva and carried away the girl. O thou, knower of Brahman, where is the connoisseur who will feel satisfied with and get tired of hearing accounts of Krishna which are sanctified, delightful, destructive of man's ignorance, and possessed of the quality of ever-renewing novelty? Sri Sukha said, there was a great ruler of Vidarbha known as Bhishmaka, who had 5 sons and a daughter of exceeding beauty. The eldest son was Rukmi, and the others in the order of age were Rukmarata, Rukmabahu, Rukmakesa, and Rukmamali. Younger to them all was the virtuous Rukmani, their sister. Hearing from visitors to the palace of the extraordinary beauty, strength, and virtues of Krishna, she thought within herself that he would be a suitable husband for her. Krishna too resolved in mind to marry her, considering her a fitting bride for himself, as she was the repository of great qualities like intelligence, auspicious features, generosity, beauty, and agreeability in nature and habits. O king, while all her relatives wanted to give her in marriage to Krishna, her brother Rukmi, who had an antagonism towards Krishna, resolved to marry her to his friend Sishupala, the king of the Chedis. The handsome girl Rukmani was extremely sorrow-stricken to know this. After thinking deeply over the situation, she sent a trusted Brahmana as a messenger to Krishna. Reaching Dwarka, he was allowed by the guardians of the gates to go inside, where he saw, seated on the golden throne, Krishna, who was none but the Supreme Spirit, the origin of all. On seeing him, Krishna, who had the highest respect of Brahmanas, got up from his seat and, installing the visitor on it, worshipped him as Devas worshipped himself. After lunch, the Brahmana was resting when Krishna sat by his side, stroking his feet, and spoke to him in a gentle voice. O Holy One, don't you feel happy and contented in the mind with whatever you are able to earn without difficulty? Are you not able to perform all your Vedic rites and other scriptural duties to the satisfaction of your elders? If a Brahmana lives contented with whatever comes to him, attracted by his holiness and without any effort on his part, and sticks unswervingly to his swadharma, that conduct of his will bring welfare to the whole world. Even if a person be Indra, the lord of the celestials, he will be restless, and he will go from world to world if he be without contentment. But even without any possessions, one remains joyous and peaceful if there is content. I salute again and again such holy men as are satisfied with what they get, as are devoted to their swadharma, friendly to all beings, free from egotism, and endowed with minds that peacefully rest in me. I hope the ruler of your country is helpful to you in all ways. Dear to me is a king whose subjects are well governed and live happily. From which part of the country of and for what purpose are you come, taking all this trouble to cross the sea? If it is not a secret, I shall be glad to hear it. Is there anything that I could do for you? Being thus questioned by the Lord appearing in a human form, taken for sport, the Brahmana spoke freely as follows about his mission. Thus saying, Rukmani, hearing about thy virtues, which, entering into the hearer's heart through the ear, generates bliss in the person's whole being, and hearing also about the beauty of thy form, which fulfills the highest expectation of one's senses of sight, my mind, O Uchate, has entered into thee, overcoming all feeling of bashfulness. O grant of moksha, O noblest among men, which noble-born girl of marriageable age, virtuous and self-control, will not for husband choose thee, who art well matched to her in point of nobility of birth, character, form, education, youth, wealth, and glory. I have therefore chosen thee as my husband and have offered myself to thee, all-pervading one. Deign to accept me as thy wife, O lotus-eyed one. Do not allow the king of Chedi to take me away, for who am a property of thine. It would otherwise be like a jackal attempting to carry away the fare of a lion. If I have acquired any merit by the worship of the Supreme Being through the practice of sacrifices, charities, religious rites, and adoration of divinities, holy men, elders, and teachers, may my hand be held in wedlock by none but Krishna, never by anyone else, including Shishupala. On the occasion of the marriage ceremony arranged for tomorrow, deign to present thyself incognito at Vidarbha, and surrounded by thy generals and defeating the armies of the kings of Chedi and Magadha, capture and marry me by force according to the Rakshasa rite. The bridal money paid on the occasion being thy might. How can I, who dwell in the women's quarters within the palace, be carried away without killing relatives? If this be thy difficulty, here is a hint. The day before the marriage, there will be a grand procession for worship at the temple of the family, Mother Deity Parvati. The new bride too will be in the procession to the temple, which is situated outside the palace. He, the dust of whose lotus feet is sought by great ones, including Parameshwara, the Lord of Uma, for the eradication of the blinding darkness of ignorance in their hearts. If he fails to be gracious to me, I shall, O lotus-eyed one, forsooth abandon my life by fast and other austerities. This shall happen in life after life, until I get thee as husband. O Lord of the Yadavas, I have brought to you this private message. Whatever is to be done in this matter has to be carefully thought out and done at once.
Skanda 10, chapter 53. The abduction of Rukmani. Sri Sukha said, hearing that message of the princess of Vidarbha, Krishna said smilingly to that Brahmana, holding his hand in his. Sri Bhagavan said, I too am always thinking of her, just as she does of me. So I do not get sleep at night. I know that because of the opposition of Rukmi, my marriage with her has been blocked. Defeating those degenerate kings in battle, I shall take away that handsome girl, so absorbingly in love with me, just as fire is extracted out of the fire stick in a sacrifice. Sri Suka said, ascertaining the date fixed for Rukmani's marriage, Krishna ordered his charioteer Daruka to get his chariot ready immediately. Soon Daruka brought the chariot, to which were harnessed the 4 horses, Saidya, Sugriva, Megapushpa, and Valaka, and stood before Krishna saluting him. Together with the Brahmana messenger, Krishna ascended the chariot, and thanks to the fleet-footed horses, covered the distance from the Anarta country to Vidarbha in one night. A slave to his affection for his son Rukmi, Bhishmaka, the ruler of Kundina, had made all arrangements for giving his daughter in marriage to Sisupala. The city with all its high roads, streets, and quarters and squares was swept and well watered. It was decorated with multicolored flags, sporting designs, and with ornamental arches decked with garlands and other adornments. Along the streets were well-built houses from which was spreading the fragrance of burning frankincense, and which were occupied by men and women wearing clean holiday attire and adorned with sandal paste, flower wreaths, and jewelries. The Pitris and Devas were duly worshipped, and holy men sumptuously fed, and they were requested to pronounce their blessings. The bride of handsome appearance was well bathed, draped with a new pair of uncut pieces of cloth, and decorated with the choicest jewelry. The symbolic marriage ornament called kautuka was tied on her wrist. Learned Brahmanas chanted mantras from Rig, Sama, and Yajur Vedas to offer protection to the bride from all adverse psychic forces, while other priests who were versed in Atharva Veda offered oblations in fire to the accompaniment of chants from that Veda for the pacification of planets. The king, who knew the scriptures well, made to the Brahmanas offerings of gold, silver, clothes, and milch cows, besides sweets made of sesame seed and jaggery. Just as Bhishmaka did for his daughter, the bride Dharmagosha, the king of Chedi engaged Brahmanas versed in the Vedas and rituals to perform all the necessary sacred rites for the well-being and prosperity of his son Sishupala, the proposed bridegroom. Then Sisupala and his party started to Kundina, surrounded by an army consisting of chariots decorated with golden chains, regiments of elephants in Rath, cavalry, and foot soldiers. He was welcomed by the king of Vidarbha, and after a fitting reception, taken to a special residence reserved for him. There were assembled a very large number of kings who were friends and allies of Sisupala, persons like Stalva, Jarasandha, Dantakavatra, Vidurata, and Pondraka. All these kings, enemies of Rama and Krishna, had gathered with the full complement of troops and vehicles to put up a combined resistance and secure the princess of Sisupala himself, and secure the princess for Sisupala himself. If Rama and Krishna, with the army of Yadus, were to appear and try to seize the girl by force. Hearing about the intentions of the hostile group of kings and about Krishna going single-handed to seize the girl by force, Rama felt that most probably there would be a battle. Out of his deep affection for his brother, Balarama soon started for Kundina with a strong army of chariots, elephants, cavalry, and foot soldiers. Bhishmaka's daughter, expecting Krishna to make his appearance, took her seat in a top story of a building for observation. But she was deeply disappointed to note that even the Brahmana had not returned. So she began to think, only one night intervenes between now and the time fixed for my marriage. Alas, I am an unfortunate creature. Krishna has not yet come. I do not know why. Besides, even the Brahmana sent as my messenger has not returned. Probably after he got ready to start, that Holy One, Lord Krishna, might have become aware of some defect in me and changed his intention to marry me. Or else the Brahmana, at least, should have returned. The Creator is not favorable to me, a luckless being. Sri Parameshwara too is not favorable. Even Parvati, the daughter of the mountain and the consort of Rudra, is indifferent to me. Thinking thus, with her mind absorbed in Govinda, she closed her tear-drenched eyes for a while, as she knew that the time for the procession had not yet come, and that there was time yet for Krishna to arrive. While the bride was thus awaiting the arrival of Krishna, her left thigh, hand, and eye experienced throbs, indicating the approach of favorable occurrences. Immediately after, the Brahmana messenger with a message from Krishna met the king's daughter in the inner apartments. Seeing the joyous expression on his face and his leisurely movements, Rukmini, who was skilled in diving people's thoughts from external signs, began to speak to him with a smiling face. The Brahmana informed her of the arrival of Krishna at the capital and of his vow to carry her off. Her joy on knowing Krishna's arrival was so overwhelming that, unable to think of any adequate present she could give to the Brahmana, she fell prostrate at his feet. Hearing that Rama and Krishna had arrived to attend the marriage, Bhishmaka, the king of the Vidarbha, receiving them with due honors, to the accompaniment of the blare of trumpets. Presenting Madhuparka, clothes, and other valuable presents, he honored them in the proper way and with due respect. That wise monarch arranged for their residence at an attractive spot and extended his unstinted hospitality to them and their followers, including the troops. In this way, the king arranged for comfortable residence and the supply of all the needs of the visiting royalties according to their prestige, position, age, power, and wealth. Hearing about Krishna's arrival, the residents of Vidarbha's capital gathered in numbers to imbibe the beauty of his lotus-like face. They began to say among themselves, Rukmini alone deserves to be the wife of Krishna, and he, perfect in form and character, is the only befitting husband for Rukmini. If we have even a little of meritorious deeds to our credit, may the Supreme Lord be pleased to grant our prayer that Krishna holds Rukmini's hand in wedlock. While the citizens, overcome by fascination, were mutually expressing their concern, the bride started for the temple of the Divine Mother, protected by a guard of soldiers. She walked on foot to worship the Divine Mother's sacred feet, with her mind all the while held in prayerful absorption at the feet of Krishna. Accompanied by elderly ladies and friends and observing the vow of silence, she walked in procession, protected on all sides by fully armed soldiers, and amidst the blare of the trumpets and the sound of tom-toms, conches, large drums, and kettle drums. Innumerable hetairai, with various kinds of offerings, and Brahmana women dressed in new clothes and decorated with flowers, sandal paste, and jewelries, went with the procession to the Devi's temple. Singers who were experts at musical instruments, storytellers, bards, and minstrels accompanied the procession of the bride, singing and reciting verses of praise. On reaching the Devi's temple, Rukmini washed her hands and feet, performed purificatory rites with water, and entered the Devi's shrine with a calm mind. Several elderly Brahmana women who were conversant with scriptural injunctions helped the young bride in worshipping the goddess Bhavani, non-separate from her consort Parameshwara. She prayed, O Mother Devi, I prostrate again and again before thee and thy offspring Ganesha and Kartikeya. May Bhagavan Krishna be my husband. May thou be pleased to grant this. Worship was done separately with water, with a combination of sandal paste and unbroken rice, with frankincense, with cloth, reeds, and jewels, with various forms of presents and food, and with the waving of lights. Worship and offerings were made also to Brahmana women with husbands alive, with the above ingredients, besides with salt, cakes, beetles, necklaces, fruits, and sugarcane. These women blessed her and gave her the holy remnant of offered substances, and she received the same, bowing down to these women and the Devi. Now she broke her vow of silence and came out of the temple, holding the hand of a lady in waiting, revealing her fingers resplendent with gem-studded rings. As she came out, she looked like the world-enchanting Maya of the Lord, upsetting the minds of even heroes, possessed of a slender waist, having a face reflecting the luster of her earrings, a charming teenager wearing a gem-studded girdle around her waist, with budding breasts, with a loving smile, and restless eyeballs that seemed to withdraw quickly from the corner of her eyes, lest they should be lost in her curly tresses, having teeth white like jasmine buds, tinged crimson by the reflection of her bimba-like lips, and walking like a swan, with lovely feet on which the anklets shone, producing a tinkling sound, Such was her form, seeing which the assembled heroes of note and fame became overpowered by amorous sentiments.
On seeing the bashful looks and bewitching smiles of the princess, who under the guise of a temple procession was really making an offering of her beauty to Sri Hari, those kings lost control over their weapons and fell down in swoon from their chariots, horses, and elephants on account of the stunning infatuation that her beauty produced. While walking on her feet, resembling a pair of slow-moving lotus buds, she, in order to see whether the Lord had arrived, swept aside her dropping frontal curls and had a timorous look at the assembled royalties with her sidelong glance, whereupon, lo, in their midst she sighted Chuta, the unchanging being. Seeing the princess eager to join him in the chariot, Madhava took her by force in the very presence of his antagonist and seated her in his eagle-marked chariot, ignoring with contempt the whole assemblage of rulers. Then, along with Balarama and others, he slowly started home, carrying away what was his due, just as a lion lifts its prey from amidst a pack of jackals. But his proud enemies, like Jarasandha, would not brook this insult that brought disrepute to them. They cried out, "Fie upon us! The reputation of us, armed warriors, has been plundered by these cowards, just as that of lions by a herd of deer." Atha Chatu Pancha Shatamo Jaya. Skanda 10, chapter 54. Krishna's marriage with Rukmini. Sri Sukha said, violently angry, all these rulers, protected by coats of mail, holding uplifted bows, and surrounded by their respective troops, pursued Krishna in their chariots. O king, seeing the advancing army of these rulers, the leaders of the Yadava army got ready their bows and arrows and arrayed their forces against them. Seated on horses or elephants or in chariots, trained archers of the royal forces began to rain volleys of arrows as clouds shower torrents of rain on mountains. And Rukmini was frightened to note that her husband's army was almost hidden by this rain of arrows, and looked at Krishna's face with bashful nervousness. The Bhagavan said to her with a smile, "O handsome girl, fear not. Very soon you will see our army destroying the army of the enemy." Furious at the attack, heroes like Kada and Balarama began to destroy the enemy chariots, horses, and elephants. Numberless heads of soldiers, decorated with earrings, diadems, and turbans, rolled on the ground. Severed hands with weapons, legs and feet of men, the heads of animals like horses, mules, elephants, and camels fell on the battlefield. The determined fight put up by the Rishis resulted in the total destruction of the enemy forces, whereupon leaders like Jarasandha finally gave up the fight and withdrew. There stood Shishupala, like one whose wife had been abducted, stunned, sorrow-stricken, crestfallen, and pale. These kings approached him and said, "Hearken, hearken, O most heroic among men. Sorrow not. Happiness and suffering are never constant for men in this world. Just as a wooden door dances as regulated by the puppet master, so is the jiva subject to the control of Ishvara in respect of enjoyments and sufferings. I, Charasandha, heading armies of 23 Akshowins, got defeated by Krishna's 17 times. Only in one campaign was I victorious. Still, realizing that it is time prompted by Ishvara that brings about happiness and the contrary to man, I remain unaffected by joy or grief. Now also we, the supreme commanders of several army units and their officers, have been defeated by a much smaller army of Yadus led by Krishna. Our enemies are now victorious because time is in their favor. In the same way, when time turns in our favor, we shall conquer them. Consoled thus by his friends, the ruler of the Chedis turned to his capital. Such of kings as had not been slaughtered also returned to their respective places. Rukmi, the great enemy of Krishna, could not tolerate the idea of Krishna's marriage with his sister by abduction. So he pursued Krishna with an army of an Akshuyini strength. Smarting under the insult and incensed to the extreme, Rukmi, with his armor on and a bow in hand, vowed as follows in the hearing of all the assembled kings. Without killing Krishna in battle and recovering Rukmini, I shall not enter the city of Kundina again. This in truth I swear before you all. Saying so, he got into his chariot in haste and ordered his charioteer, "Drive towards the place where Krishna is. I have to settle accounts with him in battle." That impudent pride in his own power, because of which this fellow of a cowherd dared to abduct my sister, I shall put an end to it with my sharp arrows. Without any inkling of the infinite power of Krishna, the Lord of all, this foolish and self-glorious man pursued the Lord single-handed in his chariot, challenging and shouting all sorts of foul and silly abuses. With 3 arrows released from his bow, with the maximum strength, he hit Krishna and cried out, "You, a fellow blot on the race of Yadus, stop for a while. Where are you running away, stealing my sister? Just as a crow snatches away sacrificial offerings. O fool, at once I shall erase your pride, you an artful pseudo-hero. Before you fall down, struck dead by my arrows, release my sister. Smiling at this challenge, Krishna cut his bow to pieces and pierced him with 6 arrows. Krishna hit the 4 horses of his chariot with 8 arrows, the charioteer with 2, and the flagstaff with 3. Rukmi thereupon took another bow and hit Krishna with 5 arrows. Struck by an arrow released by Rukmi, Krishna again cut the bow of the latter. Rukmi now took still another bow, and Krishna cut that too. Sri Hari struck down with his arrows the variety of weapons Rukmi brandished, like iron clubs, spears, tridents, swords and shields, lances and rods. Next, Rukmi jumped out of his chariot and, sword in hand, rushed at Krishna to kill him. But it was only like a moth rushing at fire. The furiously charged Rukmi's sword and shield were cut into small bits with arrows by Krishna, who now took his sharp sword to kill him. Rukmini was overwhelmed with fear to see that her brother was about to be killed. She fell at her husband's feet and said the following words piteously. O thou master of yoga, O inestimable one, O Lord of all divinities, O master of the worlds, O auspicious one, O mighty armed, it does not behove thee to kill my brother. His feet being held fast by her, whose limbs shivered through fright, whose face and voice shrank out of sorrow, and whose golden necklace dropped to the ground in her agony, Sri Krishna exercised his mercy and checked himself from slaying Rukmi. The offending Rukmi was thereupon tied up by clothes, and he was deformed by the partial tonsuring of his head and face. By that time, the Yadava leaders had crushed and scattered the enemy forces as an elephant lays waste a lotus pond. When the Yadavas reached Krishna, they found Rukmi there bound up and deformed, almost dead out of shame. The sight generated pity in the mind of the large-hearted Balarama, who released him from bondage and said to Krishna, O Krishna, you have done something inelegant. This way of deforming a relative by tonsure does not behove us. It is equal to the infliction of death. Do not think ill of us for deforming your brother, for the enjoyments and sufferings we experience in life are not caused by others. They are of our own making. For the truth is that man reaps the fruits of his own actions.
A relative, though guilty, must not be killed by a relative. He should only be turned off, for his own misdeed will bring him ill fame which is equal to death. A person who has thus been killed once does not deserve to be killed again.
This is the gruesome duty that has been imposed on the Kshatriyas by Prajapati himself. In battle, a brother will have to kill his own brother. Only people who have lost their discrimination through infatuation of power and pelf will fight with close kith and kin for the sake of territory, land, wealth, women, reputation, or the display of one's prowess. It is a perversion of intelligence if you, like an utterly senseless person, think that one who is noted for his universal ill will should always meet with benevolence and kindness just because that person happens to be your relative. It will finally recoil on the person you try to protect. It is the deluding power of the Lord that invests the body-centered man and with distinctions of friend, foe, and neutral. The Supreme Spirit is one in all embodied beings. Only ignorance makes one think of him as many, just as in the case of the one moon and the one Akasha grasps through the adjuncts. Due to ignorance, the Atman has got identified with the body, which is of the nature of material substances and vital energy, and is with the beginning and end. Identification with the body makes the spirit feel the experiences of the body as his and thus subjects him to transmigration. The Atman has no real union or disunion with anything other than itself. For what are called the others, the body, the mind, and other agents with which it is supposed to unite and disunite, have no real existence apart from the spirit. It is the only an aspect of the appearance of the spirit being its cause and substance. So, in the perception of such union and disunion, only the spirit is involved and there is no other. It is just like the sun being the common matrix of both the eye and the form it perceives. Birth, etc., are the changes of the body, never of the Atman. The moon has no real waxing and waning, though its skalas or phases seem to wax and wane. And death is like Amavasya, the last day of the dark fortnight, when the moon is totally invisible, though she is fully present, just as a man lying in a place, dreaming and experiencing a subject, objects, and the other acts of enjoyment. Though these distinctions are not actually there, so are the experiences of the man in the sleep of ignorance. Therefore, O handsome girl, conquer through realization of the truth the sorrow that ignorance brings, deluding the understanding and dimming spiritual disconsciousness, attain to peace thereby. Sri Sukha said, instructed in this way by Bhagavan Rama, Rukmani abandoned the sorrow of her heart and pacified herself through discrimination and luster by enemies, with his mere life spared, set free, by them deformed and deprived of all his hopes and expectation. Rukmani now resolved to stay alone, away from his capital. He built a new palace called Bojakata and stayed there in a mood of deadly enmity to Krishna, declaring that until the valiant Krishna has slain and his sister rescued, he would not enter Kundina. O Parikshit, O leader of the Kurus, defeating all the rulers in this way, Lord Krishna took the daughter of Bhishmaka to his city of Dwaraka and married her according to Vedic rites. In the city of the Yadus, where the inhabitants had unqualified love and loyalty to Sri Krishna, their protector, there was not a house where the occasion was not celebrated as a great festival. Wearing polished and shining earrings and dressed in clothes of bright hue and attractive designs, men and women offered presents to the newly married couple. The capital of the Yadus shone in all its splendor with hoisted Indra flags, with decorations of attractive wreaths, clothes, and gems, with houses whose fronts displayed various auspicious substances like ceremonial water jars, lights, and burning frankincense. The roads were watered with the echo of elephants in rut that the visiting kings brought with them. The doors of buildings were decorated with plantain trees and aconite palms. Crowds of men from various lands, like those of the Kurus, Srinjayas, Kekayas, Vidarbhas, and Kuntis, moved about hither and thither, enthusiastically, cheerfully accosted one another. All kings and loyal ladies heard with great was the delight of all the inhabitants of Dwaraka on seeing Krishna, the lord of Sri Devi, wedded by Rukmani, who was none but that Sri herself. Atha Pancha Chashatamodhyaya. The birth of the Padyumana. Sri Sukha said, Kamadeva, who is the part of Vasudeva, was burnt in the fire of Rudra's anger. In order to get a new body, he now approached Vasudeva himself. He was born as Krishna's son in Rukmani, the princess of Vidarbha, and under the name of Pradyumna, he was to become a famous personage in no way inferior to his father. The Asura Sambara, who could take any form, knew that this son of Krishna was his enemy, and therefore threw the infant Padyumna into the sea and went home. A huge fish swallowed the child, but the fish itself was caught in a big net by a group of fish folk. The fisherman gave the catch as a present to Sambara. The fish was taken into the kitchen where the cooks cut open that wonderful fish. Seeing the infant within, they sent information about it to Mayavati, the superintendent of the kitchen. While she stood surprised and puzzled, Narada, the sage, came there, informed her everything about the child. This Mayavati was none other than Rati, the wife of Kama, awaiting the re-embodiment of her husband burned up in the wrath of Shiva. She had been appointed as the head of the cooking department in Sambara's household. Knowing that the child was Kama reborn, she began to love that child. Before long, the son of Krishna developed into youth, creating agitations in the minds of all ladies who looked at him. Seeing her lord, long-armed, lotus-eyed, and most handsome among men, Rati approached him one day with movements of brow and smile indicative of bashfulness in a hilarious mood, expressing of sexual interest. But Pradyumna, the son of Krishna, then said to her, O mother, overriding a mother's attitude, how are you behaving towards me like a lover? She replied, Lord, you are the son of Krishna, Narayana incarnate. You were stolen away as an infant from home by Sambara. You are Kama Deva, reborn, and I am Rati, your wife, by right. This Sambara threw you into the ocean as an infant, less than 10 days old. A fish swallowed you, and you were found in its stomach. Destroy this Asura, your enemy, through magical warfare. He himself is an expert in such warfare and is difficult to be defeated or overthrown. Having lost a child, your poor bereaved mother is in sorrow like the cow or an osprey that has lost its offering. With these words, Mayavati, as Rati was now known, imparted to the high-souled Pradyumna the secret of the art known as Mahamaya, which can dispel the effects of every form of magical art. Thereafter, Pradyumna confronted Sambara and provoked him to terrific anger by hurling abuses at him, and thus threw him to a fight. Insulted by abusers, Sambara reacted like a snake trodden upon, and came out red-eyed with the mace in hand. He whirled his mace and threw it at the high-souled Pradyumna and gave out a yell, startling like a thunderclap. O king, with his own mace, Pradyumna struck off the mace and was coming at him and attacked the Asura with his mace. The Asura then adopted the tactics of magical warfare that he had learned from Maya. He disappeared in the sky and began to rain arrows at Pradyumna. Harassed by this rain of arrows, the great Ka warrior Pradyumna made use of the pure Sattvika form of Maya called Mahavidya, which is destructive of all inferior forms of Maya. Afterwards, the Asura tried to protect hundreds of various other magical devices connected with Guyakas, Gandharvas, Pisachas, and Sarpas, but the son of Krishna repelled them all. Then, raising his sharp sword, Pradyumna, with a powerful sweep of it, cut off Sambara's head, covered with copper-colored hair, together with his diadem and earring. The Devas now sang his praise and showered flowers on him. He then went back to his city, transported through air by his wife, who knew the art of traveling through the sky. From the sky he descended with his wife like a blue cloud with a stick of lightning clinging to it into the magnificent inner apartments of the palace occupied by a very large number of ladies. Blue like a cloud was blue like a cloud dressed in the yellow silk, having long powerful arms, possessed of a handsome face and graced with an inviting smile, eyes of slightly reddish tint, and bluish frontal curve. Pradyumna was mistaken for Krishna by the women who bashfully heard themselves here and there at his sudden appearance. Noticing in the newcomer some differences from Krishna, they approached him, who was accompanied by a handsome lady, with great astonishment and joy. Then Rukmani, the handsome and the sweet tongue, felt the milk was oozing from her breast, from maternal affection. This strongly brought back to her remembrance of her lost son. Whose son can this lotus-eyed one be? From whose womb would he have been born? Who can be this woman's accompanying him? Years back I lost my son, who was stolen away from the labor room itself. If he is alive today anyway, he could have been like this newcomer in the age and physical development. How has he come to have this resemblance with Krishna in respect of form, limbs, gains, voice, laughter, and cook?
He must be the boy born of me, for my mind is feeling a deep affection for him. And besides, my left arm is throbbing. While Rukmini was thus revolving in her mind, there came to the room Krishna,
the Lord of abounding glory, along with Devaki and Vasudeva. Though the Lord Krishna had always known the whole truth about their affairs, he had so far not revealed it to anybody. At this juncture, the sage Narada arrived there and explained to them all about the incidents, starting from the abduction by Sambara. All the womenfolk of Krishna's household heard the story with immense astonishment. They rejoiced to see the long lost one, as if he were a dead person returning to life. Devaki and Vasudeva, Krishna and Rama, as well as Rukmini and the ladies of the household, were all delighted to embrace the newly arrived couple. Hearing that Pradyumna, the lost son of Krishna, had come back, they all exclaimed in astonishment, saying that it was just as if he had died and returned to life. Many a time the mothers of Pradyumna, the wives of Krishna, seeing in him the very replica of his father's form, had in privacy approached him with amorous sentiments. There is no wonder in it, seeing that in him one came face to face with that very Kamadeva who agitates the mind of even Brahma and Parameshwara, and who was the very reflection of him, who is the seat of Rama, the center of all beauty. The attraction felt by other women can then be better guessed than described. Ata Shashtapa Changsha Tamodhyaya. The story of the jewel Shayamantaka. Sri Shuka said, Satrajit, who was the cause of bringing disrepute to Krishna, sought expiation for his offense by offering his jewel Sayamantaka together with his daughter to Krishna. The Raja said, O Holy One, what harm did Satrajit do to Krishna? Sri Shuka said, the sun deity once became very friendly to his devotee Satrajit. Pleased with him, the sun deity presented him with the jewel Shaimantaka. Wearing this jewel round his neck and shining like the sun deity himself, Satrajit entered Dwaraka, almost impossible to be distinguished from the brilliance around him. People whose eyes were dazzled even from a distance at his sight believed that the sun deity was coming and reported the matter to the Lord, who was then playing at dice. He said, O Narayana, O thou who art armed with a conch, discus, and mace, O thou who were tied to the mortar, O thou the lotus-eyed, O thou the protector of Gokula, O thou the joy of the Yadus, salutations to thee. Here comes to see thee, O Lord of the worlds, that Surya of fierce brilliance, blinding the eyes of all onlookers, and with his aura of light to seek thee. Now it seems the sun is coming to see thee, discovering that thou art now hiding thy identity as one among the Yadus. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of the credulous people, the Lord smiled and said, this is not the sun deity, but Satrajit, shining with the luster of the jewel he has acquired. Satrajit now went to his own house that was kept well decorated with all auspicious things for his reception. With the help of Brahmana priests, he had the jewel installed in the temple of the sun. This favorite deity, his favorite deity. O king, where this jewel is kept and worshipped, it yields daily 8 loads of gold. Besides, none of the causes of misery, like poverty, contagious diseases, misfortunes, attack by serpents, thefts, worries, etc., will prevail there. Once Krishna requested Satyajit to hand over the jewel to the king of the Yadus, but in his greed for gold, the Yadava did not do so, unmindful of the evil consequences of rejecting the request. One day, Prasena, the brother of Satyajit, went hunting with that luminous jewel tied to his neck. In the forest, a lion killed Prasena along with the horse he was riding. The lion, which went into the mountain fastness taking the jewel with it, was attacked and killed by Jamabhavan, the lord of the bears. Jamabhavan took possession of the jewel, returned to his cave, and gave it to his child to play with. Not finding his brother Prasena returning, Satyajit grew very anxious. He gave out that his brother, who went to the forest adorned with the jewel, must certainly have been killed by Krishna. This scandal travelled from ear to ear and spread everywhere. When it reached the ears of the Lord, he decided to clear himself of the disrepute arising from this allegation and accordingly started to trace the footsteps of Prasena, accompanied by a body of citizens. In the course of their search, they came across the dead body of Prasena and his horse, killed by the lion, and later they also saw on the mountain top the carcass of the lion slaughtered by the king of the bears. Then they reached the cave of the bear, which was fearful and pitch dark within. The Lord entered it, keeping his followers outside. Then he saw the precious jewel set apart as a plaything for the child for the bear, and desiring to take it away, he approached the child. Seeing the strange form of a man approaching, the governess of the child cried out in fear, and roused to great anger by that cry, the powerful Jambavan came running. Jambavan, who did not know that his adversary was none but his master, took him to be an ordinary man and fought with him in great anger without understanding his greatness. Like two hawks struggling for a piece of flesh, there was a fierce duel between them, using weapons, stones, and fists. For 28 days and nights without a break, they fought continuously, hitting each other with their adamantine fists. With his joints dislocated by the elbows of Krishna's fists, enfeebled, exhausted, and perspiring, Jambavan said to his adversary as follows in great astonishment: I know thee to be the mover within all beings, as the strength of their senses, her heart and body, as the all-pervading being and director of Prakriti, as one of unlimited prowess and the controller of everything. Thou art the prime mover, being the creator Brahma himself. Thou art the substantial cause too, because all materials of creation derive their substantiality from thee. Thou art the soul of time, the supreme power drawing everything into itself. Thou art the soul of souls in all beings, and thou art the supreme being, the Lord of all divinities. Thou art he whose slightly angry look made the ocean with all its giant creatures boil and yield passage, who built a bridge over it, a worthy monument to thy glory, who caused Lanka to be burned, and whose arrows struck down the heads of Rakshasas in large numbers. The Supreme Lord, born as the son of Devaki, now spoke to the Lord of Bears, who came to recognize his identity. The lotus-eyed Lord, stroking the body of that devotee with his soothing hands, spoke to him in his loving and sonorous voice. O King of Bears, in order to clear us of the false and defaming charge brought against us in connection with the Shayamantaka, we happened to come to this cave. On hearing this, Jamapavan gave the jewel as also his daughter as an offering to Krishna. The man accompanying Krishna waited outside the cave for 12 days, but not finding Krishna coming out, returned home in grief. Hearing that Krishna did not come out of the cave, Devaki, Rukmani, Vasudeva, and other friends and relatives felt deep sorrow. The sorrow-stricken inhabitants of Dwarka began to curse Satrajit and began to pray to Durga, the mysterious mother, for her return of Krishna. Soon after they had prayed to the goddess, she responded, as it were, through the appearance of Krishna in their midst, along with his new bride, Jambavati. The return of Krishna was all like the restoration of a dead man to life. Seeing him with his new wife and the Shaimantaka adorning his neck, everyone rejoiced exceedingly. Krishna had Satrajit summoned to the king's assembly, and they gave him the Shamantaka, explaining how it was traced. With his head bending under a great sense of shame, he received the jewel and went home, repenting of his misdeeds. Grieving in mind for thoughtlessly quarreling with a great man, Satrajit thought deeply how he could erase his guilt and win the favor of Krishna. He thought, what should I do for my welfare? How can I stop people from cursing me, the short-sighted, mean, and greedy man that I am? I shall give my daughter a jewel among women together with the Shyamantaka to Krishna. This is the best way of reconciliation. There is none else. Resolving thus within, he himself went with his daughter, possessed of all virtuous qualities as well as the jewel, and offered them to Krishna. The Lord then married, according to all scriptural rites, that daughter of Satrajit, Satyabhama, who was possessed of various qualifications like nobility of nature, beauty, generosity, and the like, and for whom many high-positioned men were coming forward as suitors. O king, the Lord said to Satrajit, we shall not accept the jewel Shyamantaka. It is best that it is with you who are a devotee of the sun deity. We too may afterwards benefit by it. Atha Saptapa Vingshat Chat Shattamodhyaya. Sri Shuka said, on hearing about the reported death of Kunti and her sons, the Pandavas, in a fire accident, the Lord, though he knew the truth, nonetheless started with Rama to the land of the Kurus in order to fulfill the conventional obligations of a relative. Meeting Vidura, Bhishma, Kripa, Kandari, and Drona, they joined them as partners in the morning. O king, taking advantage of this absence of Krishna from Dwaraka, a conspiracy has hatched by Akrura and Kritavarma, who prompted a Yadava named Satadhanva to seize Shamantaka from Satrajit. They said to him, Satrajit had betrothed his daughter to you, breaking that promise he has given her to Krishna. Why should not Satrajit go the way of his brother Prasena?
Instigated by them in this way and prompted by greed for wealth, the evil-spirited and sinful Satyadanva, whose own days were numbered, murdered Satyajit in cold blood while he was lying asleep. As a butcher kills animals, he killed Satyajit amidst the outcries and wailings of helpless women, and took away the jewel. Seeing the dead body of her father, Satyabhama swooned in extreme sorrow, crying out, O father, I am undone. She preserved the dead body in an oil bath and then went to Hastinapura and pathetically appraised Krishna and her father's death. Although Krishna had already come to know about it himself, on receiving the tragic news, Rama and Krishna, following the way of the world, wept with sorrow, crying, "O great calamity has befallen us." Krishna now returned to his city of Dwaraka along with Balarama and his wife Satyabhama, and took steps to kill Satyadanva and took the jewel from him. On hearing about Krishna's intention, Satyadanva got frightened and with the idea of saving at least his wife sought the help of Kritavarma, who said to him, "I cannot do anything that goes against Rama and Krishna, who are divinities. To offend them is not the way to happiness for anyone. By antagonizing them, Kamsa, rid of his good fortune, met with destruction along with all his allies. So also Jarasandha, who led 17 campaigns against them, had to run away on foot every time because of the total destruction of his forces. Thus, rebuffed, Satyadana went to Akrura for support, but he too retreated, saying that no one who knew anything about the power of those divinities would antagonize them. He said, "He creates, protects, and dissolves the universe as a sport. Being subject to his Maya, none, including Brahma, the creator, can fathom his ways." As a boy of 7, he uprooted a mountain and for a week held it up in one hand with the utmost ease and in play, just like a child holding a mushroom. Salutations to Krishna, the worshipful one of the wondrous deeds, the partless being, the original one, and the changeless spirit. Being thus rebuffed by Akrura to Satyadana, deposit the jewels Syamantaka with Akrura, and getting on a speedy horse that could cover a distance of 100 yojanas at a stretch, fled away from Dwaraka. Rama and Krishna now ascended their chariots with the standard attached very fast horses, pursued the murderer of the respected elder. Reaching the precincts of Mitala, Satadana was horse fell dead under him, and from there he began to run on foot in great fear, followed by the irate Krishna. Krishna too, following the running Satyadanva on foot, cut off his head with his sharp discus, and then searched his garments for the jewel. Not finding it with him, Krishna went to his brother and said, "Satyadanva has been slain in vain. The jewel is not to be found with him." Thereupon Balarama said, "Satyadana Danva must have entrusted the jewel with someone. Let us inquire who he is. Hurry back to the city." O King, Balarama, however, said that he liked very much to see his old friend, the king of Mitala. So he went to Mithila. On seeing him, the king Mithila got up in great joy and received that worthy guest with great honor and costly offerings. The great Balarama, thus honored with cordiality, by the king of Mithala, continued to stay there for some time. During that time, Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, took lessons in warfare with a mace from him. Reaching Dwaraka, Krishna informed his wife of the destruction of the Satta Danva and of the failure to discover the jewel of Sayamantaka from him. Afterwards, Krishna had all obscures of his dead relative properly performed. Akrura and Kritavarma, who really prompted Sattadanva to do the crime, were very much frightened to hear of his slaughter, and to save themselves from possible danger, ran away from Dwaraka. After Akrura's departure, the people of Dwaraka had to pass through many trials, both physical and mental, arising from bodily states like disease and supernatural occurrences like earthquakes, droughts, etc. O respected one, some inhabitants of Dwaraka began to speak, connecting the above unhappy experiences with Akrura's departure, forgetting the glory of Krishna which they had been witnessing so often all through. For it is said that if a holy man stays in a place, misfortune will not befall that place. How can misfortunes then visit a place where Krishna, who is the seat of all holiness, stays? As once, when there was a failure of rainfall in Kashi, the king of that place gave his daughter Gandhini in marriage to Swapalaka, the father of Akrura, who happened to be there at that time. And then they had rain in Kashi. This is a well-known fact. Akrura, the son of Swapalaka, also has got the powers of his father. Wherever he is, there will be good rainfall, and natural calamities and contagious diseases will not occur. Hearing this view of elders, Krishna, in order to disprove it, called back Akrura to Dwaraka and talked with him, extending all honors to him and exchanging some pleasantries with him. Sri Krishna, who had the foreknowledge of all facts about Akrura and his intentions, said, addressing him, O Akrura, it is already known to me that Sattadanva had deposited the glorious Sayamantaka with you. Now Satrajit is without any son. His properties are to go to his daughter's children, who have the duty of relieving his debts to ancestors by the performance of obscures like offering of water, libation, and rice balls. Still, as the jewel is too dangerous for ordinary people to wear, I thought that only a person of great austerity and spiritual worth like you incompetent to wear it. But my brother Balarama has no full trust in my intentions regarding the jewel. O fortunate one, in order to restore peace among relatives, please show the jewel in your possession publicly. That is in with you. It is sure, for you are carrying on your daily sacrificial rites on altars of gold. Akrura, the son of Swapalka, who was thus won over the good words, took the jewel, brilliant like the sun, from its cloth cover and placed it in Krishna's hand, showing the Sayamantaka to all people related and washing off the stain on him. With the display of that jewel, the Lord gave it again to Akrura. Whoever reads, hears, or remembers this story of Syamantaka, which reveals the power of glory of Mahavishnu, the all-pervading being, and which is auspicious and destructive of all sins, will rid himself of all ill repute and its cause, sin, and attain to peace. Atha Ashtapanchashtamodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Once after the re-emergence of the Pandavas from their supposed death in fire accident, Krishna, the supreme and all-auspicious being, went to Indraprastha to see them, accompanied by Yuyodhana and others. Seeing him, the Lord of all and the bestower of liberation, all the heroic sons of Pritha got up at once, as all the Indriyas would behave in the presence of Mukhya Prana. The heroic Pandavas, after embracing Krishna and thus ridding themselves of all their sin by the physical contact, looked at his smiling face full of love and derived great joy. Krishna prostrated himself at the feet of Yudhishthira and Bhima, who were elder to him, embraced Arjuna, who was of the same age as himself, and was greeted with prostration by Nakula and Sahadeva, who were younger to him. Panchali, the newly wedded wife of the Pandavas, approached Krishna, who was seated on a highly elevated seat, with a little of bashful hesitation, and made her obeisance. Next, they duly honored Satyaki and conducted him to another seat. So were also the others accompanying Krishna treated honorably by the Pandavas. Krishna next went to meet Kunti. Greeted by him, she embraced him as a son, shedding tears on account of overwhelming affection. After she made enquiries about the welfare of Vasudeva and others, Krishna conversed with her and met him in the company of her new daughter-in-law. Remembering the various trials and tribulations she had passed through, her voice was choked and tears filled her eyes. As she spoke to Krishna, he removes all sorrows of jivas by giving them the knowledge of the Atma. She said, "O Krishna, we felt happy and protected even when you remembered us, your relatives, and sent my cousin Akrura to make enquiries about us. To you, who are the well-wisher and the Atman of the whole world, there is no distinction between friend and alien. Still, in the case of those who remember you always, you remain ever in their hearts and remove their sufferings." Yudhishthira said, "I do not know by virtue of what pious acts of others, ignorant people, that you, who are difficult to be perceived even by great yogis, have come within our sight." Requested by the Raja Yudhishthira, the Lord spent the 4 rainy months of the year there, bestowing great bliss to the eyes of the residents of Indraprastha. During one of these days, Arjuna, accompanied by Sri Krishna and equipped with mail, his bow, Gandiva, and his 2 inexhaustible quivers, got into his chariot, having the monkey as the standard, and went on hunting expedition in a dense forest infested wild animals. In the hunt, he killed with his arrows many animals like tigers, boars, wild buffaloes, antelopes, sarabas, gavayas, deer, rhinos, hares, and porcupines. From among them, such game as were considered fit as sacrificial offerings were sent to Yudhishthira through porters for use at the sacrifice on the next Amavasya day. And then Arjuna, very thirsty and tired by the hunt, went to the banks of Yamuna for refreshing himself. Arjuna and Krishna, after purificatory rite with water, drank the pure water of the Yamuna. While resting on the banks, they saw there a very handsome maiden moving about. They went towards that beauty of a lovely face and sparkling teeth. Prompted by Krishna, Arjuna addressed her as follows.
O handsome lady, who are you? Whose daughter are you? Where have you come from? What is it that you are seeking? It looks as if you are in search of a husband. Please tell me all about yourself. The lady Kalindi said, I am the daughter of the sun deity. As husband, I am seeking Mahavishnu, who is the greatest of all and who gives boons to votaries. For this I am performing severe austerities. O hero, I shall not take anyone else as husband. May that worshipful one, the support of the friendless, the granter of mukti, be gracious unto me. My name is Kalindi. In the house built by my father under the water of Yamuna, I shall be staying till I meet Achyuta as the Lord incarnate. Arjuna reported this to Krishna, who already knew the truth about her. Krishna now took her into the chariot, and they drove to the presence of the righteous Yudhishthira. On the Pandava brothers intimating to Krishna their need for a proper residence, Krishna engaged the divine architect Vishwakarma to build for them a city unique in its layout and construction. While the Lord was staying within the city of the Pandavas in order to please them, he acted as Arjuna's charioteer in the conflict that took place when Arjuna helped Agni to consume the forest of Khandava. O king, the deity Agni, being pleased with this, rewarded Arjuna by bestowing on him a chariot drawn by white horses, a bow known as Gandiva, two quivers and an inexhaustible stock of arrows, and a mail which no arrows could pierce. Maya, the architect of the Asuras, was in the Khandava forest when it was burnt. He was saved from the fire, and out of gratitude he made an assembly hall for his benefactor Arjuna. It was in the hall that Duryodhana had the perceptual illusion between land and watery surfaces, permitted by Arjuna and other Pandavas and cheered by them. Krishna, accompanied by Satyaki and others, went back to Dwarka. Reaching Dwarka in a season and under a star that were very auspicious, Krishna solemnized his marriage with Kalindi to the great joy of all. Binda and Anubinda of Avanti, who were friends of Duryodhana and antagonistic to Krishna, did not permit their sister Binda, who was longing to marry Krishna, to choose him in a wedding by bridal choice. Therefore, in the presence of all kings, Krishna by force abducted this Mitravinda, who was the daughter of his father's sister Raja Devi. In Kosala, there was a very pious king called Nagnajit. He had a very handsome daughter. Satya was also known as Nagnajiti after her father's name. No one was considered eligible to marry her unless he managed to subdue 7 bulls, which were perverse by nature, intolerant of the very smell of valiant men, uncontrollable and sharp-horned, so no one could hitherto marry her. Hearing about this princess who had to be won through the conquest of the bulls, Lord Krishna, the protector of the pious, went to the capital of Kosala with a big army. The king of the Kosala was very much pleased by this. He received Krishna with all honors and worshipped him with costly offerings. The Lord in return accepted his hospitality with due expression of gratitude and appreciation. The king's daughter, on seeing that the Lord of Rama, who was very much to her heart, had come to her house seeking her hand in marriage, prayed, "May he become my husband. If I have been meditating on him with devotion and observing austere rules, may my pure aspiration come true. He, the dust of whose feet even Brahma, Shiva, and Sri Devi put on their heads, who assumes sportive embodiments as incarnations from time to time for the protection of the laws of Dharma that he himself has set forth. How can I propitiate him by anything I do unless he himself becomes gracious enough to be propitious?" After receiving Krishna, King Nagnajit said to him, "O Narayana, O Lord of the worlds, for you who are ever merged in your inherent bliss, what can a small man like me do?" Sri Shuka said, Lord Krishna, after seating himself on the offered seat, said in his sonorous voice resembling that of the cloud by his face lit up with a smile, the Lord said, "O king, for Kshatriya who lives according to his dharma, begging has been condemned as despicable by wise men. Yet for gaining your friendship, I ask you to give your daughter to me in marriage, but we are not prepared to pay any bridal money." Raja Nagnajit replied, "Who, O Lord, can be a better bridegroom than thee, the seat of all virtues and the unceasing residence of Shri? But, O leader of the Sattvatas, because of our desire to see that the girl gets the best type of husband, we have very early instituted a test of strength for the suitors and made a vow in respect of it. These 7 bulls are wild and uncontrollable. Many a Kshatriya's prince has been bored to death by them. A leader of the Yadus, if you are able to control these bulls, you, O Lord of Shri, will be the Lord of my daughter too, and all will approve of it." Hearing of his vow, Krishna at once girded up his loins, multiplied into 7 prototypes of himself, and controlled the bulls with utmost ease as if in sport. After binding with ropes those bulls whose strength had been checked and swagger subdued, Krishna playfully dragged them hither and thither as a child drags wooden toy balls. Thereupon the Raja Shri Nagnajit, in great wonder and immense satisfaction, bestowed his daughter to the Lord, who accepted her according to rites. All the wives of the king also were greatly delighted to know that their daughter had obtained Krishna as her husband, and the marriage was celebrated with great eclat. The sounds of conches, pipes, drums, and kettle drums mingled with those of vocal singing and the blessings pronounced by the Brahmanas. Men and women in great joy appeared in holiday dress. The king gave as dowry 10,000 cows and 3,000 female servitors, well dressed and decorated with necklaces. He also gifted an army consisting of 9,000 elephants, 100 times that number of chariots, 100 times more of horses, and still 100 times more that number of foot soldiers. The affectionate king of Ayodhya bade the couple farewell, putting them onto a chariot and directing a huge army to accompany them. On getting news of this, many of those kings who had met with defeat at the hands of the Yadus in the past and had also been frustrated in their attempt to control the boars, came forward to resist the party accompanying the newly married girl. Arjuna, who was escorting Krishna to Dwarka as a friendly gesture, now drove away these attacking warriors as a lion does jackals and other petty creatures with arrows released from his bow Gandiva. The Lord, born as the son of Devaki and as the leader of the Yadus, now happily reached Dwaraka with Satya and all the wealth given as dowry. Krishna also married Bhadra, a daughter of his father's sister Shrutakirti. She was born in Kekaya and was offered in marriage to Krishna by her brothers Santardana and others. Next, he brought as Garuda fetched a jar of nectar. Lakshmana, of great beauty, daughter of the king of Madras, taking her away by force, single-handed in a Swayamvara or marriage by bridal choice. Krishna had, in this way, many more wives, consisting of the large number of handsome women whom he released from the prison of Narakasura, the son of the earth deity, after destroying him. Slaying of Narakasura, Skanda 10, chapter 59. The Raja Parikshit said, "Tell us about the prowess of Krishna, the wielder of the bow Sarnaga, which he displayed in killing Narakasura, the son of each earth deity, and in releasing those women he had held in confinement." Sri Shuka said, Indra once represented to Krishna about the oppressive actions of Narakasura, like the forcible capture of his royal umbrella, to the seizure of his mother Aditi's ear ornaments, and of his occupation of Indra's seat on the Meru mountain. Krishna thereupon started with his wife Satyabhama on the back of the eagle vehicle Garuda to Pragijoytishtha, the capital of Narakasura. This city was defended by several layers of fortifications consisting of barriers of mountains, of weapons, of water, of fire, and of wind. And within there were the cords of Murasura, the bonds of which none could break. Krishna shattered the external fortification of mountains by his mace, of weapons by his arrows, of water, fire, and air by his discus, and of cords by his swords. He, the skillful wielder of the mace, shattered the mechanical devices of war and the courage in the hearts of warriors by the blowing of conch and the devastation of the city by his powerful mace. Hearing the frightening sound of Panchajanya, resembling the thunder on the eve of cosmic dissolution, Mura, the demon with 5 heads, who was sleeping underwater, got roused up. This Asura, who was brilliant like the sun and fire of doomsday, who was fierce in nature and in radiance, and whom none could look at, came rushing to Krishna like a 5-footed serpent at Garuda, with his 3-pronged trident upraised in his arm, as if about to swallow the 3 worlds with his 5 mouths. Whirling his trident, he threw it at Garuda, and then from his 5 mouths he sent forth terrific howls, filling the earth, the sky, and all the quarters, and enveloping the cosmic shell. Krishna, who was none but Lord Hari, cut that trident coming against Garuda into 3 with a pair of arrows and hit the Asura in his face with more arrows. Roused to anger, the Asura hurled his mace at Krishna.
The Lord cut into 100 shreds the mace that was speeding towards him. The Asura then rushed at him with uplifted hands, only to have his head severed by the Lord's discus with utmost ease, as in play. With head cut and life extinguished, the body of the Asura fell in water like a mountain whose wing had been cut by Indra's thunderbolt. His 7 sons, grief-stricken and angry at their father's death, came forward to avenge the same. Stationing Pita in front, they, Tamra, Antariksha, Shravana, Vasu, Nabaswan, and Aruna came forward for battle, well armed at the behest of Naraka. Those fierce warriors released at the unconquerable one the various weapons like spear, club, and trident, as also arrows, swords, and maces. But the Lord, whose power is inexhaustible, cut into bits all those missiles of theirs with his weapons. Pita and others were soon dispatched to Yama's abode with their heads, thighs, arms, etc. severed. When Naraka, the son of the earth deity, saw that all these leaders were slain by Achyuta's discus and arrows, he flew into uncontrollable rage and came out with his force of elephants, all descendant from the sea-born Airavata, and fierce in their ruts. Seeing Krishna seated on Garuda with his wife, like a cloud fringed by lightning and riding above the sun, the Asura released the weapon Satagni at him, while the rest of his forces also simultaneously attacked. Soon did the Lord, the elder brother of Gada, cut off the heads of limbs of all the soldiers and horses and elephants constituting that army, with his arrows winged with plumes of various colors. Whatever weapons the enemy soldiers hurled at him, he cut them to pieces with 3 arrows of his. Garuda, the eagle vehicle on which the Lord rode, decimated the elephants, striking them with his wings, beak, and claws. The elephants ran into the city, being struck and terrorized by Garuda. Though seeing his army thus on the run, Naraka stood firm in the field and gave battle. Naraka now struck Garuda with his powerful lance, with which he had countered even Indra's thunderbolt. Struck by it, Garuda, however, remained unmoved, like an elephant struck with a floral wreath. Naraka took a trident to kill Achyuta, but his attempt was foiled by Krishna, who forestalled him by cutting off his head with his sharp discus. Naraka's head, fallen on the earth, appeared bright with the crown and the earrings on it, while Naraka's relations cried, "Alas!" The rishis and the celestials rejoiced with loud exclamations and rained flowers on Mukunda. Then the earth deity, the mother of Naraka, approached Krishna with rich presents consisting of a pair of earrings of bright gold studded with gems, a floral wreath with 5 kinds of flowers, a royal umbrella owned by Varuna, and a rare gem shaped like the top of the Mandara mountain. Then, with palms joined in salutation, and with great humility, born of devotion, the earth deity began to praise Krishna, the Lord of the universe, and the object of worship, of even the highest of divinities. The earth deity said, "Salutations to thee, the god of gods, sporting the conch, the discus, and the mace. Obeisance to thee, the supreme consciousness, who assumest bodies to fulfill the yearnings of thy devotees. Salutations to the lotus navel. Salutations to the lotus garlanded. Salutations to the lotus eyed. Salutations to the lotus footed. I salute Vasudeva, the support of all. I salute Vishnu, the inner pervader of everything. I salute him who is the ultimate source of everything. I salute him who is all intelligence. Salutations to him who manifests both the cause and the effect. Salutations to him who is ever existent. Salutations to him who is the Supreme Spirit. Salutations to him who is infinite power. Salutations to him who is the greatest being. Salutations to him who is the Father of the worlds. Salutations to him who is birthless. O Lord of the worlds, O all-powerful one, it is thou alone that assumest the great power of Rajas for creation, of Tamas for dissolution, and of Sattva for preservation. Unobstructed by any entity, thou, the Purusha, transcendent both time and pradana, I, water, fire, air, and sky, their five objects like sound, the deities presiding over them, mind, sense organs, ahankara, giving the sense of agentship, Mahatattva, and Buddhi, all these categories of evolution of which all living and non-living entities are constituted are, O Lord, and one without a second, merely phenomenal in thee. O redresser of the fear of devotees who have taken shelter in thee, the Bhagadatta is the son of the dead Narakasura, come to thee in the great fear to offer his obeisance at thy lotus feet. Be gracious to protect him and to place thy sin-destroying palm on his head. Sri Sukha said, granting refuge to the son of Narakasura at the humble request of his mother, the earth deity Krishna entered the prosperous city of His. There he saw more than 16,000 young women from Narakasura whom Narakasura had by force taken away from the families of defeated kings and others. Seeing the noblest of men in their midst, those women all got infatuated with him. They felt that Providence had brought him near them to be chosen as their husband, and they chose him accordingly in their mind. Each one of them offered her mind individually to Krishna, saying, may he become my husband. May the great Creator grant me this. Krishna had all these women well dressed and sent to Dwaraka in palanquins. Besides, he dispatched a vast booty of treasure plundered from others by Narakasura, as also large numbers of horses and chariots. Kesava took away from there also 64 tusked, white-colored, and very fast elephants that belonged to the species of Airavata, the heavenly elephant of Indra. Next, Krishna went to the celestial abode of Indra where he restored to Aditi, the mother of Indra, the earrings of hers that Naraka had taken away. Krishna, with his consort Satyabhama, was duly honored by Indra and his queen. At the prompting of his wife Satyabhama, Krishna uprooted the Parijata, the heavenly tree, and sent it on Garuda's back to Dwaraka, overcoming Indra and the Devas, who put up a fight. The Parijata was planted in the garden of Satyabhama's house, adding special glory to it. The honeybees of heaven, which were very fond of the fragrance and flavor of the flowers and the flower nectar of Parijata, followed the tree to its new place of transplantation. Just a little before this, Indra had, for the attainment of his objectives, prayed to Achyuta, prostrating himself before him and touching his feet with the top of his crowned head. Yet, after the achievement of his purposes, he goes to fight with that Krishna. Fie on the stupidity of the Devas, fie on wealth which begets such stupidity. Next, Krishna had his marriage with all these women performed according to the rites on the same auspicious day. Housed as these 16,000 women were in separate houses, he was present at the same time in every one of those houses in different forms to perform the marriage rites. Remaining without break in the homes of unequaled and unsurpassed splendor of these 16,000 and more wives, who were all aspects of Rama, the divine consort of Vishnu, and engaging himself in peerless sports, Krishna remained performing the duties of an ordinary householder and enjoying the company of those women without ever being drawn away from abidance in his Brahmic bliss. Having obtained as their husband him who is the consort of Rama, him to whom even divinities like Brahma have no approach, these women enjoyed his company always, delighting in amorous sports of loving smiles and looks, frolicsome talks, embraces, and bashful poses. Though each of these women had 100 maids as attendants, they did every service of the Lord personally, welcoming him when he came by giving him seat, offering him argya and water to wash his feet, preparing betel rolls to chew, massaging his feet, fanning him, bathing him, applying sandal paste and the unguents on his body, decorating him with flower garlands, combining and arranging his tresses, arranging for his sleep, and feeding him, thus acting as his servitors in every way. Skanda 10, chapter 60, Krishna testing Rukmini. Once Rukmini, assisted by her maids, was fanning Krishna, the teacher and father of the worlds, while he was seated comfortably on a bed. He who was being served was verily the supreme ruler, for whom creation, preservation, and withdrawal of the universe constitute a mere play. It is that eternal being that is now born as Krishna among the Yadus for the preservation of the rule of Dharma that he himself had laid down. That inner apartment where he was seated had decorations of pearl chains dangling loose from canopy and was lighted with brilliant lamps studded with jewels. The abundance of malika reeds and other floral decorations was inviting many a buzzing honeysucker through the windows, which allowed the pure rays of the moon to to peep in. Through these windows was also coming in the breeze, carrying the sweet smell of the parijata flowers from the garden, while fragrant fumes of frankincense came out through them in such an inner apartment. Rukmani Devi was serving the Lord of the universe, her husband, seated comfortably on a cot with a bed and pillows, white and soft, like the foam of milk.
Now Rukmani took the jewel-studded chowri fan from a maid, and herself began to serve the Lord of the worlds. She shone all her beauty as she stood by the Lord, fanning him. Her bejeweled anklets produced a sweet tinkling sound as she moved about. She had on her fingers rings set with gems, and with her hands bedecked with bracelets, she held the fan with which she served the Lord. On her neck were white pearl necklaces, made crimson by the saffron powder of her breast, covered by the hem of a cloth, while round her waist she wore a priceless girdle. All these together presented her as a rare beauty by the side of her husband. At the sight of Rukmani standing by his side, Rukmani, who was Sri Devi incarnate and had a soul support in him, and whose form, with the curls, earrings, medallion, and nectarine smile, matched well with his, Sri Krishna. Hari incarnate was much pleased and said with a mischievous smile. The Lord said, Princess, many a ruler who was equal in wealth to divinities guarding the quarters, who was high-minded, as also charming in appearance, who was endowed with beauty, generosity, strength, and energy, came to your marriage as a suitor. Urged by his passion for you, and prompted by the offer your father and brother made of you to him, Shishupala, along with other kings, came to your place seeking you. Without caring for them, why did you choose to wed me, who am inferior to them in wealth and position? One who, out of fear of enemy kings, took shelter in the sea, who has created many enemies for himself among powerful persons, and who has abandoned all claim to royal throne. Why, O handsome lady, did you choose such a one? Trouble and tribulation, O good lady, are the fate of these women who cast their lot with are, O good lady, are the fate of these women who cast their lot with person whose ways of life are steeped in mystery and transcend the ways of the world. I am one without any possession, and I am fond of people who have no possessions. Therefore, O handsome one, wealthy persons do not generally seek my favor. Marriage and friendship should be the only between persons who have compatibility in respect of birth, wealth, physical condition, and aspiration about the future. It should not be between people having wide variations in these respects. Therefore, O Princess of Vidarbha, it was without a knowledge of all these facts and without far-sightedness that you decided to marry one like me, who am really without any high qualifications. The praises bestowed on me constitute merely the vain words of some ascetics of no consequence. Therefore, it is better you seek some other noble Kshatriya prince who will be a real match for you and will be able to fulfill all your aspirations in this world and next. Oh, you handsome one! The rulers of Chedi and Salva, besides Jarasandha, Dandavatra, and other kings, including your brother Rukmi, are inimical to me. I, whose function is to put down the power and prestige of evil men, took you by force. O high-minded lady, only to destroy the pride and self-laudation of these senseless kings, reveling in their might. We, who are established in the philosopher's indifference, have no desire for woman, offspring, and wealth. We are ever satisfied with joy of the Atman, and we remain only as mere uninvolved witnesses, like a light or the rays of the sun in a house, as far as the world and its affairs are concerned. Sri Krishna spoke to her like this in order to humble Rukmani's pride, arising from the feeling that he was passionately fond of her, because of his remaining in her company always. Having this much, he remained quiet. Having said this much, he remained quiet. Alas, hearing these words of a dear husband, the master of the universe, in a strain that was shocking to her in an unprecedented manner, Rukmani was filled with fear, accompanied by trepidation of the heart, and weeping, she plunged into endless worrying thoughts. Drawing lines on the ground with her handsome toes, with crimson nails, and drenching a saffron-dusted breast with collyrium dark and chaste, she stood with her head bent and voice choked in the poignancy of her grief. Her mind having lost its balance through extreme grief and fear, her fan and bracelets having dropped from her hand, and herself lost in a swoon due to paralysis of thought, she fell down suddenly like a plantain tree before a strong wind, with all her hair disheveled. On seeing her fall like that, the worshipful Lord was filled with pity and sympathy the condition of Rukmini, whose bond of love for him was so strong and whose innocence could not stand the thrust of sarcasm. Immediately, Krishna, the four-armed Mahavishnu incarnate, got up from his court, lifted her up, tied up her disheveled hair, massaged her face with his lotus palm, and did everything to bring her back to consciousness. The Lord of all, an expert in conciliation and the final goal of all pious men, tenderly pacified her, a faithful wife, reduced to a pitiable condition by the force of his sarcasm, which she was too tender and innocent to stand. The Lord said, O daughter of the king of Vidarbha, don't be cross with me. I know you look upon me as your sole support. O handsome one, I was only joking in order to have the pleasure of hearing your reply. I wanted to see your face in a state of laughing, to see your quivering lips, frowning brows, and flashing corner glances from your reddened eyes. Oh, faint-hearted one, oh, handsome girl, can't you see that for those who maintain a household and follow its ways, these few moments spent in such love crossing hold forth the highest joy? Sri Sukha said, O king, Rukmani, the princess of Vidarbha, was thus specified by the Lord's statement that what he has said was only a joke, and that it was not an indication of his intention to desert her. She cast a soft and engaging glance at that mighty personage from the corner of her eyes, and with bashful smile said, O lotus-eyed Lord, what thou didst say of my not being well matched with thee is indeed true. For where art thou, the all-pervading being, the master of all powers and excellences, the Lord, even the Trimurti, the one ever observed in the inherent bliss? And where am I? Material nature, constituted of the three gunas, whom only ignorant people would adore. True, thou hast taken shelter in the deep sea. For hast not thou, pure consciousness, and the self of all, taken thy residence in the innermost recesses of the heart, where the gunas of Prakriti touch thee not? It is also true that thou hast many powerful enemies, for thou as a jiva art even in conflict with the wicked senses. About thy abandoning kingship, even thy earnest devotion, abjure it as the darkest hell. What wonder is there in thy abjuring it? Thou didn't say that thy ways are mysterious and it is unsafe to cast one lots with thee. True, even the ways of the sages who constantly meditate on thee are mysterious, and men who are like animals in their outlook cannot even conceive of them. Therefore, O all-pervading one, when the ways of even one who follows thee are unpredictable, there is nothing surprising in it being so in regard to thee, the Lord of all. It was said by thee that thou art Nishkindachana, a propertyless pauper, and that is only those without any property that will go after thee. But still, in the contradiction to thy statement, even divinities like Brahma, who are the masters of the whole universe and who are sought by boon-seeking worshippers, adore thee, the propertyless. The explanation of the riddle is this: it is only these sense-bound worldlings, proud of their wealth and unaware of the presence of the Lord of Death nearby, that fail to seek thee. The truly propertyless are those like Brahma, who know that all they possess is thine. Such devotees are fond of thee, the propertyless, and thou art fond of them, the propertyless. Thy blissful self is the embodiment of all felicities and values. Desiring the bliss that thou art, men of chastened mind abandon everything of the world and its prizes. They are the persons most suited for thee to make relationship with. This is true marriage, not the relationship established between prompted man and woman, as to a life of mixed sorrows and joys. Sorry. Yeah. Regarding thy reference to the groundless praise by ascetics, it was by hearing the descriptions of thy greatness by all renouncing ascetics with universal love that thou art the self of all, and that thou givest thyself to the devotee. Thus I married thee, rejecting Brahma and Indra, not to speak of lesser ones, whose powers and positions are reduced to oblivion by time at the slightest movement of thy brows. O brother of Gada, O Lord of all, having driven away by the mere twang of thy bow and assemble kings, thou didst take me away, the rightful property, by the force of as a lion does its prey, driving away jackals and other animals. It is therefore absurd on thy part to say that out of fear of these very kings thou hast taken shelter in the sea.
Yet another absurd statement of thine is that we, women who follow thee, will come to grief. O lotus-eyed Lord, have all those kings come to grief? Those kings like Prithu, the son of Rena, Bharata, Yayati, Anga, Gaya, and a host of other Rajasis who abandoned their unchallenged empires and entered the forest to follow thy path? In reply, I ask, which woman with even a modicum of discriminative power would go for another man who is always subject to fear of death in preference to thee who art the home of all excellences, who is the woman that will care to do so after having experienced the fragrance of thy feet, which holy men praise, which erase the miseries of people, and which form the abode of Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. I have sought shelter in thee, the Lord of the world, the soul of all, and the fulfiller of the aspirations of everyone here and hereafter, seeing that thou art the only one who is a match for me. Revolving as I am in this cycle of births and deaths, may thy feet be my shelter, the feet that destroy the false identification of the body with the spirit, and which remain ever with the votary as its support. My reply to this, O Achyuta, may those kings whose qualifications consist in that they are satisfied to live in the houses of women as their asses, oxen, dogs, cats, and servants become the husbands of such women as have never listened to the glorious accounts of thy deeds and excellences, which are sung about even in the assemblies of Shiva and Brahma. Only those women who are steeped in ignorance and who have never experienced the fragrance of thy lotus feet go after husbands who are nothing but walking corpses in disguise, constituted as they are of a mass of flesh, bones, blood, worms, dirt, phlegm, and humours, covered by a coat of skin, hairs, and nails. O lotus-eyed Lord, though thou art ever immersed in thy inherent bliss and hast no special interest in me, still may I have attachment to thy feet, in spite of this indifference of thine, when at the beginning of the creative cycle thou art in a mood to augment creation, thou art bound to look at me, thy prakriti, with a rajasic view, being of service to thee in that way is a great blessing indeed to me, O lotus-eyed one. Yet I do not totally discount the relevancy of thy words asking me to seek someone else, though thou hast warned me at the Swayamvara. For there have been cases like that of Amba, a virgin who loved someone different from the chosen one. A harlot, even if married to one person, will seek association with newer and newer men. Such unfaithful women should not be taken as wife by anyone. He who does so loses both this world and the next. The Lord said, O noble lady, O princess, it is to hear these words of yours that I teased you with my sarcastic speech. Your comments on my remarks are all on the right lines. O high-minded one, you are praying to me for the destruction of all other desires, so that your only desire is myself. That kind of firm devotion to me, however, has always been with you, a wholehearted devotee of mine. Your wifely devotion and steadfastness has now been well proved. Though I tried to shake it by my innuendos, you could not in the least be shaken. Those who, along with the performances of austerities and observances of vows, pray for married happiness to me, the granter of liberation, are persons deluded by my Maya. O handsome one, having attained to me, the master of both liberation and worldly wealth, if one still seeks worldly wealth in place of him who is the master of all wealth, it is only to be said that he is an ill-fated man. For these satisfactions which wealth can bring, being on par with all the sensuous enjoyments, can be had even in animal birth. Being dominated by desire and set for sensuous enjoyments, even such hellish life might be welcome to them. And lo, it is quite easy to obtain. O mistress of my home, it is indeed very fortunate that your service of me has always been of the desireless nature, leading to liberation. Evil-minded persons cannot do this, and especially women with low aspirations, body-minded and unscrupulous, can never attain to that state of mind. O dignified lady, hardly any household is likely to have such a loving wife as you. For, seeking your hand in marriage, many crowned heads had come, but you rejected them all and thought of me, of whom your ideas were merely from hearsay, and sent a Brahmana as a messenger to inform me of your devotion to me. In spite of your brother Rukmi being disfigured by us after his defeat in battle, and later even by his slaughter at a game of dice on the occasion of the marriage of Aniruddha, you put up with the grief caused thereby without a single word of protest, out of fear of separation from me. By this behavior of yours, you have conquered me. Longing for me, but finding me delaying in coming, you felt this life meaningless. So you sent a Brahmana with a clear message that if I failed, you would destroy this body of yours, which you had dedicated to me. This single-minded devotion and dedication shall only rest on you and shall go uncompensated because it is too noble and great to be compensated by anything that I can do. Sri Sukha said, thus following the ways of the world, the Lord of the universe, the embodiment of all glories, the universal self ever established in his inherent bliss, entertained Rukmini, who was Rama herself, and regaled himself too with such amorous talks. Thus Hari, master and teacher of the world, lived in the houses of his other wives also, following the ways of a householder as if he were actually a householder. Skanda 10, chapter 61, the destruction of Rukmi. Sri Sukha said, each of those numerous wives of Krishna gave birth to 10 sons, not inferior to their father in all his great qualities. Each of those royal ladies, seeing that Achita was always in her home without going out anywhere, thought that Krishna considered her the dearest. Those women did not know the real truth about him, that he was never merged in his inherent bliss, and that his mind was never drawn out by any of them. By his handsome lotus like face, by his long arms, by his attractive eyes, by his loving smile, by his expressive looks, and by his engaging conversations. These women were enraptured and dazed to the extreme. Though they were overpowered by him, they failed to conquer his mind in spite of all their amorous devices. From the bow of their arching eyebrows, moving expressively to make plain the meanings they suggested through their suppressed laughter, these 16,000 and odd wives of Krishna released at him Cupid's arrows, rendered potent by mantras enhancing the delights of love. But by these and other arts they failed to perturb his mind in the least. Obtaining as their husband the Lord who is the consort of Rama, to whom even divinities like Brahma have no access, these women experienced ever increasing delight through loving glances, smiles, and other intimacies as at initial union. Through they had a large number of female attendants. These wives of Krishna themselves did all the personal services for him, services like receiving him, seating him, giving him argya, washing his feet, giving him beetles to chew, massaging the feet, fanning him, bathing him, applying sandal paste, combing his hair, decorating him with flower wreaths, arranging for his sleep, and bestowing on him every other form of attention. From among the issues of all these wives, each with 10 children, I shall tell you the names of the children of the first 8 wives spoken of earlier. The 10 sons born of Rukmani, in no way inferior to their father Hari, were as follows: Pradyumna, Charadusheshna, Sudeshna, the heroic Charudeha, Sucharu, Charugupta, Bhadracharu, Charuchandra, Vicharu, and Charu, who was the 10th, Bhanu, Subhanu, Swabhanu, Prabhanu, Bhanuman, Chandrabhanu, Brihadbhanu, Atibhanu, Shribhanu, Pratibhanu. These were the 10 sons of Satyabhama: Samba, Sumitra, Purujit, Sutajit, Sahasrajit, Vijaya, Chitraketu, Vasuman, Dravida, and Kratu. Such were the names of Jambavati's 10 sons, who were highly esteemed by their father. Satya's children were Veera, Chandra, Aswasena, Chitragu, Vegavan, Vrisha, Amma, Sanku, Basu, and the gracious Kunti. As sons of Kalindi, there was Sruta, Kavi, Vrisha, Veera, Subahu, Bhadra, Santi, Darsa, Purnamasa, and Somaka. Lakshmana had 10 sons named Praghosha, Gatravan, Simha, Bala, Prabala, Urtvada, Mahasakti, Sahas, Ojas, and Aparajita. Mitra Vinda had as sons Rika, Harsha, Anila, Gridra, Vardhana, Annada, Mahasa, Pavana, Vani,
and Shudi. Bhadra's sons were named Sangramajit, Brihatsena, Sura, Prahana, Arjit, Jaya, Subhadra, Vama, Ayu, and Satyaka. Through one of the other wives, Rohini Krishna had Tipiman, Tamra, Tapta, and other sons. Pradayumna, the son of Krishna, had a powerful son named Aniruddha from his wife Rukmavati, daughter of Rukmi, who resided at Bojakata. In this way, the sons and grandsons constituting Krishna's progeny were countless. Even the mothers of Krishna's sons were 16,108. Raja Parikshit said, Rukmi, being defeated in battle by Krishna, was awaiting out of bitter hostility to him an opportunity to kill him. How did that Rukmi give his daughter in marriage to the son of his enemy? O learned one, I cannot understand how a marriage relation came to be established between enemies. Please explain this to me. Yogis, through the eye of knowledge, understand about the past, present, and future, and what is beyond the ken of the senses, distant and hidden. Sri Sukha said, Pradyamna, who was Ananga, embodied, took her by force single-handed, defeating all rival kings in a Swayamvara marriage of choice by the bride. So though Rukmi entertained animosity to Krishna for the insult he subjected him to, he was nonetheless inclined to please his sister Rukmini, the mother of Pradyamna, and favored the marriage. O king, Bali, the son of Kritavarma, married Rukmini's handsome daughter named Charukmati. Though he entertained bitter enmity to Krishna, Rukmi, bound by his affection for his sister, and in order to please her, gave also his granddaughter, Rochana, in marriage to Aniruddha, his own daughter's son and Krishna's grandson, despite his awareness that it was a forbidden relationship. On that auspicious occasion of the marriage of their grandson, Krishna, Rama, Rukmini, Samba, Pradyamna, and others went to Bhojakta, the city of Rukmi. After the ceremonies connected with the marriage were over, some naughty rulers like the king of Kalinga prompted Rukmi to challenge and defeat Balrama at a game of dice. O king, they said, this Balrama is not good at dice, yet he has a mania for it. So challenge him. Being thus advised, Rukmi called Bala and sat for a game of dice with him. Rama played the game with stakes of 100,000 and 10,000 gold coins. In all these games, Rukmi won. And this, the king of Kalinga laughed aloud at Balarama, showing his teeth. This displeased Rama very much. Next, Rukmi played with a lakh of panas at stake. Balarama won in that game. But Rukmi falsely claimed himself to be the victor. Balarama's face, naturally handsome with its slightly red-tinged eye, now swelled up in anger, like the sea on the full moon day, and he challenged Rukmi for the stake of 10 crores of panas. Rama won in that also playing a straight game. But on false grounds, Rukmi claimed victory for himself and asked the witnesses to decide. Just then, an aerial voice announced from the sky, "In this competition, Balarama has won, playing a straight game. What Rukmi says is false." Prompted by evil-minded kings and also by the Lord of Death, Rukmi did not accept the validity of that divine voice too. He spoke to Balarama, an embodiment of Sankarsana, in terms of ridicule thus: "You fellows are mere cowheads and forest dwellers. Only kings of royal dynasties know how to play dice and fight with arrows, not men like you." Being thus subjected in insulting remarks by Rukmi and the ridiculing laughter of other kings, Balarama was inflamed with anger and struck down Rukmi on the spot with his club in that festive gathering. He then caught hold of the king of Kalinga before he ran away 10 steps in front and knocked out all his teeth, which had shown in a grin of ridicule at him. The other kings, also being clubbed by Bala, ran helter and skelter with injured, bleeding limbs and heads. When brother-in-law Rukmi was thus slaughtered, Krishna said nothing for or against it, as either way it would displease Rukmani or Balarama. After having successfully completed their purpose, Balarama and all the Yadavas who had the support of Krishna started for Dwarka, putting Aniruddha and his newly wedded wife in a splendid chariot. Atha chapter 62. The romance of Aniruddha and Usha. The Raja said, "That distinguished Yadava, Aniruddha, married also Usha, the daughter of Bana. In this connection, there was, it seemed, a fierce fight between Hari and Sankara. O great yogi, please be good enough to describe all these incidents." Sri Sukha said, "Bana was the eldest of 100 sons of the great Bali, who offered the earth as a gift to Sri Hari in his incarnation as Vamana. Bana, Bali's son, was devoted to the worship of Shiva and was very noble in character, generous, intelligent, and truthful. Living in a beautiful city called Sunita, he ruled the country. Thanks to the favor of Shiva, the devas had to behave like servants before him. He pleased Shiva by playing on percussion instruments with his 1,000 hands when the former performed the Tandava dance. Lord Shiva, who is gracious to his devotees and worthy of being adored, blessed him by offering to grant any boon he wanted. Bana chose that Shiva should become the god of his palace. One day, infatuated with pride and power, he said to Shiva, seated close by, touching his feet with his diadem that shone like the sun, "O great divinity, O teacher of the world, O Lord of all, I salute thee who does fulfill the wants of men who have not attained the satisfaction of their desires. The 1,000 alms that thou hast given me have become a mere burden to me. For, except you, I do not find in all the 3 worlds anyone worthy of my steel. With my hands itching unbearably for a fight, I pounded mountains, I chased the elephants of the courts, but they ran away in fear. Angered by these words, the worshipful Shiva said, "O fool, when you find your flagstaff breaking, know that the battle that will extinguish your pride is near at hand." The fool was delighted to hear this. He returned to his place and remained there, waiting for the sign that the Lord of the Mountains had indicated as a forerunner of the destruction of his power. Bana had a daughter named Usha. Though she had never heard of or seen him, she cultivated love from Pradayumna's son Aniruddha for an experience of him that she had in dream. Not finding him when she woke up from the dream, she cried out in a mood of helplessness and bashfulness, sitting amidst her companions. "Oh, dear one, where are you?" Bana had a minister by the name of Kumbhanda, who had a daughter named Chitralekha. Being a companion of Usha, Chitralekha asked her with solicitude, "You are an unmarried girl. Whom are you calling like this? Please say what is obsessing your mind." Usha replied, "In my dream, I saw an unknown person, dark blue in complexion and possessing eyes like lotus petals. He is dressed in yellow robes and he has powerful arms. He can have easy entry into the hearts of any woman. I am seeking that beloved of mine, having made me drink the sweet honey of his lips. He has vanished, leaving me in deep distress, and I am pining for him." Chitralekha said, "I shall bring that man to you if he actually exists anywhere in the three worlds, and shall thus assuage your grief. Please let me know who he might be." Saying so, she drew the exact resemblances of the large number of distinguished personages from among Devas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Charanas, Panagas, Daityas, Vidyaras, Yakshas, and men. From among the men, she drew portraits of Vrishni, leaders like Sura, Vasudeva, Rama, Krishna, and Pradayumna. When Pradayumna's portrait was shown, Usha became bashful. When she drew Aniruddha, Usha hung her head coiled on seeing his figure and said with a smile, "He is the person." Chitralekha knew him to be Krishna's grandson. So endowed as she was with yogic powers, she flew to Dwarka through the air. Reaching there, she lifted up the sleeping Aniruddha from his cot and flew back to Sonitapura with the help of yogic powers and presented him to her companion Usha. Usha was delighted to see the handsome Aniruddha and lived in the enjoyment of his company in her inner apartment, which was inaccessible to men.
She lavished on him all attention by providing him with costly dress, sandal paste, incense, light, seed, good food, and drink, and spent hours in conversation with and service of him. Aniruddha, who was thus hidden in the maiden's apartment by Usha, being completely absorbed in her, did not even know the passing of day and night. Aniruddha made captive. As she thus lived joyfully with that Yadava prince in violation of the rules of maidenhood,
Telltale signs of pregnancy began to appear in her. Guards of the inner apartments thereupon reported to Bana, "O king, your daughter's conduct is likely to bring disrepute to the family. Sir, we are guarding the place without a break, and it is impossible for any man even to see it. Under these circumstances, we are puzzled how her virginity has been broken." Bana was very much grieved to hear of the depravity of his daughter. He went immediately to the maiden's quarters of the palace, where he saw the Yadava prince. He was astonished to see sitting before him Aniruddha, the son of Pradyumna, who was Kama reborn, a youth of unparalleled beauty, blue in complexion, lotus-eyed, long-armed, and wearing yellow robes, having a face embellished by a smiling look, and by the luster of his shining earrings and locks of hair, playing at dice with his beloved of perfect form, and wearing on his chest a garland of fresh jasmine buds of the spring season, made slightly crimson with the saffron powder from his beloved's breast. That prince of Madhava's family saw Bana entering with a body of troops with uplifted arms. Thereupon he took up a metallic mace and stood up like an Antaka, angel of death, ready to strike and kill. Like the leader of a herd of wild boars attracting and killing a pack of dogs, he struck at those soldiers trying to surround him. With heads, hands, and thighs broken, these soldiers ran out of the house and disappeared. On seeing his troops killed, the powerful Bana, the son of Bali, tied up Aniruddha with Nagapasa, serpent noose, in great anger. Seeing him thus bound, Usha broke down completely with sorrow and cried, shedding copious tears. Ata Trisho Ti Tamodhyaya. Chapter 63, Recovery of Aniruddha. Expedition to Bana Sopa Sonapura. Sukha said, for the 4 months of the rainy season, the relatives of Aniruddha mourned for his loss without any idea of his whereabouts. They, however, came to know from the sage Narada all about Aniruddha's adventures and imprisonment. The Vrishnis then went on an expedition to Sonapura, having Krishna as their guardian angel. Following Rama and Krishna, the other Vrishnis like Pradyumna, Yuyudhana, Gada, Samba, Sarana, Nanda, Upananda, Bhadra, and others set out, leaving 12 Akshohinis of troops and besieged Sonapura on all sides. Seeing the gardens of the city laid waste and its ramparts, towers and gates battered, Bana soon gathered an army of equal strength and came to meet the invaders in great anger. Fight with Bana. The worshipful Rudra, seated on his bull vehicle, Nandi, and accompanied by his sons and goblins, fought on the side of Bana against Rama and Krishna. O king, most fierce, wonderful, and hair-raising combats took place between Krishna and Shiva, and between Pradyumna and Guha, Subramanya. Fight took place between Balarama on the one hand and Kubanda and Kupanarka on the other, between Samba and Bana's son, and between Bana and Satyaki himself. The leaders of celestials like Brahma, sages, Siddhas, Charanas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, and Yakshas came in aerial cars to witness the battle. With sharp arrows released from his bow, Shranga, Krishna scattered the forces of Shiva, consisting of Bhutas, Pramathas, Guvyakas, Dakinis, Yatudanas, Vetalas, Vinayakas, Pretas, Matris, Pisachas, Kushmandas, and Brahma Rakshasas. Shiva, armed with a Pinaka bow, shot many kinds of arrows at Krishna, the wielder of the bow Sharanga, but the latter destroyed them all with proper counter weapons, unperturbed. He destroyed Brahma missile by Brahma missile, wind missile by mountain missile, fire missile by water missile, and Pasupata missile by Narayana missile, making Shiva dazzled with a missile, causing yawning, followed by sleep. Krishna struck down numerous soldiers of the opposite army with sword, mace, and arrows. Wounded all over the body and bleeding profusely from the arrows of Pradyumna, Bhuya left the field of battle on his peacock vehicle. Kumbhanda and Kupakarna perished by Balarama's plough weapon, whereupon the leaderless army of Bana took to the hills. Seeing the gradual destruction of his army, Bana, in great anger, left his opponent Satyaki and faced Krishna in battle with his chariot. Full of war lust, Bana at one stretch stringed 500 bows with his hand and aimed 2 arrows from each of them. Hari, the master of the sixfold excellences, cut all those bows simultaneously and besides destroyed the chariot and the horses, and then blew his conch. Bana's mother, Kotara, in order to save the life of her son, now came and stood before Krishna, naked and with hair disheveled. Krishna, the elder brother of God, now turned away his face in order to avoid seeing the naked woman. Taking that opportunity, Bana, whose chariot had been destroyed and bow broken, withdrew into his city. When the goblins had all fled away, Krishna was attacked by the fever of Shiva. Say which, Vara, having 3 heads and 3 legs, and threatening to burn up everything. Thereupon Krishna, who was Narayana himself, seeing that fever approaching, countered it with the fever of Vishnu, Vaishnavichvara, which is cold by nature. The 2 fevers then fought each other. Under the vigorous attack of Vishnu's fever, the fever of Shiva found shelter nowhere and was forced to take refuge in great fright and lamentation at the feet of Rishikesha, the controller of all the senses. The fever then began to praise him. Shiva's fever and Vishnu's fever. Shiva's fever said, I prostrate before thee, the Brahman with infinite powers, pure consciousness condensed, the taintless, the soul of all, the Lord of all, the cause of creation, preservation, and dissolution, the changes, and the one indicated in all the Vedantas. Time, providence, the effects of good and bad actions, the individuality that enjoys and suffers, the special characteristics of entities, the subtle elements, Prakriti, the source of material evolution, the prana of vital power with its 5 functions, eye sense, the 5 gross elements, and the 11 organs of knowledge and action, the subtle body which is a combined product of these, the power of the seed to transmit tendencies to the progeny, all these constitute Maya, thy power. Thou art its contradictory, the pure spirit, which nothing can condemn. I take refuge in thee. By taking various forms adopted as in play, thou dost protect the devas, holy men, and the world order. Thy present embodiment is to lighten the burden of the earth by destroying the transgressors who live by the oppression of others. I am scourged by the fierce and severe fever created by thee, which makes one pass through heat and cold alternately. Creatures are bound to be subjected to suffering until they take to thy service. The Lord said, O 3-headed one, I am pleased with you. Be free from the fear produced by the fever pertaining to me. Whoever thinks of this conversation between us should not be assailed by you. Bana's defeat and Rudra's win. When Shiva's fever departed, making obeisance to Krishna, Bana reappeared in a new chariot to fight with Krishna. Then the furious Asura, holding numerous kinds of weapons in his 1,000 hands, released arrows at Krishna, who was armed with a discus. Soon the Lord cut off, like the branches of a tree, the hands of the Asura, who was shooting arrows in quick succession. As the dismemberment of Bana's hands was progressing, the Lord Shiva, so gracious to his devotee, approached the discus-armed Krishna and addressed. Shri Rudra said, "Thou art Brahman, the self-effulgent light of consciousness, the hidden meaning of Vedic revelation. The pure-minded see thee untainted and unconditioned by anything, even like the Akasha. The sky is thy neighbor, the fire, thy face, water, thy seam, the heavens, thy head, the quarters, thy ears, the earth, thy feet, the moon, thy mind, the sun, thy eye, Rudra, thy eye sense, the ocean, thy abdomen, Indra, thy arms, plants, thy head, clouds, thy braids, Brahma, thy intellect, Prajapati, thy genitals, and Dharma, thy heart, and Dharma, thy heart. Such is the conception of thee, with the worlds as thy limbs. O thou, whose glories know no waning, this incarnation of thine is for the protection of Dharma, and for the welfare of the world. Under thy protective control, we, the Devas, are guiding the 7 worlds. Thou art the original and only being without a second by thy side. Thou, the self-effulgent, transcendent, the 3 states of consciousness. Thou art the cause of all, but thyself causes. Yet, for the enjoyment of the objects of senses, thou abidest in all bodies projected by thy yoga mind. The sun, though covered by clouds, its own creation, reveals these very clouds and in all other objects underneath them. In the same way, O self-effulgent ones, though thou art hidden from the jiva by the cloud of ahankara, I sense, an effect of thy maya, prakriti, thou revealest the I sense as also the jiva, identifying with intelligence infatuated by thy maya. The jivas get intensely attached to children, wife and house, and roll up and down in the waves of the ocean of samsara. After having obtained birth as a human being as a result of the Lord's grace, a man who fails to serve his feet, but lives for indulgences in the pleasures of his uncontrolled senses, is a traitor to himself. He is indeed to be pitied. A man who abandons thee, the soul of one's soul, the dearest of the dear and one's Lord and Master, prefers sensuous indulgences, which are unspiritual values taking one in the opposite direction. That fool is like one who takes poison, rejecting Amrita, the food that confers immortality. Brahma, I and other devas and sages who have attained to purity of mind by thy grace, all have made total surrender to thee, the soul of our souls, the dearest of the dear, and our Lord and Master. For relief from transmigratory existence, we seek refuge in thee, the cause of the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the worlds, the peaceful, the friend, the spirit within, and the Lord of all. This Bana Sura is my close servant, and is therefore very dear to me. O Lord, I have given him refuge. Therefore, may thou deign to shower on him thy grace, as thou didst in the case of Prahlad.
Lord Krishna said, O worshipful one, whatever is dear to your heart, I shall do accordingly. And whatever you have decided, I accept. Besides, Dasasura, a son of Bali, should not be killed by me. I have given a boon to Prahlada that none belonging to his line would be killed by me. In order to put down his pride, I have severed his arms, and his big army, being a burden to the earth, has been destroyed by me. His remaining 4 arms will never age. Thus Asura, who is a follower of yours, will have nothing to fear about. After getting this boon from Krishna, the Asura saluted him by prostrating himself before him, and then he brought in a chariot, Aniruddha with his wife, magnificently robed. Congratulated by Rudra, Shri Krishna started back home with Aniruddha and his wife placed in front and surrounded by one Akshauhini of troops. Welcomed by the citizens, friends, and Brahmanas, he entered his capital, which was well watered and decorated with festoons and flags, and where the sound of conch, drums, and kettle drums greeted them. Whoever reads in the morning hours this account of the victory of Krishna in battle with Shankara shall never have any defeat. Atha Chatushthitamodhyaya, Skanda 10, chapter 64. The story of Nriga. Sri Shuka said, O king, one day some Yadava young men like Samba, Pradyumna, Charu, and Bhanu had gone for recreation to the outer gardens of the city. Having engaged themselves in sports for a long time, they felt very thirsty and began to search for water. In the course of their search, they came across a dry well, and in the well they saw a wonderful creature. It was a lizard of the size of a mountain. They saw it with great astonishment, and out of pity for it, tried to lift it up from the well. With ropes of leather and fibers, they tried to bind and lift it up, but failed. And so in great excitement, they reported the matter to Krishna. The lotus-eyed Lord, the embodiment of all powers and the protector of the worlds, came and saw the creature, and with his left hand lifted it up as in play. On being touched by the Lord, it abandoned its lizard body at once and assumed the form of a celestial with a complexion resembling the color of molten gold and adorned with unique types of robes, wreaths, and other decorations. Though Krishna knew everything about this personage, for the instruction of people in general, he asked him, O respectful sir, endowed with a handsome form, it behoves you to tell us who you are. I take it that you are an important personage among the celestials. What action brought you to this state, which, O noble one, you do not in the least deserve? Please tell us all about yourself. If you consider it fit to be communicated to us, we are eager to be informed. Sri Shuka said, being thus questioned by Krishna, the embodiment of bliss, that royal personage, Nriga, prostrated himself with his bejeweled crown before Krishna and the consort of the Divine Mother and said, O Lord, I am a king named Nriga, a son of Ikshwaku. In the list of generous persons, my name might have come to thy ears. O Lord, what is there unknown to thee, who art the witness within all, and who art possessed of unobstructed knowledge? Yet, as thou hast ordered, I shall narrate everything. As many grains of sand as there are on earth, as many stars there are in the sky, and as many streams of water have fallen in showers of rains, so many cattle have I given in gift. The cows I have I gave as gift were all young milch cows, but calves, obtained by fair means, good in appearance, gentle by nature, and grayish-brown in color. They had their horns kept in gold, and hooves shod in silver, and they were decorated with silks and wreaths. These gifts I have given to young and high-minded Brahmanas of great austerity and Vedic learning, worthy men of high character and noble nature, whose families were living in want. Not only gifts of cows, but I have given also gold, houses, elephants, virgin brides with attending maids, gingerly, silver beds, clothes, jewels, chariots, and various types of equipment. I performed the rituals laid down in the Vedas and did charity. One day, unknowingly, I happened to give as gift to a Brahmana a cow I had already gifted to another, but which chanced to have strayed back into my herd. Seeing the cow being led away, its real owner intercepted it and claimed it as his own. But the new recipient replied that it was gifted to him by Nriga. The two contending Brahmanas, both bent on winning his case, came to me, one claiming that I gave it to him, and the other that he had been robbed of it. I was thus in utter confusion. Caught in this tangled situation involving a breach of dharma, I appealed to both the Brahmanas, offering them a lakh of cows, high milk yielders, if they would release this controversial cow. I said to them, be pleased to bless my ignorant self, your servant. Please save me from falling into heinous hell. I shall not give it away, said its present owner, and led it away. I do not care even for 10,000 cows in its place, said the other, and went away. Finally, this an opportune moment, the emissaries of Yama took me to Yama's abode. Then I was questioned by Yama. Do you want to enjoy the fruits of your evil actions first, or of your good ones? I do not find any end to your good actions and to the heavenly felicity that have accrued thereby. I replied, I prefer to undergo the consequences of evil actions first. Thereupon he said, then go down. And immediately I felt myself converted into a lizard and had this fall. O Keshava, devoted as I was to holy men and to the practice of making generous gifts, and anxious as I have been to meet thee, I, thy servant, have not lost the memory of my past birth. Lord, even great yogins gain an understanding of thee in their pure hearts only through contemplation, making the Veda their guide. It is a wonder that thou, the Supreme Being and the Master of all senses, has come to shine before my very eyes. I, whose intellect has been blinded by this pitiable state, it is only one who is fit for liberation that experiences thee. How has this blessing fallen to the lot of a miserable person like myself? O thou, the supreme deity, O Lord of the worlds, O Govinda, O Supreme Person, O Narayana, O Rishikesha, O One of Holy Fame, O Achyuta, O Deathless One, permit me to go to the celestial regions. Bless me that whatever region or condition I am in, my mind ever rests at thy feet. Salutation to thee, Krishna, the origin of all, the Supreme Being, the all-powerful one, the abode of all beings, and the bestower of fruits of all austerity and good deeds. Praying so, and circumambulating Krishna, and touching his feet with his head, he got into the heavenly vehicle with the Lord's permission, and departed as the people gazed on. Krishna, the worshipful one, the son of Devaki, who knew all dharma and who respected all holy men, now turned to his royal retinue and said to them for their instruction, even the all-consuming fire cannot consume even a little of the holy man's wealth. How much less can kings, calling themselves lords of the earth in their vanity? I do not consider hala hala as poison, for there is an antidote even for it. But the poison that the holy man's wealth is has no antidote in the world. Poison destroys one who consumes it. The fire is put out by water, but the fire born of the fire stick that the holy man's property is burns up a clan to its very roots. The holy man's property, taken away with partial or unwilling consent, will destroy the 3 succeeding generations of the man who thus enjoys it. If it is taken away by force and enjoyed, the 10 past generations and the 10 succeeding generations of the enjoyer will be destroyed. If a king, blinded by royal power and wealth, looks upon the holy man's wealth as a convenient prey for him, it is because he does not see how it is going to cause his own downfall. That foolish man is inviting hell for himself. Count the number of dust particles wetted by the tears of generous holy men, with guests to feed and families to maintain, on account of their being deprived of their livelihood. For that many years will those lawless kings, responsible for such acts of deprivation, along with those born in their families, be burnt in the hell known as Kumbhipaka, as punishment. By depriving a holy man of his livelihood, bestowed on him by oneself or by another, a man becomes liable to be born as a worm in excreta for 60,000 years. May I never come to possess anything belonging to a holy man. For one who has an eye on it becomes short-lived, and he comes to be defeated by enemies and expelled from his kingdom. Afterwards, they become serpents ever ready to harm others. You, my relatives, should never take revenge on a holy man, even if he wrongs you or curses you. You should always bow down to him. Just as I always bow down to holy men at proper times, with due attention and reverence, in the same way should all of you do. My punishment will fall on those who do otherwise. Even if a person takes away a holy man's property unknowingly, that property causes the downfall of the man, just as the holy man's cow caused the fall of Nriga. The worshipful Mukunda, the sanctifier of all the worlds, having thus expiated to the inhabitants of Dwaraka, retired to his residence. Atha Panchashashti-tamo Dhyayah, Skanda 10, chapter 65. The diversion of Yamuna's course. Sri Shuka said, the worshipful Balabhadra, anxious to see his friends at Nanda's Gokula, once started to that place in his chariot. He was welcomed and warmly received by the Gopas and the Gopis, who had for long been feeling the pangs of separation from him. He then made obeisance to his parents, and they in turn pronounced blessings on him. O leader of the Yadus, they said, long did you, Lord of the world, along with your brother, protect us. Then seating him in their laps, they embraced him, bathing him in the tears of joy. He also made his obeisance to the elders amongst the Gopas in due form, and he in turn was greeted by the younger among them, according to their age and their intimacy with him. Balarama then met the Gopas and greeted them, cracking jokes and shaking hands according to their varying age and degree of intimacy. When he had rested and was seated comfortably, the Gopas, who had given up their all for the sake of the lotus-eyed Krishna, surrounded him. After he had inquired about their welfare, they questioned him in a voice choking with emotion. They in turn asked, O Rama, are all our relatives doing well? Now that you are married and have families, do you ever remember us? It is indeed fortunate that the vicious Kamsa had been killed, that all your relatives have been freed, and that having destroyed your enemies, you have now established yourself in a city inaccessible to enemies. Feeling highly honored by Balarama's visit, the gopis now asked him with a smile, Is Krishna, the dear one of the city women, doing well? Is he ever remembering his parents and relatives residing here? Will he be coming here to see his mother even once? Does he, of powerful arms, remember our dedicated and constant service to him?
He for whose sake we abandoned mothers, fathers, brothers, husbands, children, and sisters. He snapped the bond of his love with us in a moment and departed from our midst. How could we, women, prevent his departure, disregarding his sweet words that he would soon return? How do the sophisticated women of the city take the words of Krishna, who is fickle and ungrateful? Agitated by the passion roused by his glances and attractive smiles, they might be accepting at their face value all the words and promises of that weaver of fine phrases. What is the good of talking about him now? Is there no other topic to talk about? If he can spend his time without us, so can we do without him. Remembering in this way his smile, words, charming looks, gait, and loving embraces, the gopis burst into tears. Then the worshipful Shankarshana, who was skilled in the art of conciliation, comforted the gopis with a message from Krishna. For the 2 months, Chaitra and Vaisakha, Balarama stayed in Gokula, entertaining the gopis at night. Surrounded by gopis, Balarama sported in the woods on the banks of the Yamuna, illumined by the rays of the full moon and served by the breeze conveying the fragrance of blooming water lilies. Varuna prompted the deity of the celestial to drink Varuni to pour wine into the hollow of some trees, and thereby the whole sylvan scene was made redolent with its fragrance. Balarama, drawn by the sweet smell conveyed by the wind, traced the trees where the wine was, and drank of the liquor along with the women. Reveling in his praise, sung by the women, Bala roamed about the forest, his eyes unsteady through intoxication. Wearing ordinary garlands and also the special wreath called Vaijayanti, having only one earring and spangled with the dewdrops of perspiration, he went about inebriated and with a smiling countenance. The all-powerful Bala now called the river Yamuna to flow by his side to facilitate water sport, taking him only for a drunkard. The river deity ignored his call. Balarama thereupon pulled and diverted her course with his plough weapon in great anger. He said, O accursed one, you wanton one, with the end of my plough weapon I shall split you into 100 channels. O king, frightened and shivering at this reprimand, Yamuna hurried and fell at the feet of the great son of Yadu's clan and said, O Rama, mighty hero, what do I know of thy greatness and power? By an insignificant part of thy being, the whole universe is supported. O worshipful one, O friend of devotees, it behoves thee to release me, a refugee at thy feet, who was unaware of thy divinity. Thereupon he released the suppliant, Yamuna, and entered the river for water sports with the women, as a tusker does with his cows. Having sported in water to his heart's content, he came out of it, whereupon he was presented with 2 pieces of blue cloth, ornaments of inestimable value, and wreaths by Goddess Kanti. Dressed in the blue clothes, wearing the golden chain on the neck, bedecked in other ways, and smeared all over with sandal paste, he looked like the white elephant of Indra's heaven. O king, even today, Yamuna is bent at that particular place where Balarama diverted its course, as if to commemorate his infinite power and glory. These I am now giving up by releasing them against you. I shall now force you to give up my name, which you have falsely assumed for yourself. When I feel I cannot fight with you, then I shall surrender. But now I have come to fight with you. Rating him like this, he shattered the chariot of Pondraka with sharp arrows, and then, as Indra cut off the tops of mountains with his weapons of thunderbolt, he severed Pondraka's head with his discus. In the same way, he cut off the head of the Raja of Kasi by his arrows, with which he hurled that head into the city of Kasi, as the wind tosses a lotus bud. Thus, slaying the pretender Pondraka, along with his allies, Hari entered Dwaraka to the accompaniment of pangyras sung by siddhas. And Pondraka, because he was every day identifying himself mentally with the Lord and putting on his emblems, got released from all his bondage and attained identity of the form of the Lord. In Kasi, on seeing a head with ear ornaments falling at the gate, the people began to wonder and speculate whose head it might be. Finally, identifying it as that of their ruler himself, his wives, children, relatives, and subjects began to wail, "Oh, we are undone! We are undone! Our king is dead." His son, Sudakshina, after performing the obsequies of his father, vowed that he would repay his debt to his father by killing his slayer. Towards that end, he worshipped Parameshwara with great concentration, assisted by his Acharya. The worshipful Shiva, being pleased, asked Sudakshina to choose a boon. Sudakshina chose as a boon the means for killing the slayer of his father. Shiva said to him, "With the help of Brahmana priests and adopting abhichara rites of worship, propitiate Dakshinagni, who will carry out your objects as a sacrificial priest does those of the master of a sacrifice. If the ritual is done against anyone other than holy men, your object will be carried out by that Agni, along with the Bhutas accompanying him." So, Sudakshina started his black magic rituals for slaying Krishna. Out of the sacrificial fire arose the Agni, taking on a frightening form. The hairs on his head and face were like red hot copper. His eyes emitted sparks of fire. His face with the ends of the fangs protruding and mouth fiercely arching, presented a gruesome appearance. With his tongue he licked his lips. Stark naked and armed with a three-pronged trident, he walked about with his palmyra-like legs, causing tremors on the earth. He ran towards Dwaraka, scorching the environs wherever he went. Seeing that personified fire of black magic approaching, the inhabitants of Dwarka got frightened, like animals caught in a forest fire. The frightened people rushed to Krishna and exclaimed, "O Lord of all the worlds, the whole city is on fire. Save us! Save us!"
Noticing the agony and consternation of the people, Krishna, who is the refuge of all the worlds, asked them smilingly to be free from fear and assured them that he would save them from the danger. The Lord, the witness of what is inside and outside of all, knew it to be a fierce fire spirit, Kritya, connected with Maheshwara. He commissioned his Sudarshana Chakra, which was always by his side, to destroy. Resplendent like a crore of suns, resembling the fire of cosmic dissolution, and filling all the quarters, the sky, the earth, and the middle region with its brilliance, the Sudarshana harassed the fire spirit. That fire spirit, being harried by the weapon of the wielder of the discus, had to retreat with face hung in shame. In retaliation, it approached Varanasi and burnt up Sudakshina and his priests. Pursuing that fire spirit, the Sudarshana discus of Mahavishnu entered the city of Kashi with its high terraced buildings, assembly halls, houses, and bazaars, its gates, palaces, and cattle houses, its treasuries, elephant shelters, horse stables, chariot stands, and feeding homes. Vishnu's discus Sudarshana, after burning up the whole of Varanasi, returned to Sri Krishna, for whom every exploit was easy of accomplishment. Whoever hears or makes another hear with a concentrated mind this divine exploit of Krishna, that fortunate person will be freed from all sins. Atha Saptashashtitamodhyaya, Skanda 10, chapter 67. The destruction of Dvivida. Raja Parikshit said, I am anxious to hear more about the exploits of that lordly Rama of wondrous deeds, ineffable and infinite in nature. Sri Shuka said, there was a powerful monkey named Dvivida, a friend of Naraka and also a minister of Sugriva, brother of Mainda. In order to redeem his debt to Naraka as a friend, he started on a career of total destruction of the country, burning towns, villages, quarries, and cowherd settlements. In some places, he scooped up mountains and throwing them, shattered the countryside. His destructive activities were particularly directed against the land of Anartha, which was the place of residence of Hari, the slayer of his friend Naraka. The monkey, who had the strength of 10,000 elephants, sometimes stepped into the ocean and by bailing water with his hands, flooded the seaside villages. Entering the hermitages of noted rishis, the evil monkey destroyed all the trees there and desecrated the sacred fire with urine and excreta. Infatuated with pride, he shut up men and women in mountain caves, whose openings he blocked with stone seals, just as a wasp imprisons a worm. When he was ranging about like this, spreading destruction everywhere and violating women of noble family, he once turned his course to the mountain Raivataka, from where strains of sweet music were coming. There he saw Rama of handsome appearance amidst a group of women singing. Rama was intoxicated with drink, and his eyes were rolling, and his gait resembled that of an elephant in wrath. That perverse monkey, sitting on the tree, shook his branches violently, made faces, and emitted grunts. Seeing the pranks of the monkey, the women, naturally light-hearted and fond of fun, laughed loudly at it. The monkey in turn cast ridicule on them in the very presence of Rama by showing his posterior at them and then wagging his eyebrows lasciviously. Annoyed at this behavior, Rama threw stones at him, but the monkey dodged the stones and further tried to annoy Balrama by laughing insultingly at him, by breaking the liquor pot, and by pulling at the clothes of the women. Thus, in the impudence of his might, he insulted and provoked Balrama, who, seeing his audacity and the destruction he had wrought all around, took his plough weapon and club for destroying the enemy. The powerful Trivida plucked a tree with his hand, and rushing quickly at Bala, dashed it on his head. Bala, who was Shankarshana, stood the impact of the tree on his head like a mountain, without any concern. He then struck the monkey on his head, with his club named Sunanda, with his head injured and bleeding profusely by that blow. The monkey looked like a mountain with opulent effusions at its top. Disregarding those bleeding injuries, like a mountain on being drenched with colored water, the monkey uprooted another tree, removed its leaves, and delivered a mighty blow on Balarama with it. But Bala cut it into several pieces. Thereupon the monkey hit him with another tree, which too Bala cut into pieces. In this way the fight went on with Dvivida plucking trees to attack Balarama, and he reducing them to pieces, until that forest was denuded of trees. Then the monkey began to rain stones on Bala, but they were all reduced to powder by him. The monkey now delivered a mighty punch on Balarama's chest with the first of his palm-like arms. Bala, the leader of the Yadavas, now laid down his club and plough weapons and hit the monkey on his shoulder with his fist. The monkey fell down vomiting blood. When he fell, the trees and the caves of the forest rocked and tossed like boats caught in a storm. The sky reverberated with various sounds of approval and blessings offered by devas, munis, siddhas, and others. In this way, having done away with that Dvivida, a bane to the surrounding regions, Balarama returned to his palace, acclaimed by all. Athashta Shashtitamodhyaya, Skanda 10, chapter 68. The Sambha episode and Balarama's humbling of the Kurus. Sri Shuka said, O king, the victorious Samba, the son of Jambavati, took by force Lakshmana, the daughter of Duryodhana, at the Swayamvara marriage. The proud boy has, slighting all of us, carried away by force this maiden who had no preference for him. So thought the Kauravas in great anger. They said, We shall bind this impudent fellow. Let us see what the Yadavas can do. Out of our goodwill, we have given them some territory, and that they are enjoying. If the Vrishnis come here, hearing about the imprisonment of a son of their family, they will have their pride shattered, and they will be reduced to a pacific mood, like senses that have been brought under control. Saying so, Karna and others on the Kaurava side took steps for capturing Samba with the approval of Bhishma. Great Ka warrior Samba, seeing the sons of Dhritarashtra pursuing him, took up his excellent bow and stood up fearless like a lion, although he was alone. The warriors headed by Karna, who were anxious to capture him, challenged him to stop and covered him with their arrows. As a lion will not tolerate an attack by inferior beasts, so did this wonderful boy refuse to brook this onslaught of the Kauravas. Taking his excellent bow and twanging it, he shot 6 arrows at a time against Karna and 5 other great Ka warriors on the Kaurava side. To the utter astonishment of the enemy, Samba struck each of the chariots with 4 arrows, and the charioteers and the masters of the chariots with 1 arrow each. They on their part now destroyed Samba's chariot. 4 warriors killed between them the 4 horses. Another killed the charioteer, and still another cut Samba's bow. Thus the Kauravas, having with difficulty deprived him of the chariot, tied him up and returned victorious to their capital with him and their princess. O king, when from a report of Sri Narada, the Yadavas heard about this incident, they became extremely indignant and urged by Ugrasena resolved to retaliate. Rama, the destroyer of the evils of Kali, did not like the idea of any belligerency between the Kauravas and the Vrishnis. So he pacified those hawks among Vrishni leaders and himself started in a luminous chariot to Hastinapura on a peace mission, accompanied by many elders and pious Brahmanas. Reaching Hastinapura, Rama stopped at a path outside the city and sent Uddhava to Dhritarashtra to ascertain the intention of the Kauravas. Uddhava went to the city and doing obeisance and observing proper forms according to the status of the people concerned, informed Dhritarashtra, Bhishma, Drona, Bhalika, Duryodhana, and others of Rama's arrival. They were all very glad to hear of the arrival of their dear kinsman Rama. After showing due respects to Uddhava, they went to receive Rama with all auspicious materials for reception. Meeting Balarama, they ceremoniously presented him with a cow and arghya. Those of them who knew his greatness made prostrations before him. After hearing the expressions of welcome from their friends and relatives, and after he himself had made kind inquiries of their welfare, Balarama spoke to them unhesitatingly as follows. The King of Kings, Ugrasena, conveys the following message to you. Please hear it attentively and comply accordingly. For maintaining concord among relatives, I am for the time being putting up with the unrighteous action of many of you together attacking a single man of good conduct and imprisoning him. You are to release him immediately. Kauravas were very much incensed at the words of Balarama, which reflected his self-confidence, courage, and strength. They replied, Oh, this is a wonderful state of affairs. The power of time is inexorable. Why, a mere shoe aspires to mount the crowned head. By establishing marriage relationship, by allowing them equality in matters of social relationship like eating, sitting, and living together, and by installing them on a royal throne, out of our sympathy and kindness, we have brought these Yadus up to a status of equality with us. It is only out of our grace that they enjoy such emblems of kingly status like a crown, royal umbrella, conch, and chowry fan. Enough of mischief has been done by conferring the royal emblems on those Yadavas, like giving milk to a cobra, which is sure to attack the giver. See, today they are ordering us about. A lamb cannot pull out of a lion's mouth its prey. Even so, unless mercifully granted by us, the royal power and privileges resting with the Kauravas and protected by Bhishma, Drona, and Arjuna cannot be taken away by force, even by Indra.
Sri Shuka said, O noble one of Bharata's line, the Kurus, gloating in their pride of birth, allies, and wealth, went back to their city after hurling these abusive and insulting remarks at Baladeva. Seeing the bellicose attitude of the Kurus and hearing the abusive speech, Balarama burst into laughter again and again, in a mood of extreme anger that made his face very fierce to look at. He said, Men, infatuated with pride and power, have no desire for a peaceful solution of any problem. Like animals, they obey only the rod. Alas, I came here for the good of these people, restraining the extremely agitated Yadus and the angry Krishna. In spite of it, these low-witted and evil-minded warmongers have belittled me and hurled abuse at me again and again. What an impudence! To say that no lordship accrues to Ugrasena, the king of the Bhojas, Vrishnis, and Andakas, whose behests are honored even by Indra and his fellow rulers of the quarters. It seems no right accrues to the throne to him who conquered and made his own the celestial mansion called Sudharma, who snatched away and is enjoying the celestial tree Parijata. Look at this preposterous claim. Even the Lord, whose feet Sri Devi is serving, is unworthy, it seems, of having royal insignia. To be great and worthy of recognition, where is the need for a royal throne for him, whose feet is ever held on our heads with devotion by all of us? Brahma, Paramaswara, myself and Sri Devi, who are parts of his parts, the dust of whose feet sanctifies the so-called sanctifying deities of the worlds. According to them, we are enjoying the land mercifully, assigned to us by the Kauravas, and we are, it seems, the shoes and the Kauravas the head. Ah, how men infatuated with wealth want, like people under the influence of liquor. How can such incoherent insults be tolerated by anyone who has the power to enforce his will? In great anger, he declared, I shall efface the Skaurava race from the surface of the earth. He then rose up with his plough weapon, as if he were going to burn out all the three worlds. With the end of his plough weapon, he scooped up Hastinapura, the city of the Kurus, in a terrific fit of anger, and pulled it into the Ganga as a punishment. When the city was thus pulled into the river, it began to rock like a boat. Thereupon the Kauravas got frightened, and for fear of their life came out, with Lakshmana and Samba in front, and stood before that almighty being with respectful salutations. They said, O Rama, thou bearer of the whole universe, we were unaware of thy puissance. It behoves thee to pardon us, ignorant and malicious men, for our high-handed conduct. Thou art the one cause of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. But thou thyself hast not other cause or support. Great men say that the whole of the creation is plaything of thine, who art fond of play. O Odishesha, with 1,000 hoods, thou berest this mighty universe on a single hood of yours as in play. At the time of dissolution, thou withdrawest the worlds into thyself, and then thou alone remainest, O worshipful one. In thee, who has assumed a purely sattvika form, for the preservation of Dharma, anger is manifested only for the proper discipline of the people and not because of ill will or hatred. O all-embracing one, thou the center of all powers and beyond all decay, salutations to thee, O maker of the worlds, to thee, O salutation. We take refuge in thee. Sri Shuka said, Balarama was thus pacified and propitiated by the terrified inhabitants of rocking Hastinapura. When they took shelter at his feet, he assured them of his protection and dispelled their fear. The affectionate father that he was, Duryodhana, gave as dowry 6,200 elephants, each 60 years old, and 120,000 horses, besides 6,000 gold inlaid chariots of sunlight brilliance, and 1,000 bejeweled female servitors. Accepting all this, the worshipful Balarama, the head of the Satwatas, returned to his city of Dwaraka amidst the acclamations of the people, and accompanied by his nephew Samba and his newly wedded wife. Reaching his city, the plough-armed Balarama approached his loving relatives, and in the assembly of the Yadus explained all that he had done at the capital of the Kurus. This Hastinapura as a monument of Balarama's prowess, stands even today with its southern side elevated, as if it were going to fall into the Ganga. Kanda 10, chapter 69. Sri Shuka said, hearing that Narakasura had been killed, and that the large number of ladies brought from Naraka's family were all married by Krishna simultaneously, Narada became curious to know the truth about it. That a single person had his marriage with 16,000 ladies conducted in different houses at the same time. This is incredible news indeed, so he thought, and in the intensity of his curiosity visited Dwarka. The city was resonant with the sweet chirping of the birds and the buzzing of honeybees hovering over the blossoming trees and plants of its parks and gardens. With astonishment he saw Dwarka, wherein could be heard the loud warblings of birds like swans and sarasas, inhabiting its lakes full of blossoming flowers like blue lotus, white lotus, sugandhika, red lotus, and water lilies. Where there were 9 lakhs of mansions of crystal and silver, studded with sapphires, and furnished with articles made of gold and precious stones, which was attractive with its high roads, common roads, four-way crossroads, bazaars, stables for animals, assembly halls, as well as inner and outer courtyards, and fronts of houses and public roads swept well and sprinkled with fragrant water and decorated with waving standards on high flag staffs, affording ample protection from the hot sun. Narada now entered into the private quarters of Krishna, which received the respectful obeisance of all Lokapalas, and in the construction of which Vishwakarma, the divine architect, had exhausted all his skill. Of the 16,000 magnificent homes of the wives of Krishna, Narada entered one, coral pillars resting on weight Duriya blocks, walls of Indranila stones, and floors whose shine never faded. Canopies made by Vishwakarma with dangling strings of pearl, excellent courts, and seats made with ivory and inlaid with gold and studded with precious stones. Everywhere attendant maids well dressed and bejeweled, as also male servitors wearing coats, turbans, colorful clothes, and earrings of precious stones. Such were the features of the mansion that Sri Narada entered. There peacocks seated on their perches of excellent workmanship were dancing to the accompaniment of their own joyous crowing, because they mistook for clouds the thick smoke of burning frankincense coming out of the windows. Lamps, studded with shining gems, dispelled the darkness everywhere. There, Narada saw Krishna's beloved Rukmani, continually fanning him with golden handled showers, accompanied by numerous attending maids who were well dressed and well decorated like herself. Seeing him, the worshipful Lord, the best among the observers of the rules of Dharma, sprang up from the court of Shri, and after touching Narada's feet with his crowned head, seated him on his own throne. He, the washings of whose feet is a Ganga which purifies everything. That Krishna, the one supreme over all and the creator and teacher of all. The first among the exemplars of righteous conduct washed the feet of Narada and sprinkled the water on his own head. Approximately appropriately has been called Brahmanya Deva, who honors holy men as gods. Narayana, the external being, and the frightened of Rishi Nara worship Narada according to rules laid down in the scriptures, and after welcoming him
with a few but sweet words, asked him, O Great One, what service could we do for your holiness? Narada said, O Almighty Lord, there is no wonder in thy entertaining goodwill towards all beings, and thy suppressing evildoers, for even these evildoers attain salvation on being killed by thee. I have known for certain that thou hast taken this present incarnation out of thy free will for the protection of the world and for enabling all to attain the highest good. I have seen thy feet which give liberation to devotees, which persons of deep insight like Brahma always worship in their hearts, and which form the only support for those who want to get out of the well of samsara. I am going about meditating on those feet of thine. May thou bless me so that the memory of those feet never deserts me. Sri Shuka continued, O dear one, prompted by his desire to understand the working of the Yoga Maya of him, who is the Lord of all yogis, Narada went to the house of another consort of Krishna. There also he saw Krishna playing at dice with his wife and his friend Uddhava. He honored the sage with great cordiality, getting up his sight and offering him a seat. And Krishna said, as if in ignorance, O holy sir, when did you arrive? What can we, imperfect beings, do for the satisfaction of perfect ones like you? We have no desires. Tell us, Holy One, about anything you are in need of, and help us make our life fruitful. Avoiding to reply, Avoiding a reply, Narada silently walked away to another house. There he saw Krishna, fondling little children. Next, he went to another house where he saw the Lord getting ready for his bath. In another house, he saw Krishna making offerings in the Ahavani Yajni. In another, making the offering of Panchama Yajna. In the next, feeding holy men, and in still another, himself taking food after having fed them. In one house, he saw him doing his sandhya rituals and repeating the Gayatri, and in another was sword and shield in hand, demonstrating feats of swordsmanship. In different places, he saw Krishna, the elder brother of Kada, engaged in different occupations, in moving about with troops of horses, elephants, chariots, etc., in sleeping on a cot with bards singing his praise, in deliberation about affairs of state, with ministers and friends like Uddhava, in water sports surrounded by numerous handsome women, in making presents of all well decorated milch cows to Brahmanas, in listening to holy recitals of the Puranas and the Itihas, in laughing merrily over jovial talks with a wife, in pursuing dharma, artha, and karma, in meditating on the Supreme Being, above the changes of Prakriti, in serving the elders, in providing them with all their wants and all objects of enjoyment,
in fighting with some and effecting conciliation with others, in concerting with Rama for bringing about the welfare of pious people, in finding out at proper times suitable husbands and wives for daughters and sons, and in conducting their marriage ceremonies in all grandeur, in taking part in the festivals connected with the sending of daughters after marriage, and in the reception of the newly wedded daughters-in-law, causing astonishment among people on seeing him who is the Lord of all yogis engaged in such domestic activities, in performing grand yajnas to deities according to the ritualistic code with the help of expert priests, and in philanthropic activities like digging wells and tanks, laying out gardens, and constructing guest houses.
in hunting wild animals on horseback surrounded by other Yadawa leaders, and killing such of them as were fit to be offered in sacrifice, and in moving about the inner apartments and among the subjects incognito to have a first-hand knowledge of men and events. Afterwards, seeing the play of the mysterious spiritual power of the Lord in this human manifestation of his, Narada said, smiling to that divine person who is the power that motivates the senses of all, O thou, the master of yoga, by thy service we have had a direct experience of thy inherent power, Yoga Maya and her functioning, denied even to masters of yoga. O Lord, grant me permission to depart. I shall go about in all the worlds now flooded with thy auspicious fame, ever singing aloud about thy sportive activities that have the power to sanctify the whole world. The Lord said, O Holy One, as the promulgator, exemplar, and promoter of Dharma, I am leading the life of a great householder. Be not deluded, O child, that I am in any way involved in or attached to that life. Sri Shuka said, thus the Devashi Narada saw him, Krishna, in all the houses of his consorts, simultaneously performing the noble and righteous duties of a householder. Seeing again and again this manifestation of the Yoga Maya of Krishna of infinite puissance, the inquisitive Rishi Narada was wonderstruck and pleased. Honored by Krishna, who was demonstrating the greatness of the values of household life, consisting in Dharma, Artha, and Kama, and very much pleased, Narada departed, remembering Krishna always. Thus, for the good of all beings, Narayana assumed a human form, embodying in himself all his divine powers, and lived amidst his 16,108 consorts, served by them with their bashful and loving looks and smiles. Whoever sings, hears, and in other ways enjoys the narrative of Sri Hari's unique cosmic activities of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, which none else can do, he will attain deep devotion to the Lord, who is the bestower of liberation. Skanda 10, Chapter 17. Messages from oppressed kings and the Pandavas. Sri Shuka said, when at the approach of dawn cocks began to crow, the wives of Krishna, who were held in his embrace, cursed those birds, being distressed by the thought of the impending separation from him. The buzzing sound of the honey bees, stimulated by the fragrant breeze from the mandara groves, was the signal for the awakened birds to begin their musical chirpings, as if they were bards detailed to rouse Krishna. Even that auspicious moment of dawn was felt to be repugnant by Rukmini Devi, who was lying between his arms, for it meant separation from his embrace. Getting up at that auspicious time known as Brahma Muhurta, Vadawa performed the ceremonial wash with water, and with a calm mind meditated on the Atman, untainted by ignorance. He meditated on the blissful Brahman, who is the one without a second, undecaying, self-effulgent bliss consciousness, ever established in himself and transcending the trammels of ignorance, and whose blissful existence is revealed by his powers that manifest, sustain, and dissolve the universe. Then he took bath in pure water, put on a new dress, performed the Sandhya Vandana, finished his Agnihotra sacrifice before dawn, and then sat silent, repeating the Gayatri. Then he made offerings to the orb of the rising sun, the symbol of the Supreme Spirit, and also to Devas, Pitris, and Rishis, who are all only his parts, and conveyed his respects to elders and holy Brahmanas. He then presented every day to holy personages 13,084 gentle cows, all heavy milkers in their first calving, with their horns inlaid with gold and hoofs with silver, and decorated with pearl strings and silk cloth. Saluting cows, brahmanas, devas, elders, sisters, in fact, all beings who in their entirety are none but expressions of his power, he touched with his hands various objects considered sacred and auspicious. Then he dressed and decorated his body, a veritable ornament itself to the whole world, with silk clothes, ornaments, wreaths, and unguents. After looking at ghee, a mirror, cow, bull, brahmana, and divine images, he bestowed desired objects on men of all varnas, citizens, and palace servants. Thus, in pleasing all his subjects, he found the highest happiness. First he pleased the brahmanas, friends, subjects, and his consorts with flower garlands, betel leaves, sandal paste, etc., and then he himself enjoyed them. By that time his charioteer came, made prostrations, and stood by him, having got ready his unique chariot, to which were harnessed 4 horses, led by Vigriya. He welcomed the charioteer by holding his saluting hands in his, and, along with Satyaki and Udawa, got into that chariot as the sun ascended the mount of sunrise in the east. The loving and bashful looks of the women of the palace acted as a restraint from which he released himself with some difficulty, and drove away with a smile, carrying their minds with him. Starting in this way from the houses of all the consorts, Krishna appeared outside as a single person, and then, surrounded by all the Yadavas, he entered the assembly hall named Sudharma, wherein those present did not experience the 6 travails. Seated there on an imposing lion throne, surrounded by the various Yadus, he shone like the moon in the sky bespangled with stars. O King, on his arrival he was entertained by master comedians with their jests, and by dancing masters and their girl students with their dances. The danceuses sang and danced in the accompaniment of musical instruments like mridanga, veena, flute, cymbals, and conch. The bards, minstrels, and heralds proclaimed his praise. Learned Brahmanas then chanted the Vedas, and orators discoursed on the lives and doings of great kings of old. O King, there came one day to that assembly an unknown person, who on announcing himself was admitted by the guards with the Lord's permission. After prostrating himself before Krishna, the Supreme Being, he apprised him with folded hands about the misery of the kings rotting in the presence of Jarasandha. Whichever ruler had refused to accept vassalage to him during his tours of conquest, Jarasandha captured. Some 20,000 such captive rulers were imprisoned by him in the fortress of Girivraja. O Krishna, thou inscrutable spirit, thou destroyer of the woes of those who take refuge in thee, we who are steeped in the sense of our separate individuality and therefore afraid of the cycle of transmigratory existence, are seeking refuge in thee. So long as men are addicted to prohibited actions and are unmindful of the auspicious path of devotion promulgated by thee, so long will all-powerful time shatter all life's castles of fond hopes and longings. To thee, that unwinking time, our salutations. When thou art incarnated in the world along with thy part Bala, for the protection of the good and the destruction of evil beings, we do not understand how evil ones, like Jarasandha, can override thy commandments, and how good men can suffer. Is it that we are reaping the fruits of our past actions? O Lord, the pleasures of royal life are momentary like a dream. They are all guided by factors beyond one's control, and therefore subject to uncertainty. We only bear the burdens of state and of life in general, with this corpse-like body subject always to various fears. Abandoning that bliss of the Atman which desireless devotees get, we, pitiable wretches, are following the path of desire and have become subject to thy mysterious Maya and the sufferings arising therefrom. May thou, the redresser of the sorrows of all who seek shelter in thee, be pleased to release us from this bondage of karma in the shape of this oppressive Jarasandha. For no king can be a match for him who, possessed of the strength of 1,000 elephants, has by himself subjugated all of us, kings and rulers, and put us under restraint in his house, as easily as a lion restrains a flock of ewes. O wielder of the discus, thou defeated by thy 17 times in battle, on the 18th occasion he did gain an apparent victory over thee, who chose to imitate the ways of ordinary men, though possessed of infinite prowess. Elated by pride at this, he is oppressing us all, thy vassals. O unconquerable one, do thou act as thou thinkest fit. This, the messenger said, is the prayer of those kings imprisoned by the king of Magadha. They have taken refuge at thy feet and are anxious to see thee. Be thou pleased to relieve these afflicted people. Sri Shuka said, even as the messenger of the kings concluded thus, there arrived Devashi Narada, crowned with tawny matted hair and brilliant like the sun. Seeing him, Krishna, the Lord of all divine agencies governing the world, got up from his seat in great delight, along with his retinue and the members of the assembly, and all prostrated themselves before the sage. Seating him on a pedestal and worship him according to protocol, the Lord pleased the sage with sincere words of welcome. He said, I hope all the 3 worlds are happy. Great is the blessing we derive from the visit of your holiness, who travels all over the 3 worlds. For we can learn anything we want to know about these regions from you.
There is nothing in all the worlds that you do not know of. I would therefore like to know from you about the present condition and activities of the sons of Pandu. Sri Narada said, O all-pervading being, thou dost permeate everything by thy powers and subsist camouflage like fire in ashes. This thy Maya is irresistible by anyone, including Brahma, who is the creator of the worlds. I have witnessed its power many a time, and it does not evoke wonder in me anymore. None can divine the motives of thine in projecting this universe out of thyself and withdrawing it into thyself by the exercise of thy mysterious Maya. This world and Maya, its cause, shine as real because of their dependence on thee. To thee, who shinest as the world, in a manner totally different from thy nature, our salutations. I take shelter in thee who, for the benefit of jivas caught up in the cycle of repeated embodiments and unable to find any way out of its misery, has held forth these various lila avatars, sportive descents, of thine as a beacon of light, burning with the holy flame of thy transcendent glory. Yet, to thee who has assumed a human role, I shall communicate with thy aunt's son, I shall communicate what thy aunt's son and devotee, Yudhishthira, has now set his heart upon. Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, desirous of the highest status as an emperor, wants to worship thee through the performance of the foremost of yagas, sacrifice, known as Rajasuya. May it have thy approval and blessing, O Lord. That sacrifice will be attended by the devas and well-known rulers who desire to meet thee, O Master of all. By hearing and extolling and meditating on thee, who art the embodiment of Brahman, even low-born ones attain to purity. That being so, the merit derived by those who see thee and touch thee defies description. O Saviour of the worlds, just as thy auspicious fame illumines and purifies the whole world, including the heavens and the earth and the netherworlds, so do the sacred waters washing thy feet sanctify the worlds as the sacred Noah known as Mandikini in heaven, Ganga on earth, and Bhagavati in Rasatala. Sri Shuka said, then finding that his own people, the Yadavas, were more inclined towards gaining victory over Jarasandha than accepting Narada's proposal, Krishna addressed with a smile the following sweet words to Uddhava, his faithful servant. The Lord said, you, with your sound knowledge of the principles of statecraft, are a true friend and a guide to us, like an eye in all matters of policy. What you say on this question, I shall accept and carry out. Looking like one ignorant, though all-knowing, the Lord sought the advice of Uddhava, who, accepting his command, replied appropriately. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttarardhe Bhagavad Bhagavad Yan Vichare Saptatitamo Adhyaya. With this, we conclude the reading for the day. This brings the live streaming to an end. Thank you very much for your attendance and your presence. We will resume tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. South African time. We now surrender all the fruits of this activity to the Paramatma. Om Haram At Mane Namah. Iti. Om Tat Sat. Thank you.